Chen Jin, having traversed a parallel universe, transformed a dilapidated old shipyard into a world-renowned super factory with the assistance of a super system. The technology developed here not only instilled panic in Western nations, but also drove the affluent in the Middle East to frenzy. Here, one can find super yachts that reach speeds of 85 knots, formidable strike corvettes capable of carrying 144 missiles, and a super vertical launch system that can unleash 12 missiles within a single second. Following this, innovations such as solid-state graphene batteries, anti-gravity technology, carbon-based chips, artificial intelligence, and plasma propulsion engines emerged. Chen Jin proclaimed, "Whatever you can conceive, we possess, and whatever you cannot imagine, we also have." Chapter 69, The Dawn of Creative Inspiration, sparked by a live broadcast. Upon seeing the director switch the screen back, Lei Bus smiled and remarked, "Everyone witnessed Zhang Jun's test just now, did you not? This bearing, aside from boasting an exceptionally low coefficient of friction, also exhibits remarkable wear resistance, far surpassing many high-end bearings currently available on the market. Its maximum rotational speed reaches an astonishing 35,000 revolutions per minute, which is truly terrifying. Moreover, it can operate normally at temperatures soaring up to 800 degrees. Its rotational precision is exceedingly high, and, conservatively speaking, the overall performance of this bearing far exceeds that of over 95 of bearings currently available on the market. You might think I'm exaggerating, but I assure you, I am not. Let me be clear, I am not exaggerating. For instance, the bearings utilized in those million-dollar supercars abroad do not possess such high performance. If possible, I encourage everyone to search for themselves. Is that really true? Lei, you might be going a bit too far. Which company's product is this? Could you enlighten us, Lei? Here goes Lei Bus again, boasting that everything he touches surpasses foreign products, haha. Upon hearing Lei Bus assert that the bearing he held was superior to those used in million-dollar supercars worldwide, the spectators in the live broadcast seemed to ignite like a fuse. The barrage of comments accelerated, with some expressing belief, others skepticism, and a few adopting a mocking tone. Oh dear, it seems everyone is skeptical. How about this? We will compile the data from our tests and post it on our Weibo, so you can compare for yourselves. Next, allow me to explain why we decided to hold this live broadcast. You might be wondering, is it really necessary to host a live stream for just a bearing? In truth, I wish to inform you that this bearing is a product of a domestic company. As you may know, most of our automotive enterprises rely on bearings and other components from foreign manufacturers, including our SU-7. It's not that using foreign products makes us appear more sophisticated. Rather, the current domestic options have yet to meet our standards. Even when they do, their prices often exceed those of foreign manufacturers, surpassing our expectations, which compels us to resort to foreign products. Thus, you now understand why we felt it necessary to conduct this live broadcast. The bearing I obtained was sent to me by a former acquaintance. Initially, like many of you, I found the bearing specifications too outrageous, but this friend offered to provide a sample for testing, so I figured we would know the truth once we conducted our tests. Consequently, I had my friend send over the sample. Little did we know, this data, once examined, nearly frightened our engineers to death. They immediately messaged me to inquire about the origin of this bearing, and upon seeing the data they sent, I was equally astounded. To be candid, I was utterly bewildered. You may not realize that there is still a significant gap between our domestic bearing products and those from abroad. Apart from vehicles, many large machinery bearings are predominantly sourced from foreign manufacturers. There is little we can do about it, is there? Hence, I seize this opportunity to promote our domestic manufacturers. Additionally, I would like to announce that starting tomorrow, we will introduce a new bearing option in our customization package, priced at 4,000 yuan. Goodness, this bearing must be encrusted with diamonds, costing 4,000 yuan. Lei Bus has lost his mind. How can a few bearings cost 4,000 yuan? Lei Bus has definitely lost the Jiawan. As soon as Lei mentioned the price, a new wave of comments erupted, filled with expressions of disbelief. Observing this scene, Lei Bus chuckled helplessly and continued, "Please don't panic. Although we have set the customization price at 4,000 yuan, we will also provide those who opt for this configuration with two RisePad 7 devices, each with a configuration of AJAF 128, along with two tempered glass screen protectors of the same model. Of course, for those who do not require the pads, you may opt for a 4,000 yuan gift voucher, which can be used to purchase any products on our Rice Auto app, valid for 1 year. Furthermore, for those who have already secured their orders, there is no need for concern. We will also initiate an order modification activity tomorrow, lasting for 3 days, during which orders that have not yet entered the production process may be modified. Modified orders will still be processed in accordance with the original order sequence. Lastly, those who have already completed their deliveries might wonder if they too can modify their configurations. I can assure you, yes, it is possible. However, This will involve the replacement of parts, requiring the vehicle to be dismantled, which will be at your own expense. Friends who are willing to accept this can consult our after-sale service center, and we will provide the specific prices at that time. With that said, do you all understand now? Even if you don't, it's all right. I will have our operations team prepare a detailed explanation, so please keep an eye on our official Weibo account. Additionally, our live broadcast is nearing its conclusion. I would like to emphasize that the bearing I am holding was produced by a domestic company named Chuangxiang Shuang Technology Company Limited. You might find this name somewhat unfamiliar. However, you may recall a video of a yacht that circulated recently. This yacht not only boasts a stunning exterior, but also features a lavish interior, and most notably, it can reach a speed of 85 knots. You might not grasp the significance of 85 knots. If converted to kilometers per hour, it amounts to an astonishing 157 kilometers per hour, which is exceedingly fast. In the realm of luxury yachts, this speed is truly unparalleled. I think I have indeed come across it. I've seen a Jiao 1. It is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Truly beautiful Jiao 1. Jia Yi. Upon hearing Lei Bus mention the yacht video, the comments flooded in with Yao ones. Haha, it seems I was correct. Many of you have seen it. Indeed, the bearing I am holding is developed and produced by this company, which possesses remarkable technical prowess and substantial financial backing. If you're interested, I encourage you to visit their official website. Well, that brings our live broadcast to a close. Regarding the commencement of the bearing customization and order modification, we will issue a public announcement once we initiate the process. Please stay tuned for our official notifications. All right, we shall conclude the broadcast here. Until next time, everyone. With that, Lei Bus ended the live stream. At this moment, a segment of the audience intrigued by bearings, upon hearing Lei Busi reveal that the bearings are produced by a company named Chuangxiang Shuang Technology Company Limited, began to search for this name on their browsers after Lei Busi concluded the live stream, subsequently entering the official website to explore further. Given that Chuangxiang Shuang's official website is newly developed and boasts the latest and most dazzling web dynamic effects, these casual viewers were irresistibly drawn in by the stunning visual experience, prompting them to delve deeper into the products offered by the company. Simultaneously, as Lei Busi's live stream came to an end, two trending topics, Lei Busi live stream and Chuangxiang Shuang bearings, gradually entered the realm of popular searches. Under the topic of Lei Busi live stream, numerous netizens shared their insights and observations from the broadcast. Conversely, within the Chuangxiang Shuang bearings topic, users exchanged their experiences of visiting the official website after being intrigued. Soon, propelled by a multitude of searches, comments, and shares from netizens, these two trending topics began to ascend the popularity rankings. Lei Busi live stream secured the 43rd position with a heat index of 568,212, while Chuangxiang Shuang bearings claimed the 39th spot with a heat index of 673,149. Consequently, an increasing number of netizens flocked to the official website of Chuangxiang Shuang, and this surge in traffic promptly triggered the back-end monitoring program, startling the operations technician who was reviewing the data. Upon hearing the alarm of the monitoring program, he swiftly accessed the server's backend, where he observed that the website's visitor count had soared to 1.02 million, surpassing the threshold of the first alarm level. The technician scratched his head in confusion, as the usual traffic to the official site was merely in the single digits, peaking at no more than 1,000. How had it suddenly skyrocketed to 1 million? Without having time to ponder further, the technician promptly turned around and summoned his department supervisor. Upon arrival, the supervisor also appeared perplexed, instructing the technician to remain vigilant, while he proceeded to knock on Zheng Dongchu's office door. Hearing the knock, Zheng Dongchu responded with an invitation to enter. The supervisor stepped inside and inquired, "Mr. Zheng, has our company initiated product promotions? How did our official website suddenly attract over 1 million visitors?" Upon hearing the supervisor's query, Zheng Dongchu chuckled knowingly and replied, "Ha! This is not our own promotion. Rather, someone is promoting us. Check the trending topics on Weibo, and you will understand. There is no need for concern. Just ensure that the website is well maintained and free from any issues." "Oh, I see. That explains the sudden spike in traffic." The supervisor nodded in understanding. "Well, as long as you understand, there should be no problems. You may return now." "Yes, understood, Mr. Zheng." After the supervisor spoke, he turned and exited Zheng Dongchu's office, returning to the technician's side to relay, "There's nothing to worry about. This traffic is normal. Just keep an eye on the server status and ensure the website remains operational." "All right, got it," the technician replied. After giving his instructions, the supervisor returned to his workstation, retrieved his phone, and opened Weibo to check the trending topics. Soon, he spotted his company's name at the 35th position on the list. He clicked in to view several popular posts, quickly grasping why the website's traffic had surged. It was due to Lei Busi promoting the company's products during his live stream. Consequently, the supervisor mentally commended Lei Busi, then shifted his focus back to the app development project that still awaited completion. Chapter 70, Business Initiation. After the technical department had departed, Zheng Dongchu sent the promotional plan he had prepared to Chen Jin, which he had formulated in response to Lei Busi's upcoming livestream. Previously, Lei Busi had messaged him, indicating he would promote the company during the live session to express gratitude for Chen Jin choosing the Rice Group as the inaugural partner for solid-state graphene batteries. This opportunity was indeed precious and rare, which led Zheng Dongchu to consider leveraging it to promote the luxurious yacht. The shipyard was poised to complete the first batch of 15 yacht orders shortly, with only 2 to 3 days remaining until launch. Without new orders, there would be a risk of idle construction slots, which would not bode well for the shipyard's future growth. After all, if the workers had no tasks, their wages would diminish, leading to a decline in their sense of belonging to the factory. Although it was possible to construct the underwater structures of the yachts in advance, and then build the outer shells and internal structures based on customer demands later, this was not a sustainable approach, as the construction of underwater structures was relatively quick, with the internal structures being the most time-consuming. Therefore, to resolve this issue, he needed to secure ample orders to keep the shipyard operating at full capacity, which would benefit both the shipyard and the workers. As for the bearings, the current production capacity was fully occupied by Lei Busi's orders, making it impossible to accept new orders for at least a month. Thus, he planned to commence comprehensive promotion once the new production line was in place. This situation was indeed unforeseen. Previously, Chen Jin had only contemplated countermeasures against the sanctions from the beautiful country. After all, high-end bearings are typically utilized in specialized machinery, such as large excavators and cranes, and he had not anticipated their application in the automotive industry. Therefore, he thought that ordering a single production line would suffice. However, if they were to be utilized in automobiles, it would be far from enough given the multitude of domestic automobile manufacturers. Not to mention traditional gasoline vehicle manufacturers, there are over a dozen new energy vehicle companies. Most of these new energy vehicle companies produce cars priced between $200,000 to $300,000, with some even exceeding $500,000 to $600,000 for high-end luxury or business vehicles. Consequently, they would likely place orders, as no one could resist a product that boasted superior performance at a lower price. The older established car manufacturers would be particularly inclined to economize on parts. Hence, in light of this situation, Zheng Dongchu placed a substantial order for 5 production lines, enabling a daily output of 50,000 units. Meanwhile, at the Northern Bearing Group, the deputy general manager Zheng Taizhu had contacted earlier was elated upon seeing Zheng Dongchu's substantial order. This excitement stemmed from the fact that after the last order from Beitong Steel, the group had not received any new orders for over a month. The reality was that very few manufacturers in the country required such high-end bearing production lines, leaving the Northern Bearing Group in a state of dormancy, only able to survive on previous orders for half a year. Thus, in response to Zheng Dongchu's urgent delivery request, the responsible party confidently assured that they could complete the order for 5 production lines within a month. However, due to insufficient capacity, the bearing production side would need to wait a bit longer, although they would certainly fulfill any orders from automotive manufacturers. Upon receiving the promotional plan from Zheng Dongchu, Chen Jin glanced through it and instructed Zheng Dongchu to proceed with its execution. After all, he was not well versed in marketing, and given Zheng Dongchu's extensive experience in the yacht industry, he had amassed considerable expertise in promotional matters, making it unnecessary for Chen Jin to interfere. After receiving Chen Jin's confirmation, Zheng Dongchu promptly organized the marketing department to implement the plan. This time, they primarily adopted 3 promotional methods. The first, undoubtedly the most direct and simplest, was to purchase trending spots on Weibo. According to Weibo's regulations, the 4th position on the trending list is typically reserved for advertisements, and one can secure by paying. Additionally, with their own topic ranking at 32nd, this was undoubtedly the optimal time to buy ad space. The second method involved opening screen advertisements on popular apps, which was also straightforward. One simply needed to pay to be featured. However, the cost of such advertisements is quite high, especially on major popular apps, which could reach tens of thousands per day. While it may appear exorbitant, considering that a single yacht order could yield a profit of 40 million, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The third approach targeted international advertising, including video interstitial ads on platforms like YouTube and fixed location announcements. All 3 of these advertising methods are costly yet direct. In addition, they plan to explore other promotional strategies later, such as offline billboards and advertisements on large screens in office buildings or commercial streets. Naturally, these methods would only be considered once the online promotions have been implemented for some time. As Zheng Dongchu initiated the promotional activities, the marketing department adeptly commenced the deployment plan, while the operations department simultaneously uploaded promotional videos to the official account and purchased precision traffic support packages to ensure the videos reached the intended audience. Soon, some netizens, while scrolling through videos, began to encounter a stunning yacht racing across the sea at an astonishing speed of 85 knots. In their understanding, the notion of fitting two engines, each exceeding 10,000 horsepower, into a 60-ton yacht is almost unheard of. As these netizens began to share and disseminate the videos and advertisements, the viewership of these promotional materials began to surge rapidly. Regrettably, however, after half a day had elapsed, there were still no orders to show for it. In response, Zheng Dongchu remained rather composed, for the exorbitant price tag of 58.88 million would likely deter anyone from placing an order through such an advertisement page. Although the traffic was precisely targeted, even the wealthiest individuals would not casually spend nearly 60 million on a product simply based on a promotional video. The same held true for market placement. Despite the high number of ad clicks, the conversion rate remained at an abysmal 0. Therefore, their primary objective was merely to raise awareness about the existence of this particular yacht, without pursuing a high order fulfillment rate. They believed that once the reputation began to ferment, affluent individuals would naturally reach out to make inquiries. They simply needed to amplify their advertising efforts and wait for the momentum to build. Moreover, it is noteworthy that in just 2 days, the factory would launch 15 yachts, providing an excellent opportunity for promotion when clients came to take delivery. After all, those who could afford to spend tens of millions on a yacht are not ordinary individuals. Once the deliveries were completed, their social circles would serve as an optimal channel for advertisement, which is precisely what Zheng Dongchu valued the most. Chapter 71. The first batch of yacht orders begins delivery. 3 days later, on November 19th, at 7 a.m., the weather was splendid. Although it was still early, the docks of the premier shipyard in South China were already bustling with activity. Chen Jin had also arrived at the shipyard early, as this marked the first business undertaking since the shipyard's transformation. It would be rather inappropriate for him, as the owner, not to make an appearance. So he came to personally oversee the delivery ceremony for the clients. A week prior, clients had been informed to prepare for today's delivery and to avoid any early arrivals. Wang Jiangwo had ordered the workers to position the yachts at their designated delivery spots ahead of time, awaiting the clients. This time, in contrast to the first yacht's inflatable launch method, they opted for a more direct approach by filling the dry dock with water. As it was the simplest and swiftest method, they merely needed to fill the bottom of the dock with water, release the support apparatus, and the yacht would float to the surface under the influence of buoyancy, after which they would tow it to the designated parking area using a tugboat. They were currently executing this procedure. With the concerted efforts of the workers, 15 yachts had been successfully towed to their respective berths outside the shipyard's gates. To showcase grandeur, various banners, inflatable arches, and colorful flags had been meticulously arranged, awaiting the arrival of the clients. Time flew by, and soon it was 10 a.m. At that moment, 2 luxurious cars, each seemingly priced above 10 million, were parked at the entrance of the shipyard. 5 young men, evidently affluent scions, emerged from the vehicles. The gatekeeper, noticing the spectacle, speculated whether clients had arrived to receive their yachts, and approached them with a query. "Excuse me, gentlemen, have you come to collect your yachts?" Upon hearing the gatekeeper's question, the young man at the forefront, appearing to be in his mid-20s, responded, "Indeed. We received notification a week ago that today was the day for yacht collection, so I brought my friends along early. This must be the right place." The premier shipyard in South China. Upon confirmation from the foremost young man regarding their purpose, the gatekeeper promptly replied, "Yes, indeed, this is the location. I will inform our factory manager right away. Gentlemen, please have a seat in the waiting area." After gesturing for the young men to sit on the waiting area chairs, the gatekeeper hurried back to the guardhouse to notify Wang Jiangwo. Upon receiving the message, Wang Jiangwo informed Chen Jin, who was reviewing the delivery schedule, and together they hopped onto a sightseeing vehicle to head to the entrance. Within 2 minutes, they arrived at the gate. After disembarking, Chen Jin spotted the group of young men in the waiting area, one of whom was holding a document folder. Recognizing him as the delivery recipient, Chen Jin approached him with a friendly demeanor. "May I ask if you're Mr. Li Xindong?" "Hello, yes, that's me," the young man replied, clutching the document folder. "Ah, splendid. I am Chen Jin, the owner of the shipyard. This is our deputy manager, Wang Jiangwo. We sincerely appreciate your choice of our shipyard's first product post-transformation. I assure you, we will not disappoint you. Have you prepared the necessary documentation? If so, we can proceed with the delivery formalities right away." Seeing the young man step forward to respond, Chen Jin smiled and introduced Wang Jiangwo, who stood beside him. "Everything is ready. We can set off at any time." Having been informed in advance about the required materials, Li Xindong had prepared everything, indicating the document folder he held. "Excellent. Let us board. The delivery location is a bit distant from here." With the confirmation, Chen Jin gestured for the young men to board the sightseeing vehicle, heading towards the delivery center. Along the way, the young men perused a specially customized yacht brochure. After a few moments, one of them could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Boss, if your name is Chen Jin, then you must be the boyfriend of that young lady from the CF family, right? I heard you register a company with 100 small goals, true or not?" "Ah, yes, that is indeed me," Chen Jin replied, somewhat taken aback by their inquiry. "Wow, impressive. You appear younger than us, yet effortlessly managed to register a company with 100 small goals, and you're the boyfriend of a billionaire's daughter. What a pinnacle of life." Another chimed in. "Meanwhile, we have to beg our parents for pocket money in the hundreds of thousands. Only Shindong here seems to be relatively wealthy." As Chen Jin confirmed their assumptions, the young man grew animated, and the others joined in the lively conversation. "Haha, it's merely luck. However, Mr. Li, you do not seem like the typical wealthy heir. May I inquire about your family?" "Why are we suddenly talking about me?" Li Shindong responded, somewhat bemused, then continued. "Well, Mr. Chen, my family is in the automobile manufacturing business. Perhaps you've heard of Legend Motors? That's my family's enterprise." "Oh, so you're from the Li family of Legend Motors. No wonder you seem different from the ordinary wealthy folk," Chen Jin remarked, nodding in recognition. He was aware that Legend Motors was a well-established oil vehicle company that had recently ventured into the electric vehicle market, achieving considerable success with a market valuation of approximately 100 billion. "Ha, that is quite a feat compared to you, Mr. Chen, who casually registers companies with 100 small goals." As Li Shindong waved off the compliment, he understood that in the presence of someone who appeared several years younger yet wielded vast wealth, he should tread carefully. Soon, amidst their enjoyable conversation, they arrived at the delivery center, the journey taking nearly 5 minutes, as the driver deliberately slowed down to allow them to continue their discussion. Upon exiting the vehicle, they beheld a 5-story building constructed after discussions between Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo, which had taken over 2 months to complete. The entire structure spanned approximately 2,000 square meters per floor. The first floor served as the delivery center, while the second and fourth floors were designated for office use. The fifth floor was divided into 2 sections, one part being Chen Jin's office and lounge, while the other was designated as a laboratory. After unveiling the battery technology, Chen Jin had realized that if he continued to unveil such groundbreaking innovations without caution, he would soon attract unwanted attention. In the beginning, when he had only a couple of technologies, he could attribute them to sheer genius, but as he continued to present more advancements, such explanations would inevitably falter. If he were to become a target, it would not bode well. Thus, Chen Jin contemplated the establishment of a laboratory, one of exceptionally high standards. To obscure the origins of the technology, a lower specification simply would not suffice to achieve the desired effect. Consequently, Chen Jin made a spontaneous decision to convert the 5th floor into the nation's most prestigious personal laboratory. Naturally, the construction of a laboratory would require a considerable amount of time. Upon entering the delivery hall, Wang Jiangwo summoned the office personnel to assist Li Shindong with the finalization of the delivery and settlement of the remaining payment. Given that the price of a single yacht reached an astounding 88 million, and as it was a customized product, a 30 deposit was required upon placing the order, with the remaining 70 due at formal delivery, without the option for loan financing. Soon after, Li Shindong promptly settled the outstanding balance. The staff proceeded to register the yacht ownership and issue the vessel's safety certificate. As for subsequent documentation, it was necessary for him to visit the relevant government departments for processing, such as nationality registration and other operational certifications. Otherwise, unauthorized operation would constitute a violation of the law. After completing the delivery, the staff specifically advised Li Shindong on several precautions, particularly given the yacht's impressive speed of 85 knots, which should not be taken lightly. Once the staff finished outlining the safety measures, Li Shindong nodded in understanding. Chen Jin then gestured for the group to continue boarding, escorting them to the designated mooring area of the yacht. Gazing upon a row of 15 yachts shimmering gloriously under the sun, the young men could not help but exclaim, "Wow. The colors and design are simply the yacht of my dreams." Even the typically composed Li Shindong grew impatient and inquired, "Mr. Chen, which yacht is mine?" "It is this one," Chen Jin replied, pointing to the yacht marked with a number 1, the one designated as Mr. Li's vessel. "Please go aboard and take a look." Sensing Li Shindong's eagerness, Chen Jin succinctly indicated the number 1 moored yacht. "Oh, then I'll go aboard to have a look," Li Shindong exclaimed. "Brothers, let us head up first." With that, he eagerly approached the number 1 yacht and leaped onto the stern deck, swiftly making his way inside, followed closely by the other 4. Observing their excitement, Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo exchanged smiles, Satisfying the customers was indicative of having done things right. Chapter 72. An announcement that shocked the entire internet after nearly 20 minutes of exploration. Li Xindong and his companions reluctantly descended from the yacht to bid farewell to Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo, as they intended to take the yacht out for a spin. The designated helmsman among them, a young man surnamed Zhang, was said to have several years of sailing experience, making him quite adept at handling the vessel. Meanwhile, their vehicle remained parked at the entrance. Under Zhang's proficient guidance, the yacht gently departed from its mooring. Once the turn was completed, he cautiously pushed the control lever, and the engine emitted a deep roar, swiftly propelling the yacht's speed to 30 knots. The other four on board were taken aback by the sudden surge, quickly grasping the railing beside the helm to prevent themselves from being thrown off balance. Although Zhang had operated yachts for years, he had never experienced one with such remarkable power and a forceful push, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip on the control lever and steady the yacht's direction to avoid crashing into the shore. Fortunately, Zhang's expertise shone through, as he quickly mastered the throttle control after a few attempts, ultimately piloting the yacht away from the shipyard at a speed of 40 knots. Watching them navigate the yacht with familiarity, Chen Jin and Wang Jiangwo returned to the delivery center. Over the next 3 days, Chen Jin flawlessly completed the delivery of the first batch of yacht orders at a rate of 5 yachts per day. Among the 15 clients, 10 were in their 20s, including one young man who had reportedly amassed millions of followers as an influencer, thanks to his affluent background and penchant for showcasing luxurious seaside locales, yachts, and ocean view properties, which had garnered him a substantial following over the years. The remaining 5 clients consisted of business executives who purchased the yachts to enhance their prestige and facilitate business dealings. Believing that such opulent vessels, if sourced from foreign brands, would cost at least $15 million, thus acquiring one for $88 million was an extraordinary bargain, especially considering this yacht's astounding speed of 85 knots. Once the first batch of yacht orders was fulfilled, Chen Jin assigned Wang Jiangwo to oversee subsequent deliveries, as he had other matters to attend to. After all, he needed to assist with the solid-state graphene battery project, collaborating with designers to complete the production line design by the end of November. Otherwise, there would not be sufficient time to finalize the factory's first phase production within 3 months, thereby delaying subsequent progress. Fortunately, this issue was quite easily resolvable. Chen Jin merely needed to expend 1,000 technology points to redeem a comprehensive design plan for the battery production line and a complete design plan for the graphene preparation line from the system. He could then instruct the factory to construct the production line according to the specified designs, which would not take much time. Consequently, once the factory was completed, the installation of the production line could be promptly arranged. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this period, the internet was rocked by a shocking event. The illustrious Demi Group, which had been at the pinnacle of its success, unexpectedly issued several astonishing announcements on February 15th, following the Lunar New Year. Among the declarations concerning its automotive division was an explanation regarding adjustments to the production line. Effective February 15th, the Standard Pro and Max versions of the Demi SU7 would have all orders, aside from those already in production, suspended. Orders that had been locked but had not yet entered production would have the option for cancellation, with affected users able to withdraw their orders at any time. As an apology, a cash voucher of 1,000 yuan would be provided to those opting to cancel, redeemable on the Dummy Automotive app for purchasing goods. Users unwilling to cancel their orders could opt to wait until the production line adjustments were completed, albeit this would result in a considerably prolonged wait. To express remorse for the inconvenience, an additional 1,000 yuan cash voucher would also be granted. However, Demi Group notably asserted that, despite the extended wait, it would undoubtedly be worth it. Furthermore, the previously announced SU7 Ultra version, slated for release in March, would also be postponed, with a specific release date to be announced in due course. Customers who had pre-ordered could likewise cancel their orders and receive the same 1,000 yuan voucher. In terms of its mobile division, a similar announcement regarding production line adjustments was made, stating that the Demi 15 and 15 Pro Series models would cease production until the completion of the production line adjustments, while other models would remain unaffected. The release of the Demi 15 Ultra model would similarly be delayed, with a specific release date to follow official notification. Following the issuance of these official announcements, the internet erupted, with the news swiftly dominating various short video and news app trending charts, claiming the top position with a substantial margin. No one could have anticipated that the flourishing Demi Group would suddenly release these unimaginable announcements, diverging from its historically cautious approach. This course of action undoubtedly jeopardized their position, especially considering the fiercely competitive smartphone market, where every manufacturer sought to seize market share and attract users. Yet, what was the Mi Group doing? They were effectively handing over their market share without a fight. Those who aspire to purchase a Xiaomi smartphone often find themselves disheartened by the unavailability of stock, leading a significant number to gravitate towards alternative brands. Even among those willing to wait, their patience wanes quickly, as they are soon captivated by newly launched product from competing manufacturers. Consequently, Xiaomi's forthcoming market share is poised to be gradually eroded by rival companies. In a similar vein, the cessation of production and delivery of the Xiaomi SU7 will inevitably drive users towards other automotive brands, resulting in a substantial loss of clientele. The rationale behind this approach stems from a rigorous deliberation among Lei Jun and the senior executives over the course of 2 weeks, culminating in a decision made under considerable pressure. Initially, they had contemplated a dual strategy of continuing production and sales while simultaneously orchestrating the development of new models, awaiting the completion of battery production by Chen Jin before rolling out an updated version. However, reality dictated a different course of action, as a certain automotive company had previously endured a backlash from users and a torrent of mockery online, leading to a catastrophic drop in reputation and sales, a scenario that Lei Jun and his colleagues found intolerable. Unlike other automotive firms, Xiaomi's meteoric rise over the past 14 years has been predicated on the accumulation of goodwill. A significant decline in reputation would render recovery an arduous task. Even if they later capitalized on the first-mover advantage of the new battery to attract a plethora of new users and potentially win back former customers, other manufacturers would soon adopt the new battery technology, reverting the competition back to a focus on product quality and reputation. Thus, the decision to halt production, although it may result in a temporary loss of sales, promises a long-term enhancement of reputation that mere sales figures cannot substitute, effectively bestowing upon Xiaomi a lasting advantage, the assurance of integrity. Furthermore, the demand for the SU7 has been consistently on the rise, with monthly production struggling to keep pace with incoming orders. While it may wane in a few months, they cannot guarantee that the anticipated decline in new orders will materialize as expected. Should this trend continue, even after the release of the new battery, the factory would still need to produce the older SU7 model, thereby forfeiting the benefits of the new battery's debut. As for the SU7 Ultra, its exorbitant price precludes it from achieving substantial sales volume, leaving Xiaomi with limited options. The mobile division has become a mere ancillary concern, as they intend to concentrate production capacity on the Xiaomi 15 Ultra, with the remaining resources insufficient to sustain production of other models. Rather than persist in a state of chronic unavailability, they opted for a complete cessation of production. Consequently, Lei Jun and the executive team found themselves compelled to resort to this drastic measure. Following the announcement from Xiaomi, a wave of speculation swept through the online community, with many netizens wondering if the company was facing a crisis. Numerous bots began to stir discontent across various comment sections, while some loyal fans remained skeptical, given the observable growth of Xiaomi over the past 2 years. However, as Lei Jun and other executives, known for their online presence, retreated into silence, rumors of a corporate crisis began to proliferate, much to the delight of detractors. Concurrently, Xiaomi's stock price experienced a rapid decline post-announcement. Although it did not reach a complete halt, it consistently dipped, prompting numerous shareholders to liquidate their holdings. In response, a multitude of Xiaomi enthusiasts inundated customer service channels with inquiries regarding the announcement, receiving assurances that the company was operating normally and that the notice merely indicated a routine adjustment to the production line. The public relations team also issued a statement vowing to address the spread of misinformation. While this initial strategy yielded some results, by April, the clamor of dissent became uncontrollable. Normal production lines do not remain stagnant for such an extended period, and even during adjustments, it is uncommon for customers to be urged to cancel orders. Consequently, speculation regarding Xiaomi's potential collapse surged, propelling the topic of their alleged downfall to trending status. Nevertheless, this rumor was swiftly debunked following statements from various suppliers associated with Xiaomi's automotive and smartphone divisions. While the company announced the suspension of the SU7 and the Xiaomi 15 series, orders for components continued unabated, and payment processing remained as swift as ever, rendering the notion of Xiaomi's impending failure utterly baseless. Despite this, many netizens, alongside bots, continued to propagate their narrative, leaving Xiaomi's public relations team at loss, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of dissent and resorting to sporadic announcements to confirm their ongoing operations. Chapter 73. Xiaomi's new product launch. Thus, Xiaomi weathered a challenging 4-month period, During this time, the sales revenue from their mobile division plummeted by 56% compared to the previous year, despite the support from Redmi phones. They could not withstand the downturn following the cessation of high-end product sales. Meanwhile, the automotive division only managed to deliver a total of 290,000 units, equivalent to the delivery volume of just the first half of January and February since the announcement of the suspension. Such dismal performance resulted in Xiaomi's stock price plummeting from 32 yuan per share in February to 18 yuan per share, nearly halving in value. Under typical circumstances, a company experiencing such a steep decline would see its shareholders and executives in a state of panic. Yet, Lei Jun and his senior management felt no trepidation. Rather, they were filled with a quiet determination, a palpable frustration at their formidable capabilities being stifled. Now, the moment of vindication was approaching. Over the past 4 months, the mobile factory had produced over 3 million units of the Xiaomi 15 Ultra, resulting in a substantial inventory. In the automotive sector, the completion of the second phase factory, combined with the first phase facility, allowed for a production capacity nearing 50,000 units per month, a commendable figure. Although the second phase factory was designated for SUV production, the new battery's development would necessitate several months for finalization, prompting the decision to initially utilize the facility for the SU7 model. Similarly, Chen Jin's operations benefited from the completion of the second phase factory, expanding to 300,000 square meters, currently achieving a daily battery production capacity of 200,000 units. However, due to the larger size of automotive energy batteries, production specifications varied, resulting in reduced output. Therefore, Chen Jin allocated the second phase factory primarily for the production of automotive energy batteries, achieving a daily capacity of nearly 100,000 units, which sufficiently met the consumption needs of Xiaomi's automotive division. To expand capacity further, they would need to await the completion of the third and fourth phase factories in September, which would increase the total factory area to 800,000 square meters, enabling a production capacity of 600,000 units per day. Moreover, by that time, the workforce would have gained proficiency, potentially raising output to 650,000 units daily, with additional capacity optimization efforts likely yielding a further 20% increase. With preparations in place, Xiaomi officially announced on June 1st the new product launch event would take place on June 9th at 3 p.m., accompanied by the grandiose slogan, "This time, we will change the world." This announcement ignited a fervor across the internet, propelling the Xiaomi new product launch event to the top of trending topics, where it firmly held its position. Most self-media outlets are fervently producing and sharing videos, hoping to ride the wave of trending topics. As ardent followers of the Rice Group and Lei Jun, many fans are filled with excitement, having awaited this moment for nearly 4 months. During this time, they refrained from expressing even the slightest opinion online, fearing the derision of countless detractors. The frustration of wanting to respond, but lacking a valid reason, is indeed quite disheartening. Moreover, unlike previous launches, this time the Rice Group has not provided advanced media kits to various bloggers or prominent content creators for testing the new products, leaving the public in the dark regarding the specific features and experiences of the newly unveiled mobile devices. Consequently, the unexpected announcement from the Rice Group has heightened the anticipation among these loyal fans for the forthcoming product launch event, leaving them eager to discover what groundbreaking technology would enable the Rice Group to proclaim a slogan capable of changing the world. Soon, the date arrived, 8 days later, at the Shugong International Exhibition Center in the capital, where the Rice Group's first product launch event of 2025 was set to take place. By morning, the venue was already bustling with a throng of enthusiasts who had traveled from nearby regions, alongside numerous media representatives and influencers capturing the moment. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the event commenced. With a beaming smile, Lei Jun made his way to the center of the stage, his steady gait radiating confidence. The audience erupted in cheers upon his arrival, chanting his name, Lei Jun. Once on stage, Lei Jun raised his hand to signal for silence. The crowd quickly complied, and the hall fell into a hushed reverence. Grasping the microphone, Lei Jun began. "I sincerely thank all the fans and esteemed guests for attending our product launch today. On behalf of the entire Rice Group, I must extend my heartfelt apologies to our steadfast supporters. Our previous decisions have indeed left many feeling deeply disappointed, a sentiment we have also felt acutely over the past 4 months. However, I assure you, this significant decision was not made lightly. It was the result of thorough contemplation, and I ask for your understanding." At this juncture, Lei Jun paused to gather his thoughts. Prompting the audience to cheer once more, proclaiming their unwavering belief in him. Acknowledging this overwhelming support, Lei Jun gestured for silence again before continuing, "I am genuinely thrilled. As we are eager to share with you the fruits of our labor over the past 6 months, I am confident that what you will witness today is unprecedented. I know you are as impatient as I am. So without further ado, let us commence our launch event. Please direct your attention to the big screen." As Lei Jun finished speaking, a video commenced on the large screen, showcasing a young individual wielding a fully charged Rice 15 Ultra smartphone, embarking on an adventure from 9 a.m. through scenic spots, bustling pedestrian streets, and expansive shopping malls. Throughout this journey, the young user frequently captured images, recorded videos, engaged in messaging, scrolled through social media, played games, and more, only returning home at 8 p.m. Given the current battery capacities of smartphones, one would expect that such intensive usage would necessitate a recharge within 4 hours. However, in the video, the young individual had not charged the phone at all, and upon returning home, the device displayed an impressive 85 battery life. This was after 11 hours of high-intensity, frequent usage. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience was incredulous, with many questioning whether they had misperceived the display, only to receive confirmation from their neighbors that their eyes had not deceived them. Concurrently, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of astonished emojis. Just like the audience present, those watching the live broadcast also believed they had misinterpreted the footage. Once the video concluded and Lei Jun returned to the center of the stage, the audience erupted into even louder applause than before. Lei Jun, unable to quell the enthusiasm, once again signaled for quiet, then remarked, "Having viewed the video, I trust you have discerned the highlight? Indeed, our latest product is centered around extraordinary battery longevity. The technology that enables such remarkable endurance will be unveiled shortly by our special partner. As for who this partner is, I am certain you have heard of them. For the domestically produced, high-performance bearings we previously announced are sourced from this very company. You may recognize the name. It is our visionary partner, Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited. The individual who will elucidate this world-changing technology is none other than its founder, Chen Jin. Therefore, let's extend a warm welcome to Chen Jin." After concluding his introduction, Lei Jun stepped down from the podium, handing the microphone to Chen Jin as he approached the stage, quietly encouraging him. "Chen, you've got this." Chen Jin, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded. Although it was his first time addressing such a large audience, he had previously led 2 meetings at the shipyard, addressing hundreds to thousands of employees, which had helped him acclimate to public speaking. As Chen Jin ascended the stage, the audience gradually began to applaud, albeit hesitantly. Not only were the attendees momentarily bewildered, but those watching the live stream were equally confused, recalling that Chuangxiang Shuguang was primarily known for manufacturing bearings and yachts. Despite the impressive performance of these products, which had gained significant traction in the market, particularly the bearings, which had swiftly become the preferred choice for mid to high-end electric vehicles, the connection to world-changing innovations seemed tenuous. Realizing this, the audience slowly resumed their applause, prompted by the lingering echo of Lei Jun's earlier invitation. Chapter 74, The Rice New Product Launch Event 2. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Chen Jin took the microphone and began, "It appears many of you are quite puzzled, correct? How can our company, Chuangxiang Shuguang, which specializes in bearings and yachts, be linked to world-changing advancements?" Following this, the audience erupted with curious responses, and a live stream chat was flooded with similar inquiries. Chen Jin, maintaining his composure, continued with a smile. "Haha, it's perfectly fine. It is only natural for you to have questions, so allow me to clarify things for you. However, before we proceed, I would like to pose a question to everyone. I believe many of you are familiar with the cutting-edge technology of solid-state batteries, correct? This is a direction that numerous new energy enterprises are diligently pursuing." Upon hearing Chen Jin's inquiry, the audience below responded affirmatively, echoing a resounding yes. Nodding in acknowledgement of their response, Chen Jin continued, saying, "Indeed, it is unfortunate that after several years and the expenditure of countless funds, these new energy companies have yet to bring this technology to fruition for commercial use. Therefore, why do we dare to claim that we can change the world? It is because we have successfully achieved the commercialization of solid-state battery technology, along with the mass production of an ultra-highly automated production line. Furthermore, what we have accomplished extends beyond mere solid-state battery technology. We have developed the 3rd generation of solid-state battery improvements." Following Chen Jin's statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience, and the live stream chat was inundated with a flurry of question marks, completely obscuring the screen. Even with measures taken to filter out the comments, the shock expressed by the viewers remained palpable. Before long, with Chen Jin's announcement, the number of live viewers surged dramatically. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Within a matter of minutes, the viewership skyrocketed to 70 million and continued to climb rapidly. Observing the apparent chaos among the audience, Chen Jin coughed lightly to regain their attention and continued. You must be quite astonished, right? How is it possible that we have not only developed solid-state battery technology, but also advanced it to a third generation? Haha, that remains our secret, and I shall refrain from divulging further details here. Now, let me elucidate this technology for you. Firstly, we have named this technology the solid-state graphene battery technology. As the name suggests, it integrates graphene technology with solid-state battery technology. I suspect many of you are somewhat acquainted with graphene technology, which is a material renowned for its myriad excellent properties, particularly its conductivity, which exceeds that of copper by over 200 times, making it exceptionally suitable for electrical applications. It is precisely for this reason that we have leapfrogged from the first generation of solid-state batteries directly to the third generation. With the incorporation of graphene technology, its safety has improved threefold compared to the first generation of solid-state battery technology. This enhancement is attributed to an optimized internal structure, which is considerably more stable than that of the first generation, enabling it to maintain an extraordinarily stable state within a temperature range of -70 to 70 degrees Celsius. Naturally, should it exceed this range, while its structure may be affected, it will not suffer the catastrophic failure seen in lithium batteries, such as freezing damage or fires, a point that you may test independently later. The second advantage is its remarkable resistance to punctures and crushing damage, a standard feature of solid-state batteries, which I need not elaborate on further. The third advantage, which has garnered significant attention, pertains to its energy density. Thanks to the integration of graphene technology, this battery boasts an energy density far superior to that of the first generation, reaching up to 3000 to 4000 Wh, significantly surpassing current lithium batteries by several multiples. Moreover, it offers an impressive cycle life of over 7,000 cycles, implying that even with daily recharging twice, it would take 3,500 days to reach the end of its usable life, an astounding nearly 10 years. Furthermore, under such a high energy density, the likelihood of requiring daily recharges is virtually non-existent, thus extending its practical lifespan even further. As the audience absorbed the earlier two characteristics, they initially nodded slightly, as these features are typical of solid-state batteries. However, when Chen Jin revealed the staggering energy density of 4,000 Wh, both the live audience and viewers online erupted with excitement, as the highest energy density of mainstream lithium batteries on the market is merely around 800 Wh, achieved through specialized electrode technologies. Now, with a sudden leap to 4,000, that is a five-fold increase. Have we truly stepped into the future? Before the audience could fully grasp the magnitude of this information, Chen Jin continued. Now, let us discuss the fourth advantage, which is its remarkably swift charging speed. This is likewise attributable to the incorporation of graphene technology. Under its exceptional conductivity, a single battery can achieve charging speeds exceeding 1600 watts, effectively alleviating our concerns regarding charging times. These are the primary advantages of our technology. Of course, its merits do not end here. It is also capable of being extremely lightweight and thin. Having discussed its advantages, let us now address its sole drawback. The only downside to this battery technology is its cost, which is significantly higher than that of conventional lithium batteries, primarily due to the use of graphene technology. As you are likely aware, the current preparation costs for graphene are quite steep, and even with our optimization of related manufacturing techniques, the production cost of this battery remains considerably higher than that of standard lithium batteries. However, rest assured that the actual price increase is only marginal, and I trust that our CEO, Lei, will surprise you all. Now, if you're interested in procuring our battery products, please feel free to send an email to the business address displayed on the screen for further communication. We also welcome you to visit our company for in-person discussions. Our address is Yangcheng Bailey District, Dreaming Dawn Industrial Park, and our full company name is Dreaming Dawn New Energy Technology Company, Limited. Please do not confuse it with our parent company, Dreaming Dawn. While we hope to collaborate with as many partners as possible, it is unfortunate that our factory is not yet fully operational, and thus our battery production speed cannot currently meet the demands of all partners. Therefore, if you wish to obtain batteries promptly, please do not hesitate to contact us. That concludes my presentation. I will now hand the stage back to CEO Lei, who will continue to introduce the new products he has brought with him. Thank you all. Upon finishing, Chen Jin stepped down from the stage and handed the microphone to Lei Busi. After receiving the microphone, Lei Busi addressed Chen Jin. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chen. Your presentation was impeccable. Ah, я appreciate your kind words, Cheole. The stage is now yours. I shall take my leave, Chen Jin replied with a smile, waving goodbye to Lei Busi as he retreated to the rest area behind the podium. Upon Chen Jin's return, several individuals in the rest area approached him, including prominent executives from the Rice Group, Wang Teng and Lu Weibing, along with 3 renowned female executives, all of whom expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your outstanding presentation. We are truly grateful. After shaking hands with them, Chen Jin waved and responded, Haha, no need for thanks. We are all about mutual cooperation and win-win outcomes. Indeed, Mr. Chen is absolutely correct. We thrive on collaboration, the executives concurred. Well then, let us not linger here. Let us turn our attention to CEO Lei's presentation. They agreed, nodding in unison. After seating themselves back on the sofa, which was positioned before a large screen displaying the stage, the long-awaited Tse nestled closer to Chen Jin, resting her head against his shoulder. Brother Jin, you were truly magnificent on stage just now. It brought me such joy to watch, she remarked. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jin embraced her gently, responding. As Liar stood on stage, hosting the event in her resplendent qipao, she exuded an aura that left Brother Jin utterly captivated. With a playful giggle, she suggested, Shall I wear it again for you when we return? Upon hearing Chen Jin express his excitement about her wearing the qipao, Xia Liar leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, Absolutely, it's a promise. And I shall don white stockings, he replied decisively, emboldened by her proximity. Oh dear, Brother Jin, you truly are a rogue. How can you wish for me to wear white stockings? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she playfully tapped him, responding in a whisper against his ear. Well, who can blame me for being enchanted by such beauty as yours? Liar, those long legs paired with white stockings would be simply unbeatable. Remember, you must keep your word when we return, he declared. Chen Jin, feeling a twinge of excitement at the thought of white stockings, leaned in to share his thoughts with her. Although slightly bashful, Xia Liar nodded in agreement. Hee. My dear Liar is simply delightful. Now, let us finish watching Mr. Lei's speech. This is a rare opportunity, Chen Jin said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they settled into the sofa to watch the grand screen. Nearby, several senior executives from DAMI exchanged amused glances, their smiles reflecting the youthful exuberance of the pair. Chapter 75, DAMI's new product launch. Meanwhile, as Chen Jin descended from the stage, the buzz of disbelief rippled through the audience. They could scarcely fathom that solid-state batteries have been developed, improved, and mass-produced. The astonishment was palpable not only among the attendees, but also among the nearly 90 million viewers online, where the barrage of comments surged into the thousands every second. Had it not been for the distribution of the live stream across various platforms, the sheer volume of viewers would have likely caused a catastrophic failure of the stream. Countless media outlets hastily captured screenshots of the live stream, embellishing their articles with sensational headlines such as solid-state batteries have arrived, the end of gasoline cars, and lithium batteries are dead. The era of solid-state batteries has dawned. As these media outlets rushed to publish their articles, Mr. Lei gradually took to the center of the stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. Having just heard Chen Jin's presentation, are you not utterly astounded? The solid-state battery emerged quietly, now reaching its 3rd generation. Truly incredible, wouldn't you agree? As he finished speaking, a thunderous roar of affirmation erupted from the audience, all enthusiastically shouting yes. Observing this fervent response, Mr. Lei maintained his warm smile, gesturing for silence before continuing. To be honest, when I first heard from Chen Jin that they had successfully developed the solid-state battery, I was equally bewildered. After all, countless companies and laboratories worldwide have invested immeasurable resources without achieving this breakthrough, yet a newly established domestic company has accomplished it. Thus, like you, I was initially incredulous. However, Chen Jin informed me that they are set to collaborate with the Xie Group and the State Council to establish a new company to manage this technology. Surely, you are familiar with the Xie Group, one of the top 5 real estate conglomerates in the country, the #1 in Guangdong province. Although they are not publicly traded, their market valuation surpasses ours at DAMI Group significantly. With the Xie Group's involvement and the support of the state, it is hard not to believe in this venture. This led to some rather unusual decisions on our part. After conducting research on the battery samples provided by Chen Jin, we confirmed that the solid-state battery had indeed been fully realized, boasting an energy density several times greater than current lithium batteries. Truly astonishing. Consequently, after 2 weeks of discussions, we ultimately decided to halt production and delivery of our DAMI SU7, and to avoid impacting the subsequent release of the 15 Ultra model, We regrettably had to cease production of the 15 series as well. Therefore, our previous decisions were made under circumstances where no viable alternatives existed. And we hope for your understanding. We will strive to prevent similar issues from arising in the future, and we sincerely appreciate your encouragement and support. As Mr. Lei concluded, the audience erupted into resounding applause, cheering for both their CEO and Chen Jin. Thank you, thank you. Your support means the world to us. Now, let us delve into the main focus of our product launch. I believe you're all eagerly anticipating the remarkable battery life of our phones equipped with solid-state batteries. The crowd roared in excitement. Yes, we can't wait. Their anticipation was palpable, having endured the frustrations of needing to charge their devices twice a day. They were finally on the brink of a groundbreaking battery technology. In addition to the audience present, viewers in the live stream were equally fervent, flooding the chat with enthusiastic comments. Observing the audience's rising excitement, Mr. Lei continued, "All right, please direct your attention to the big screen. Presenting our 15 Ultra. Recognizable, isn't it?" Some attendees voiced their confusion. "Isn't that the 14 Ultra?" Indeed, you are correct. This design is indeed the 14 Ultra. For our 15 Ultra, we have chosen to retain this familiar aesthetic. The reason is quite simple. Upon acquiring the new battery, we found ourselves with insufficient time to redesign the exterior without delaying the launch to the following year. Moreover, the 14 Ultra's design has received abundant praise from users. After careful consideration, we opted to continue with this design in hopes of maintaining your fondness for it. Since the exterior remains unchanged, we will swiftly move on to discuss the specifications of the 15 Ultra. First and foremost, we have ensured that the essential trifecta of performance is present. It is equipped with our latest Snapdragon 8 Supreme Edition processor, a powerhouse that you are likely well acquainted with, so I shall spare you the details. In terms of memory, we have incorporated the cutting-edge LPDDR5X RAM, boasting an astonishing frequency of 10,200 megabits per second. For storage, we have integrated the latest UFS 4.1 technology, achieving sequential read speeds of approximately 500 megabytes s and write speeds of 500 megabytes s, truly exceptional performance. With such high specifications, the performance score of the 15 Ultra has reached an impressive 3.5 million points. This concludes our discussion of the performance trifecta. Now, let us turn our attention to the display. Firstly, although our appearance retains elements from the previous generation, the incorporation of solid-state batteries alleviates our concerns regarding power consumption. This time, we have adopted a specially customized 6.73-inch OLED display with a resolution of 3840 by 2160 true 4K, featuring an all-encompassing micro-curved screen that presents an exceptionally delicate display. We will now demonstrate this with a video, so please direct your attention to the large screen. After Leibo's remarks, he stepped to the edge of the podium, and the large screen began to showcase a video contrasting various images to illustrate the pixel disparity between the 4K and 2K screens, highlighting the differences in color representation, which are palpably evident. Soon, the video concluded, and the venue erupted once more into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Chapter 76. The Rice New Product Launch Conference. In the midst of the fervent applause, Leibo returned to the center of the podium and inquired, "What are your impressions after watching the video? Isn't it truly astonishing?" Upon his question, the audience responded with rapturous cheers. It seems that everyone is quite enamored with this screen, as am I, for its display quality represents a significant enhancement over the 2K screen, particularly in the vividness of richly colored photographs, which are simply breathtaking. Furthermore, it supports a 1120 Hz LTPO seamless high refresh rate, as well as DC dimming and 1920 Hz high-frequency PWM dimming, and has also passed the rigorous triple certification from Rhineland. Of course, this screen not only boasts a 4K resolution and exceptional display quality, but also achieves a peak brightness of 4,500 nits, ensuring remarkable visibility even under direct sunlight. Moreover, thanks to the latest luminescent materials employed, this screen has seen a remarkable 50% reduction in power consumption at the same resolution, resulting in an overall consumption that is merely 30% higher than that of a standard 2K screen. Thus, not only does this screen deliver an outstanding visual experience, but it is also remarkably energy efficient. Having addressed the screen, let us now turn our attention to its internal components. Given that we maintain the external structure from the previous generation, there have been minimal alterations internally. Apart from replacing the short-focus fingerprint module with an ultrasonic fingerprint module, we have integrated our latest T1S communication chip in the relevant areas, ensuring that the 15 Ultra offers communication quality on par with the 15 Pro, so there is no need for concern regarding signal issues. Next, we shall discuss our camera module. Regarding the camera enhancements, due to time constraints, we have not implemented significant upgrades. We have merely upgraded our periscope telephoto lens to the latest 7x optical zoom lens. Compared to the 5x zoom lens on our 14 Ultra, this represents a substantial improvement. With the support of our latest algorithms, it facilitates 15x lossless zoom and 140x digital zoom. Please take a close look at the large screen, where we have displayed sample images taken at various focal lengths. Contrasting them with those captured by the 14 Ultra, do you not find the results to be superior with enhanced clarity? The audience, upon viewing the displayed samples, concurred that the images from the 15 Ultra exhibited greater clarity. Under the same 120x zoom conditions, the 15 Ultra's images portrayed softer physical contours with greater depth, prompting further cheers of approval from the audience. Upon hearing the applause, Le Beau, wearing his characteristic smile, continued, "Well, since everyone agrees that the samples from the 15 Ultra are impressive, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You can experience the photography for yourselves." Now, we arrive at the much-anticipated segment concerning battery life. I believe you can hardly contain your excitement, so let us proceed directly. Please direct your gaze to the large screen. This is the battery shape we ordered from Chen Jin and his team. Considering the current battery capacity, the utility of wireless charging has diminished significantly, which is why we have eliminated the wireless charging module and reallocated the space to enhance the battery size. As a result, this battery is approximately 23 larger than that of the 14 Ultra. Yet, despite the increase in size, thanks to the characteristics of solid-state batteries, its weight is nearly 20 lower than the previous lithium battery. With such an increase in volume, coupled with the ultra-high energy density of the solid-state graphene battery, can you guess the capacity of this battery? 25,000 mAh, 27,000 mAh, 30,000 mAh, 35,000 mAh. As Le Beau posed the question, the audience eagerly shouted their guesses. Upon hearing their responses, Le Beau shook his head and said, "Oh dear, it seems no one has guessed correctly. In that case, I shall reveal the answer. Please listen closely. This battery boasts an astounding capacity of 42,860 mAh. Does that not sound astonishing? Indeed it is. One full charge can effortlessly sustain you for an entire week without worrying about power. Even if you engage in gaming for 24 hours straight, it will ensure that you remain untethered for 2 days. However, some of you may have questions. Given that the maximum energy density of a solid-state graphene battery is around 4,000 Wh/L, approximately 5 times that of lithium batteries, one might wonder how it can achieve over 42,000 mAh. This brings us to the topic of graphene technology. As you may know, all batteries have an inherent internal resistance. The higher the internal resistance, the greater the discharge loss. Conversely, lower internal resistance results in reduced losses. Additionally, lithium batteries can experience a decrease in effective capacity when subjected to extreme temperatures. Therefore, the rated capacity of our lithium batteries is determined after thorough testing, taking these factors into account. In contrast, solid-state batteries are unaffected by such variables. They maintain an extraordinarily stable structure, remaining stable between -70 degrees and 70 degrees, ensuring their capacity does not diminish. Coupled with the advantages of graphene technology, their discharge losses are significantly lower than those of lithium batteries. Thus, without the aforementioned factors influencing performance, this battery achieves a remarkable capacity of 42,860 mAh. Next, let's discuss charging. In our pursuit to match the immense capacity of this battery, we invested considerable effort into designing a completely new power solution. Firstly, we incorporated 3 of our latest generation Surge G2 power management chips, along with 2 Surge P2 fast charge chips. Secondly, to prevent excessive charging power from causing significant heat generation, we have equipped these power management chips with a dedicated thermal armor that directly interfaces with our VC thermal plate, effectively dissipating heat and minimizing temperature increases during charging. Consequently, with such high-spec chips and effective thermal management, our 15 Ultra achieves a remarkable charging speed of 300 watts, capable of fully charging this battery in just 43 minutes. Moreover, it also supports 50 watts of external output, allowing it to function not only as a smartphone, but also as a portable power bank. At this point, you may wonder why most of our smartphones, which claim to support 120 watts of fast charging, still take approximately 20 minutes to fully charge a 6,000 mAh battery. In the case of our 15 Ultra, despite an increase in charging power of merely over 25 times, it managed to charge an impressive 42,860 mAh, an astonishing 7-fold increase in capacity, yet only required double the time. What accounts for this phenomenon? As previously articulated by Chen Jin, the answer lies in the fact that this battery inherently supports a staggering charging power of up to 600 watts, while we are utilizing only 300 watts, which is less than 1/5 of its capacity. This allows us to maintain a consistent peak charging power of 300 watts throughout, without any diminishment. However, the scenario differs for smartphones currently employing lithium batteries. Although they support charging at 120 watts, the inherent characteristics of lithium batteries result in heat generation during charging, and the greater the charging power, the more pronounced the heat issue becomes. To avert potential overheating that could lead to battery damage or even explosion, we must curtail the charging speed once the battery reaches a certain temperature, thereby ensuring the battery remains within a safe thermal range. Consequently, the actual time required to fully charge the phone increases. Temperature poses a critical vulnerability for lithium batteries. Yet, solid-state graphene batteries are impervious to this issue, permitting continuous full-power charging. Were we able to achieve a charging power exceeding 500 watts, we could fully charge this battery, boasting over 40,000 mAh, in approximately 8 minutes. Regrettably, our current power management chip does not facilitate such advancements, but this remains a direction for our future development. Now, having discussed the configuration of the 15 Ultra, let us briefly summarize its specifications. First, it incorporates the latest high-performance triad. The processor is the Snapdragon 8 Supreme Edition, renowned for its exceptional performance and energy efficiency, enabling seamless full-frame operation for most mainstream large-scale open-world mobile games. Additionally, it features LPDDR5X memory with speeds reaching 200 megabits per second, alongside UFS 4.1 flash storage with sequential read speeds of 100 megabytes s, culminating in a remarkably luxurious performance. Furthermore, we are proud to introduce a true 4K display that not only boasts outstanding visual quality, but also supports an unprecedented 120Hz LTPO variable refresh rate, achieving an extraordinary brightness of 500 nits, all while consuming 50 less power compared to conventional 4K screens, thus epitomizing energy efficiency. Next, we unveil our groundbreaking solid-state graphene battery, which offers a capacity of 42,860 mAh and supports a charging power of 300 watts, enabling a full charge in just 43 minutes, alleviating concerns of battery anxiety. And notably, this battery remains cool, making it exceptionally user-friendly for gaming enthusiasts. Lastly, regarding the camera, body structure, and cooling systems, as there are no significant alterations, I shall refrain from elaborating. You may refer to the screen or take photos for your records. Upon revealing such an impressive configuration, one might wonder about its price, pondering whether it may be exorbitant. After all, Chen Jin previously mentioned that the cost of this solid-state graphene battery is considerably higher than that of a standard lithium battery. Coupled with the current surge in chip prices and the significantly higher costs associated with our debut 4K display compared to 2K, it is undeniable that the cost of the 15 Ultra surpasses that of its predecessor. This is an unavoidable reality that we hope you can appreciate. To be candid, while our Rice Group has consistently strived for high-end market penetration, we aspire to achieve this through collective efforts across all departments, gradually elevating our quality to a level esteemed by all. Thus, even though we fortuitously secured the exclusive collaboration for the launch of the solid-state graphene battery, we remain committed to not leveraging this opportunity to impose an unacceptably high price. Therefore, after thorough discussions with our executive team, we have resolved to set the price of the 15 Ultra at 8,499 yuan. Moreover, do not be misled. Our base configuration starts at 16 GB RAM and 512 GB storage. As Lei Bice boldly announced, the backdrop screen resonated with the familiar sound of a thud, and the substantial figure of 8,499 was displayed prominently. The audience erupted in astonishment. Such a price leaves competitors at a loss, perhaps even facing closure. Lei is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Lei Bice declare the price, the audience seemed to lose their composure, initially believing that such a configuration could not possibly be priced below 10,000 yuan. Given its high-end flagship performance and the rare 4K display, these two features alone could justify a price of 7,999 yuan, especially considering that the previous generation 14 Ultra with 16 GB RAM and 512 GB storage was priced at 6,999 yuan. In the current climate of rising costs for all three performance components, merely upgrading these features would necessitate a price point of at least 7,499 yuan. Furthermore, the difference in cost between a 4K and a 2K screen is undeniably substantial, exceeding 500 yuan. This implies that, even without the enhancement of the solid-state graphene battery. The Rise 15 Ultra could command a price exceeding 8,000 yuan. Yet now, with the exclusive launch of the 860 mAh solid-state graphene battery and 300-watt charging power, the price remains a mere 8,499 yuan. This effectively signals the end for many high-end models from rival brands, particularly that of a certain fruit-themed smartphone, as the promise of longevity renders mere smoothness a triviality, especially since Rice smartphones do not lag behind in system fluidity. While it is true that Rice smartphones have garnered considerable criticism online due to perceived lag issues, it is also evident that Rice users often prefer to voice their grievances publicly before seeking after-sales support, contrasting with users of other brands who typically pursue direct support first. This has led to a disproportionately negative online reputation for Rice's system, with complaints of lag recurring across generations. Yet, curiously, despite these unfavorable reviews, Rice smartphones continue to enjoy robust sales, even witnessing growth. This leads to the conclusion that Rice smartphones may not be as deficient as presumed. Now, with the Rise 15 Ultra boasting the astonishing capacity of a solid-state battery, it may very well eclipse all current high-end smartphones, as competitors would require at least 4 to 5 months to launch a new model featuring a similar battery. Thus, with such a pioneering advantage, Lei Bice has chosen to pursue a value-for-money approach, igniting fervor among his supporters and rendering even those who are not fans speechless at this surprising price point. Even the critics find themselves at a loss for words regarding this pricing. As Chapter 78 unfolds, featuring the Rice SU-7 with a remarkable 3,000 kilometers of range, Lei Bice, standing on stage and observing the ecstatic crowd, recognizes their astonishment at the price. Therefore, after a brief pause of 2 minutes, he gestures for calm and states, all right, everyone, please do not be overly excited. Allow me to finish speaking, if you will." Upon hearing Lei Bice's words, the audience gradually quiets, and he continues, "It is worth mentioning that the price we have set is the result of a momentous decision. As you all know, opportunities to change the world are exceedingly rare. However, upon hearing the resounding cheers from the audience, I realized that our decision was indeed the right one. This encapsulates the very essence of our Rice Group's existence, an unwavering belief that splendid things are on the horizon." As Lei Jun uttered this timeless adage, the hall erupted once more into thunderous applause, while the live stream was simultaneously inundated with this classic phrase. While the audience expressed overwhelming approval of our pricing, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chen Jin, the visionary behind our groundbreaking innovation. It was he who developed this unprecedented technology. Without his efforts, we would have had to wait several years before we could access the first generation of solid-state batteries, rather than having the privilege of utilizing the third-generation solid-state graphene battery right now. Thus, we must express our profound appreciation for Mr. Chen. Although he is not present on stage, he is watching our launch event from the backstage lounge. So, let us offer him the warmest applause, shall we? Before Lei Jun could finish, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause that resonated throughout the venue. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Chen Jin, watching the live stream, could only shake his head with a bemused smile at Lei Jun's antics. He had certainly become a household name now. Beside him, Sailor, noticing Chen Jin's reaction, curiously inquired, "Brother Jin, why do you seem displeased?" "I'm not displeased," Chen Jin explained. "I was merely contemplating whether this newfound fame might disrupt our lives." Upon hearing Chen Jin's concerns, Sailor replied, "Oh, so you're worried about that? What is there to fear? You rarely make public appearances for promotions. The netizens will probably forget about you in no time. Haha." After Chen Jin elucidated, Sailor couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. "Ha! You little rascal dare to laugh. Watch this." Seeing Sailor giggle with her mouth covered, Chen Jin couldn't resist the urge to tickle her, causing her to stifle her laughter and turn beet red, mindful of the public setting. However, aware that the current atmosphere was somewhat inappropriate, he lightly reprimanded her before pulling her soft form into his embrace as they resumed watching the broadcast on the large screen. At the event venue, following a round of applause, the audience gradually settled down. Lei Jun continued, "Well, I believe Mr. Chen can feel our enthusiastic applause. Let us now return to the pricing and configuration of the 15 Ultra. First, our 16,512G configuration is priced at 8,499 yuan, while the 161 terabytes variant is available for 9,099 yuan. We are offering the same 3 colors as the 14 Ultra, allowing everyone to choose according to their personal preference. Additionally, we are once again providing a special titanium edition, configured as the 161 terabytes version, priced at 9,999 yuan. This concludes our presentation of the 15 Ultra. Although we faced some last-minute changes that limited our preparation time, we have nonetheless strived to infuse this 15 Ultra with remarkable innovations. And we hope you will all appreciate it. Regarding the release of the 15 Ultra, we initially planned to commence pre-sales at midnight tomorrow, with official sales starting at 8 p.m. the following day. However, seeing how much everyone adores the 15 Ultra, I surmise you can hardly wait. Therefore, we have opted for an alternative plan. We will initiate nationwide online and offline direct sales tomorrow at noon. For those interested in the 15 Ultra, you can purchase it online or reserve it at our Rice home, with prices remaining consistent. Do not miss out. As late June announced the sales commencement time, the hall erupted into another wave of fervent cheers. Now that we've discussed the 15 Ultra, let us move on to another significant product, our Rice SU7 battery swapping version. It has been several months since we last delivered the SU7, and during this time, we have faced relentless criticism online. Numerous self-media accounts have maliciously spread rumors, claiming we are on the brink of collapse or that our SU7 has fatal flaws, necessitating an urgent halt in production for major revisions. Such a plethora of rumors has emerged. However, due to confidentiality reasons, we have refrained from responding publicly. This does not imply we have been oblivious to the situation. We have gathered information on the accounts spreading these falsehoods, and our legal department will address them accordingly. I encourage everyone to approach unverified information with rationality to avoid being misled by those with ulterior motives. Now, having addressed those unpleasant matters, let me continue to explain our Rice SU7 battery swapping version. You may be unfamiliar with this term, as few automotive companies undertake such an initiative. Most manufacturers, during updates, typically upgrade the vehicle's internal structure and exterior, presenting them as new models without separately replacing the battery configuration. Our SU7 battery swapping version, as the name implies, solely involves the replacement of the battery pack and charging module, with no other modifications made, hence the name. We are employing an entirely new solid-state graphene battery. If it were our standard version, can you guess how much energy it can achieve? I'm certain your guesses will be incorrect. Much like the Rice 15 Ultra, as Lei Jun invited guesses regarding the battery capacity, a cacophony of responses erupted from the audience. 300 degrees, 350 degrees, 400 degrees, 500 degrees? At this moment, the viewership of the live stream surged to an astonishing 1.5 billion, with at least 30 million viewers actively participating, their guesses flooding the comment section, resulting in over 1 million comments per second. Following the announcement of the solid-state graphene battery technology, the news had already reached the pinnacle of trending status across major social platforms, generating immense excitement. Thus, amidst such fervent interest, countless netizens flocked to various streaming platforms to watch the broadcast. Even with multiple platforms streaming simultaneously and the audience dispersed across various channels, the sheer volume of traffic caused technicians monitoring the live streams to break into a cold sweat, hastily adding extra server units to prevent a potential crash. If the servers were to fail at this critical moment, the boss would likely come at them with a metaphorical axe. Meanwhile, observing the audience's conservative guesses, Lei Jun chuckled. It seems everyone's estimates are rather cautious. Why is the highest only 500 degrees? We should aim higher, right? Let us roughly calculate. Our solid-state graphene battery can achieve energy densities of 300 to 400 WHL, whereas the highest energy density of the lithium-ion batteries currently in use is approximately 350 to 400 WHL. So, can you now estimate how much energy our SU7 possesses? Indeed, if we consider the same volume, our standard SU7 battery can achieve an impressive 710 degrees of energy. The Pro version can reach 930 degrees, and the Max version can astonishingly attain 1,000 degrees. Isn't it astonishing? How can solid-state graphene batteries in vehicles achieve the same energy density as those found in mobile phones? This is indeed one of the most exquisite aspects of this battery technology. Chen Jin informed me that during production, whether for the compact batteries used in smartphones or the larger variants in automobiles, the manufacturing processes remain identical aside from their differing sizes, enabling both to attain equivalent energy densities. Thus, we speak of a transformative advancement. The advent of this battery is poised to instigate seismic changes across countless industries. However, while this battery boasts remarkable energy density, it also signifies that its costs exceed those of our current automotive batteries. After careful consideration of various factors, we opted not to maintain the original configuration of the battery pack, but instead reduced it to approximately 60 to 70 of its original size, thereby significantly lowering costs. Nevertheless, our standard version still features a configuration of 435 kilowatt-hours. The Pro version offers 600 kilowatt-hours, and the Max version boasts an impressive 710 kilowatt-hours. Furthermore, solid-state graphene batteries are approximately 30 lighter than lithium batteries of the same volume. Consequently, after reducing the number of batteries, the overall weight of our battery pack has decreased by 55 compared to the previous lithium battery setup. As a result, the total weight of the standard version has been reduced to 660 kilograms, the Pro version to 734 kilograms, and the Max version to 850 kilograms. The newly equipped SU-7 can be described as being lightened for its journey. Do you all find this SU-7 appealing? After concluding his remarks, Lei Jun instinctively posed a question. And the audience, witnessing the astonishing battery capacity of the battery-swapping version of the SU-7, erupted in excitement, shouting their approval. We love it. We adore it. We are absolutely thrilled. Observing the audience's exuberance, Lei Jun gestured for quiet and stated, "Honestly, I am quite enamored with it as well, especially since it possesses a remarkable 435 kilowatt-hour capacity, making it feasible to traverse the entire nation." In light of this, one might assume that testing urban range has become somewhat trivial. However, we still endeavored to ascertain this information, allowing our testing personnel to run trials continuously for over a month. The final result revealed that the CLTC range of our standard version SU-7 is 300 kilometers. If driven consistently at 120 kilometers per hour on the highway, its range can exceed 3,000 kilometers. Chapter 79. The conclusion of the press conference. Now, we have discussed the range of our standard version. Next, we turn to the Pro version, which, when fully charged, achieves a CLTC range of 300 kilometers. If driven at a constant speed of 120 kilometers per hour, its range can surpass 700 kilometers. Finally, the Max version, with its impressive 710 kilowatt-hour capacity, boasts an astonishing CLTC range of 600 kilometers. At a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, it can reach over 200 kilometers. Can you comprehend the significance of this range? This distance allows one to travel directly from the southern city of Guangzhou to the northernmost point of Mo. Thus, armed with such remarkable energy capacity, we can confidently assert that our SU-7 has realized our dream, to travel across all of China on a single charge. With this battery, we need no longer fear running out of power on the journey home during the festive season, as our range far surpasses that of conventional fuel vehicles. Moreover, thanks to the ultra-high charging power of the solid-state graphene battery, we have also tailored a fast-charging module capable of supporting a maximum charging power of 600 kilowatts, which is standard across all our battery-swapping versions. However, as we currently lack charging stations that accommodate such high charging power, the actual charging speed will depend on the maximum power supported by the charging stations. To address this issue, we are researching charging stations that can support up to 500 kilowatts, but this will require some time, so we kindly ask for your understanding. Having shared so much, you should now have a profound understanding of our SU-7 battery swapping version, and I shall refrain from reiterating. Please take a look at the information currently displayed on our large screen. Lastly, let us discuss the price, a matter of significant concern. I have previously mentioned this twice, and Chen has also touched upon it. The cost of solid-state graphene batteries is substantially higher than that of conventional lithium batteries. Therefore, even after reducing the number of batteries, the cost of the new battery pack remains considerably elevated. Consequently, the cost of our battery swapping version is more than twice that of the previous model. After considering various factors, we have set the price for the standard version of the battery swapping model at 859,000 yuan, the Pro version at 559,000 yuan, and the Max version at 999,000 yuan. I wonder if you all find these prices acceptable? Upon announcing the prices, Lei Jun inquired loudly, and the audience was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the figures. They had not anticipated that the previously announced 15 Ultra would offer such value. Now, the cost-effectiveness of the battery-swapping version of the SU-7 is even more pronounced. This represents a staggering six-fold increase in range, not merely an increase of 100 or 200 kilometers. Given such a substantial enhancement in range, the price has only risen by a few tens of thousands, and even for the Max version, the increase is merely 100,000 yuan. In comparison to models from other competitors, this is a remarkable competitive advantage. Thus, upon hearing Lei Jun's question, the audience erupted in enthusiastic shouts. "We can accept it! We can accept it! We can accept it!" Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, Lei Jun was momentarily taken aback by their enthusiasm and quickly gestured for silence. All right. Since everyone is in agreement with the price, let us discuss our new delivery plan. Previously, when we announced the cessation of production and delivery, we initiated the order refund process. However, we are immensely grateful that a considerable number of locked-in users have chosen to continue supporting us and are willing to wait. As a token of appreciation for these users who have not refunded their orders, we will offer a 30% discount on the upgrade service. In other words, if you're a locked-in user of the standard version, you may opt to upgrade your order to our battery swapping version at half the upgrade cost, meaning you would only need to pay an additional 490,000 yuan to transition to the battery swapping version. Of course, you may also choose to proceed with the original order version, and we will continue to arrange production for you, or you may opt for a refund, for which we will still provide a 1,000 yuan cash voucher as compensation. For users of other versions who have not refunded, you may also choose to pay 70 of the difference to upgrade to our battery swapping version or continue with the original order model. We will open the order modification and refund services after the press conference concludes. If you select the upgrade option, production will be prioritized based on the order confirmation sequence. And the same applies to other options. We appreciate your patience. That concludes our approach for users who have not refunded their orders. Thank you all for your encouragement and support. Additionally, our SU7 battery swapping version will commence pre-orders at 2 p.m. 3 days from now with a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Users who pre-order but do not lock in their orders will have 7 days to either confirm their orders or cancel them. If the deadline passes without locking in, our system will automatically secure your order. Upon locking in an order, the reservation fee becomes non-refundable. I urge all participants to deliberate carefully before finalizing their orders. It is worth mentioning that we have prepared the Founder S edition of the SU7 with an upgraded availability of 10,000 units, 5,000 units of the Pro version, and 5,000 units of the Max version. Each of these editions features a distinctive Founder S emblem and is available for immediate purchase. The reservation period for the Founder S edition is set for tonight at 8 p.m. If you are interested, please visit the reservation portal for the Founder S edition on our Dami Automobile homepage. A gentle reminder that the quantity is limited and will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. That brings us to the conclusion of our presentation regarding the SU7 battery swapping version. Frankly, we have exerted our utmost effort to set the pricing. What you may not be aware of is that our costs have already factored in the 10 launch discount offered by Chen Jin. Therefore, we sincerely hope for your continued support. As we wrap up, despite presenting only 2 products, both are astonishing innovations that required tremendous dedication to bring to fruition. We hope you will find them delightful. Some may wonder why we did not discuss our Ultra version during this presentation. There's indeed a rationale behind this. Previously, due to battery capacity constraints, we made several compromises in performance, which many referred to as dilution. Now, with the incorporation of solid-state graphene batteries, energy capacity is no longer an issue. We are thus focused on further optimizing our Ultra version to deliver a flawless, cutting-edge sedan with peak performance. We ask for your anticipation. Please stay tuned for the announcement regarding the release date of our SU7 Ultra version, and we will ensure that you are informed promptly. With that, our presentation officially concludes. We kindly ask everyone to exit in an orderly fashion, and we look forward to seeing you at the next Ultra release event. Chapter 80. Booming sales. After concluding his speech, Lei Bus swiftly descended from the podium and made his way to the backstage rest area. Noticing Chen Jin and Xia Lu stretching, he approached them and inquired, "Mr. Chen, Ms. Xia, may I ask what your plans are for the remainder of the day? If you have no arrangements, I would be delighted to treat you to some authentic local cuisine." Upon hearing the mention of food, Xia Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chen Jin. Recognizing her eagerness, Chen Jin replied to Lei Bus, "Thank you, Mr. Lei. We happen to be free this evening, so we shall gladly accept your invitation." "Wonderful. We shall head over shortly. Please bear with us for a moment as we gather our belongings." Lei Bus responded with a beaming smile before swiftly moving toward the Dami executives to discuss subsequent matters. Afterward, he returned to Chen Jin and Xia Lu, saying, "Shall we?" "Absolutely, let us go." "Onzième le exclaimed, issuing Chen Jin a sentiment. The group proceeded to the exit at the rear of the exhibition center, where several business vehicles awaited. Once they boarded, the driver promptly navigated away from the venue to evade the throngs of enthusiastic fans and fervent reporters. That evening, under Lei Bus's warm hospitality, Chen Jin and Xia Lu indulged in a plethora of local delicacies, including Peking duck, grilled lamb spine, hot pot lamb, and deer antler delicacies. However, there was one local delicacy, known as doji, which both found utterly unpalatable, nearly causing them to recoil in horror after their first taste. After that experience, They vowed to be more cautious with their culinary choices. Aside from this minor episode, they enjoyed a satisfying feast, with only a few dishes being somewhat too rich for their taste. Ultimately, they savored their meal to the point of discomfort. Les Bus, observing their satiated expressions, felt a profound sense of joy, as a host's success is often measured by the satisfaction of their guests. After resting for a while, Chen Jin and Cielu returned to their hotel under Les Bus's arrangement. Upon Les Bus's return to the company, he was informed by the executives of Dami Automobile's sales department that the 10,000 units of the SU-7 Founder S edition had been completely reserved within a mere 10 minutes. Nodding slightly at the news, Les Bus considered this outcome anticipated, as the Founder S edition had previously sold extremely well upon its initial release, and now, bolstered by solid-state graphene batteries, the demand was even more pronounced. While the executives of Dami Group reveled in the SU-7's remarkable success, unbeknownst to them, the customer service department was grappling with unprecedented challenges. Following the launch of the Dami 15 Ultra, a fervent wave of enthusiasm surged across various social media and short video platforms, with multiple topics trending and maintaining high visibility. Countless netizens flocked to Dami Group's official online store, eagerly inquiring when sales would commence, as their anticipation was palpable. In light of this frenzy, customer service personnel promptly reported the situation to their superiors. Upon receiving guidance to respond normally, the duty staff exhaled a sigh of relief. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:59 a.m. the next day. At this moment, millions of netizens had already opened the shopping app, eagerly navigating to the Dami 15 Ultra purchase page, fervently clicking the buy button, praying to place their orders as soon as sales opened at noon. As anticipated, the Dami 15 Ultra launched precisely at 12 p.m. However, in an unexpected turn, all inventory prepared over the preceding 4 months was sold out within just 5 minutes. Moreover, once the stock was depleted, they swiftly initiated a paid reservation campaign, which shocked the flagship store's operational team. Within a mere half hour, they received an astonishing 4 million pre-order requests, nearly 2 million on one platform, close to 1 million on another, and over 1 million on Dami Mall, with numbers continuing to surge at a staggering pace. When the flagship store personnel reported these figures to the market head, it elicited a cold sweat, prompting immediate notification to Les Bus. Although he had anticipated high demand, the actual figures astonished him, exceeding his expectations by threefold. While this brought him delight, it also posed a significant challenge, as their production capacity could not accommodate such a volume of orders. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly convened a meeting with the group's senior management to discuss strategies for addressing the current production capacity issues. Failure to do so could lead to severe backlash. After all, if this trend continued, they would soon find themselves facing several months of backlog, which would undoubtedly lead to significant criticism. Chen Jin, upon learning of this development, was equally taken aback. Wasn't there a trend towards consumption downgrade? How could a smartphone price starting at 499 yuan sell hundreds of thousands of units within minutes? It appeared that many were concealing their true purchasing power, while the executives of the Rice Group were convening to discuss solutions to the capacity issues. The online realm was abuzz with excitement. Countless netizens, having successfully secured their purchases, eagerly took to social media platforms to flaunt their acquisitions through posts, videos, and tweets, inciting envy among those who had missed out. For many, failing to obtain one of these coveted items meant a prolonged period without the opportunity to purchase, especially upon witnessing the staggering number of pre-orders. These were paid reservations, not mere free sign-ups. Consequently, affluent individuals who were unable to make a purchase, as well as scalpers hoping to profit from the price differential, began to engage in overpriced acquisitions. The original model, priced at 499 yuan, saw its price soar to 12,000 yuan, while the Titanium Special Edition escalated to an astounding 15,000 yuan, with prices continuing to rise. However, those events were but a prelude. After spending a few days in the capital with Cielu, Chen Jin returned via airplane to Yangqing. Upon his return, Chen Jin convened a mid-year summary meeting with a management team consisting of departmental heads and above. The primary focus of this meeting was to compile and review the sales performance data for the 6 months since the commencement of business activities in November of the previous year. During the meeting, Zheng Dongchu presented the meticulously organized data to Chen Jin and commenced his report. "Boss, allow me to first update you on our bearing sales performance. Since our bearings debuted at the Rice Automobile launch event, they have garnered immense consumer interest. As of June 1st of this year, we have received orders from 12 domestic automobile enterprises and 3 industrial machinery companies, totaling an impressive 58 million units. Currently, we have completed orders amounting to 53 million units, yielding a total revenue of 1 billion yuan. Given that we only accept cash or bank transfer payments and do not accommodate any forms of promissory notes or collateral payments, we have so far received 3 billion yuan in payments, aside from small portions still pending. Additionally, we have 12.05 million units in pending production orders, and based on recent data, we are currently witnessing an average of 5 million new orders each month. Thus, if we maintain our production at 160,000 units daily, or approximately 4 million units monthly, we shall soon enter a stable production phase aligned with order quantities within the next 4 months. Upon hearing this data, Chen Jin nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Indeed, securing 5 million orders per month is quite commendable. Furthermore, once our solid-state batteries are fully launched, the sales of new energy vehicles are expected to experience exponential growth, which will undoubtedly lead to a surge in our orders. Therefore, we must plan to expand our production lines. However, there is no immediate urgency regarding that. Please continue, Uncle Zhang." Chapter 81. Summary. Very well. Next, let us discuss the sales performance of our yachts. As of June 1st, we have received orders for 421 yachts. Among these, 157 orders are from domestic clients and neighboring countries, 184 from the Middle East, 25 from across Europe, 43 from North and South America, and the remaining 12 from Australia and Africa. Although the initial 2 months saw a limited number of docks and a lack of skilled labor, resulting in slower construction, the subsequent increase in dock availability and the improvement in workers' proficiency, coupled with the unique properties of our specialized steel, has allowed us to adopt a modular construction approach that significantly reduces the time required compared to conventional yacht building. Presently, we are able to complete a batch of 32 yachts approximately every 25 days, albeit with some dramatic embellishment for narrative purposes. And with an additional 5 days required for inspections, the total time for delivering a batch is around 1 month. Over the past 4 months, we have delivered a total of 128 yachts, along with the initial 36 yachts delivered in the first 2 months, bringing our total deliveries for the half year to 164 yachts, resulting in revenue of 6,563 billion yuan. In addition to the revenue from deliveries, we currently hold orders requiring a 30 deposit totaling 132 yachts, amounting to 331,648 billion yuan, and 125 fully paid orders, all from wealthy clients in the Middle East, totaling 36 billion yuan. Thus, our total order value for yachts to date stands at 78,848 billion yuan, with actual accounted income reaching 34,796,848 billion yuan. When combined with the revenue from bearings, our total income for the past 6 months amounts to 55,796,848 billion yuan. Overall, our yacht orders span the major powers of the world, and as our deliveries increase, the geographical reach will undoubtedly expand further. Boss, you may not be aware, but over the past 2 months, we have secured more than 50 orders from the United States and the Middle East. The clients behind these orders had previously expressed interest in the yachts under the Delay Group, but after our marketing efforts, they redirected their orders to us. The executives at Delay Group were infuriated upon learning of this situation, particularly their president for the Asia-Pacific region, who was my former superior, who called me late at night to berate me. Initially, I was reluctant to answer, not wanting to engage with him, so I hung up several times. To my surprise, he persistently continued to call. Just as I contemplated blocking him, I remembered that we had snatched over 50 yacht orders from them. Therefore, I decided to answer the call. Once connected, he unleashed a tirade, accusing us of unscrupulously stealing their orders. To be honest, hearing his impotent rage was quite gratifying, especially when he inquired why we had taken their orders. I feigned ignorance and replied nonchalantly, which felt utterly delightful. Ultimately, he, in a fit of humiliation and rage, warned us to await our reckoning. I could only retort that he should practice his skills more, before promptly hanging up and blocking him. Ah, how the tables have turned. Previously, when we sought clarification on their discriminatory practices in our country, he had been incredibly arrogant, proclaiming that we would not be able to produce a yacht of such caliber within a decade, leaving us no choice but to select their products. Little did he know, in less than 6 months, we had developed a yacht that outclassed theirs, and we had even seized their orders. What a satisfying turn of events. At this point, Zheng Dongqiu couldn't help but chuckle. Observing his reaction, Chen Jin understood the satisfaction he had felt during that phone call and replied with a grin. Haha, I never imagined Uncle Zheng would take such delight in this situation. The saying 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River is quite fitting. And to think you even know the term practice more from the internet. Nevertheless, this approach is indeed gratifying. After all, they had engaged in discriminatory practices against us in our own country. Moving forward, we shall intensify our advertising efforts in the United States, striving to capture all their orders, leaving them merely to watch in disbelief. Moreover, we must ensure that our marketing department amplifies our advertising in the Middle East. Currently, we only have 184 yachts ordered there, which is far from the market's potential. We cannot afford to overlook these affluent clients. Upon hearing Chen Jin's directives, Zheng Dongchu nodded in agreement and responded, "Rest assured, boss. We are already implementing these strategies, and we plan to deploy offline billboards and advertisements on public transportation in the Middle East. I am confident that our magnificent and luxurious yachts will undoubtedly become the favored choice among the affluent in that region." Excellent. As for the specifics of the advertising rollout, Uncle Zheng, you shall take the lead. Is there anything else you need to report? Regarding Zheng Dongchu's plans, Chen Jin felt a profound sense of reassurance. After attentively listening to his introduction, he nodded in acknowledgement and said, "I have no further inquiries at this moment. Let us proceed with the department heads reporting on the business progress over the past 6 months." After contemplating briefly, Zheng Dongchu realized he had addressed all his questions and replied, "Very well, let us begin with the technical department. Supervisor Zhang, how is the progress of our various systems?" Upon hearing Chen Jin's inquiry directed at him, Supervisor Zhang from the technical department connected the projector's video line to his laptop. Once the projector displayed his computer screen, he began to speak. "Boss, the first phase of our official website's development was completed on November 7th of last year. The second phase has now advanced to over 70. Here, you can observe the current progress." After stating this, Supervisor Zhang opened the demo page for the second phase of the website. Given that a 70 completion rate is remarkably high, the entire demo page showcased a clear outline and fundamental functionalities. As Supervisor Zhang presented, Chen Jin nodded in approval and remarked, "Overall, it appears satisfactory. Please expedite its completion and launch." "Understood, boss." Next, I will outline the progress of our app, the backend management system, and our yacht control system. After approximately 20 minutes of presentation by Supervisor Zhang, Chen Jin gained a comprehensive understanding of the current status of the technical department. Following him were the heads of the marketing, design, human resources, finance, business, and legal departments. Once each department head had concluded their respective reports, 2 hours had elapsed. After listening to their updates, Chen Jin nodded and said, "I have grasped the situation you all reported. As our business is still in its infancy, there is a considerable amount of work to be done. I appreciate everyone's efforts and encourage you to continue striving. Oh, by the way, we have also generated a substantial profit over the past 6 months, thanks to the hard work of all of you. Therefore, I intend to distribute year-end bonuses for employees with over 3 months of service. The company will award each person 30,000. Workers at the shipyard and steel mill who have endured considerable hardships will receive 50,000 each. For employees with less than 3 months of service, everyone will receive 10,000, while those at the supervisory level and above will receive 100,000 each. As for you, Uncle Zheng, the bonus will be 10 million, and both Wang Jiangwo and Zheng Taizhu will each receive 1 million. If there are any employees who have been with us for over a month and have demonstrated outstanding performance, they may also receive additional bonuses of 30,000 or 50,000. Uncle Zheng, you Wang Jiangwo, and Zheng Taizhu can discuss this amongst yourselves and bring it to me for signature later. Lastly, I propose a 20 increase in wages for all employees, whether old or newly hired, as long as they have completed their probationary period, including you, Uncle Zheng. New hires who have not yet transitioned to permanent status will also enjoy this benefit once they do. We do not engage in superficial gestures. Our aim is that everyone benefits. Uncle Zheng, please follow up on this." "Oh, thank you, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements." Upon learning of his own substantial bonus of 10 million, Zheng Dongchu quickly responded. The other department heads, upon hearing of the bonuses and the 20 salary increase, expressed their astonishment and gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, boss. Your generosity is unparalleled. You are magnificent. No need for formalities. Let us all work diligently moving forward. Bonuses will certainly be abundant for everyone. I am a man of my word," Chen Jin said, waving off their praises. Chapter 82. Subsequent development plans. Having concluded the meeting, Chen Jin dismissed everyone except Zheng Dongchu, who remained. Once the others had departed, Zheng Dongchu ventured, "Boss, I have a suggestion. During the expansion of our shipyard, The distance between our shipyard and the steel mill is merely around 900 meters, which is quite close. I propose that we acquire the land in between, thereby merging the two facilities. This would create a comprehensive manufacturing complex, facilitating the transportation of materials and equipment. Furthermore, we would have ample space to construct additional factories, whether for bearing production, engine manufacturing, large dry docks, or other equipment production. This would be immensely beneficial for our future development. Additionally, our current line of yachts caters to the small yacht market and does not fulfill the demands of clients seeking larger vessels. Consequently, if we plan to develop and produce large yachts or other sizable ships in the future, we will inevitably need to construct several large dry docks. Therefore, we must consider potential challenges ahead. Previously, we started from scratch, progressing incrementally as our factory and production lines were established, which has hindered our capacity to keep pace with order volumes, resulting in the unfortunate abandonment of some orders and subsequent losses. Thus, if we wish to ensure that our future business expansion is not restricted by production capacity, we need to construct essential factory facilities in advance to be ready for new developmental needs. Upon hearing Zhang Dongchu's rationale, Chen Jin pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. Currently, the constraints of our production capacity have indeed rendered us unable to accept numerous orders. For instance, the shipyard is limited by insufficient dry docks and inadequate supporting facilities, which in turn has hampered our production speed, failing to match the rising number of orders. As a result, many potential clients, despite their keen interest in our yachts, become disheartened upon learning that construction and delivery could take several months or even a year. If additional factors come into play, these prospective clients may abandon their reservations, leading to lost orders. Thus, to evolve into a mature shipbuilding enterprise, we require sufficient land for the construction of comprehensive production facilities. By doing so, the collaborative functioning of various workshops will expedite shipbuilding, shorten order delivery times, and ultimately increase order volumes, thereby accelerating revenue growth. Although Jiangnan Shipyard was once capable of constructing large cargo vessels weighing tens of thousands of tons and boasted several expansive production workshops, these facilities are now underutilized for the production of 60-ton small vessels, and many of these large workshops have not undergone upgrades in nearly 2 decades, rendering their internal equipment outdated. Consequently, only a few small production workshops remain operational. While these smaller workshops have gradually been equipped with new machinery over the past year, the limitations imposed by the size of the Factory-S workshops restrict their effective use. For instance, newer large die casting and cutting equipment occupies more space than older models, thereby reducing the available operational area and hampering the workers' efficiency. Furthermore, the older workshops are unsuitable for expansion, and the construction of large cruise ship facilities is not feasible. Thus, to rectify this situation, we must embark on the construction of new production workshops. Contemplating this, Chen Jin remarked, "Indeed, Uncle Zheng, your insights are astute. Our current production capacity is undeniably too low. Presently, we estimate our monthly output to be around 32 vessels, totaling less than 2,000 tons annually, far below the standards of larger domestic shipyards, which boast annual outputs in the hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons. Therefore, it is imperative that we establish a complete set of supporting workshops and production lines." "Very well, Uncle Zheng. Please inquire with the Land Bureau of Yangsheng to see if the land can be purchased. If so, proceed with the acquisition. And also ask if the plot on the other side of the steel mill is for sale. If it is, let us acquire it together, as there seems to be little interest in the surrounding land. Should you encounter any difficulties in the purchase, do let me know, and I will speak with the mayor. I cannot believe they would not want Yangsheng to host another large shipyard." "Understood, boss. I will inquire shortly and send you the details of the land afterward." Upon hearing Chen Jin's agreement with his plan, Zhang Dongchu nodded in response. "Very well. I shall await your good news, Uncle Zhang. If you have no further issues at present, you may return to your tasks. I need to head to the battery factory shortly." After concluding matters here, Chen Jin was also required to visit the battery factory, as Xie Jingye had messaged him yesterday stating that numerous orders had been received. Given the current production capacity, it was evident that it would be far from sufficient to meet the demand, necessitating a discussion regarding factory expansion. "Boss, I have no further issues, so I'll take my leave now." "Very well, you may go." With that, Zhang Dongchu rose and exited the conference room. Chen Jin tidied his belongings before making his way to the parking garage downstairs. After nearly an hour's drive, Chen Jin arrived at the battery factory, where he parked at the designated lot outside the facility and was then transported to the administrative building by the security staff. This method was primarily adopted for security reasons. Due to the paramount importance of solid-state graphene batteries and the subsequent collaboration with the military, Chen Jin had directly requested a battalion of 130 retired soldiers from Commander He, equipped with necessary firearms to ensure the safety surrounding the battery factory. Consequently, under such stringent security measures, no vehicles were permitted to enter the factory premises, including Chen Jin's, as there was no guarantee that his vehicle had not been tampered with while parked. It was crucial to avoid any potential issues, such as the installation of listening devices or miniature drones. Therefore, vehicles were to be parked in the outer lot, with security personnel providing transportation to specified locations. Though somewhat inconvenient, this greatly enhanced safety. Soon, under the escort of the security personnel, Chen Jin arrived at the base of the administrative building. This 7-story structure had been completed and operational since April. The first and second floors were designated for business receptions, featuring multiple large reception rooms and various meeting spaces. The third to sixth floors were reserved for administrative offices, while the seventh floor housed the offices of Chen Jin and Chen Jin, as well as a reception area for distinguished guests and a laboratory slightly smaller than that of the shipyard. This was a specific request from Chen Jin, as it would facilitate direct testing of data without the inconvenience of traveling to the shipyard or elsewhere. Moreover, having a laboratory in close proximity would allow for immediate demonstrations when military personnel visited, serving a dual purpose. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Chen Jin entered Chen Jin's office, where the door was ajar and Xie was engaged in a phone call. Noticing Chen Jin's arrival, he gestured for him to take a seat. After a couple of minutes, Chen Jin concluded the call and turned to Chen Jin. Chen Jin, I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long. Chen Jin, unfazed by the apology, replied, It's quite all right, Uncle Xie. It was merely a brief wait, and given that you've been so busy with recent business, I wouldn't dare complain. It's good that you understand. But do you know who was just on the line? Care to take a guess? Chen Jin felt a mix of affection and frustration towards Chen Jin's recent actions. He was delighted by the successful venture, but vexed that Chen Jin seemed to delegate all factory matters to him, remaining blissfully unconcerned. Despite the hectic pace at the battery factory, Chen Jin found great satisfaction in his work, especially since the call had been from a notable figure. Uncle Xie, you're putting me in a bit of a bind here. How am I to know who called? It couldn't possibly be the CEO of some international conglomerate, could it? Chen Jin replied, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Well, while your guess of an international conglomerate CEO isn't entirely accurate, it does bear some relevance. As the call was from the general manager of the fruit company's domestic branch, Zhang Yu. He informed me that their CEO, Ku, wishes to visit us in a few days to discuss potential collaboration. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin nodded in acknowledgement. It seems he has taken note of the impressive sales of the Rice 15 Ultra and is eager to discuss matters face-to-face. However, our current production capacity is insufficient to meet their needs, not even for our domestic suppliers. Chen Jin was quite familiar with the name Ku, the CEO of the fruit company, valued at over 20 trillion Huaxia yuan, and recognized the significance of their interest in collaboration, likely spurred by the recent sales surge of the Rice 15 Ultra, which had sold millions of units just days prior. Indeed, it's likely that the urgency in their manager's tone reflected this situation. Even if it is not solely due to the Rice 15 Ultra's success, it certainly plays a role. Regarding our production capacity, the reason I called you here is to discuss the orders we have received since you unveiled our solid-state graphene battery technology at the Rice launch event. According to the data reported thus far, we have received a total of 12,840,000 orders for electric vehicle batteries, with an average price of 300 yuan each, along with 9,500,000 orders for various models of smartphone batteries at an average price of 210 yuan each, and 1,250,000 orders for batteries of other devices at an average price of 164 yuan each. As per your previous stipulation, a 30 deposit must be paid for us to arrange production, and we only accept cash or bank transfers, rejecting any form of promissory notes or collateral payments. Thus far, our deposits have reached an astonishing 216 billion yuan. Should we fulfill all these orders, our revenue would exceed 40 billion yuan. However, regrettably, based on our current production capacity, we will require at least 6 months to complete this batch of orders. Therefore, to avoid a situation where we can only look but cannot act, we must continue to expand our factory's footprint and expedite the construction of phases 3, 4, and 5, aiming for completion and operation by August. Otherwise, if we delay a few more months, the orders will multiply further. Chen Jin was taken aback by the staggering figure of over 12 million orders, finding it hard to fathom such a terrifying demand in just a few days. However, upon further reflection, he realized that receiving such a multitude of orders in a short span was quite reasonable. The advent of solid-state graphene batteries effectively rendered lithium batteries devoid of any competitive edge. To secure a foothold in the market, manufacturers must adopt solid-state graphene batteries. Otherwise, they would be relegated to obsolescence. This urgency among companies to place substantial orders stemmed from the desire to lock in their positions before their competitors could react. Following Xie Jingye's remarks, Chen Jin articulated his perspective. Uncle Xie, our factory space indeed necessitates expansion. Yet, even if we were to extend it to 2 million square meters, our production rate would yield a maximum of nearly 2 million units per day. Although this amounts to 60 million units monthly, which may seem considerable, it falls woefully short of the current domestic demand for new energy vehicles. Furthermore, we have potential electric trucks and transport vehicles on the horizon, all of which are significant energy consumers. Additionally, our forthcoming collaboration with the military entails substantial battery requirements. Thus, no matter how we expand our factory, we will still be unable to meet the domestic market's demands, necessitating alternative solutions. After absorbing Chen Jin's explanation, Xie Jingye stroked his chin in agreement, nodding in acknowledgement. Given the current domestic circumstances, this was indeed the case, as the demand for batteries was overwhelming. According to incomplete statistics, the shipment volume of lithium batteries in the consumer electronics sector alone reached 56 GWh last year, equating to 56 billion watt-hours. This figure does not even account for the consumption of batteries in electric vehicles and other energy storage sectors. If included, it could surpass 150 billion watt-hours. If we consider an average of 200 watt-hours per battery, the number of batteries needed in the consumer electronics sector alone exceeds 8 billion units. Even if mobile phone batteries comprise just 30 of this, the required production would still reach 84 million units, necessitating an average daily output of 230,000 units to meet demand. To satisfy this requirement, we would need to expand the area for mobile phone battery production to 500,000 square meters, which would impose an excessive burden on our current facilities. Given that the demand for electric vehicle batteries far exceeds that of mobile phone batteries, the required factory space would be even greater. Therefore, mere expansion of the factory cannot resolve the current demand issues, as Chen Jin suggested. We must seek alternative measures. With this in mind, Xie Jingye responded, "Indeed, what you have identified is a pressing concern. However, since you are aware of this issue, I trust you also have possible solutions in mind. Please do share." Chen Jin had indeed contemplated solutions, and after a nod of affirmation, he replied, "In truth, the packaging process in battery production is the most time-consuming phase, taking thrice as long as other stages. Therefore, we could focus solely on manufacturing the battery cells and delegate the packaging to other factories. This would enable us to conduct both stages of production simultaneously. Although there would be some transportation time needed for the battery cells, it would still be significantly less than our current time requirements. Additionally, we could establish our own battery cell production facility near the contracted manufacturers, thereby resolving transportation time concerns. Most importantly, we need not fear the potential leakage of our battery technology, as the packaging phase does not involve the core technology of solid-state graphene batteries. We simply need to safeguard our battery cell production facility." After articulating his thoughts in one breath, Chen Jin felt a sudden thirst. Glancing at the pensive Xie Jingye, he rose to approach the desk, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table, drank it in one go, and continued. "The inspiration for my idea stemmed from a news article I encountered a few days ago. Following the release of our solid-state graphene batteries, several domestic publicly listed new energy battery companies witnessed a drastic decline in their market values, plummeting by over 30 in just a few days. At this rate, they are likely to face delisting soon. Although the introduction of new technology inevitably exerts a crushing impact on older technologies, I would prefer not to see these companies collapse outright. After all, they have invested substantial capital in establishing battery production facilities that employ tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of workers. The existence of these factories is crucial for the livelihoods of these workers. Consequently, should these companies fail, it would result in widespread job losses, depriving individuals of their income and potentially disrupting social stability, an outcome the government surely would not wish to witness. Moreover, I do not want to be perceived as the architect of their downfall, as severing their means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. For this reason, I conceive the idea of having them manufacture our batteries on a contract basis. If they are unwilling to cooperate, we could always acquire their factories once they are on the brink of collapse. After all, they wouldn't dismantle their facilities upon bankruptcy, and I trust they wouldn't be foolish enough to do so." After sharing his thoughts, Chen Jin poured another cup of tea, drank it, and returned to the sofa, awaiting Xie Jingye's opinion on his proposal. After a brief pause, Xie Jingye spoke. Chen Jin, your idea holds merit. We truly cannot be solely preoccupied with our own interests while disregarding the livelihoods of other domestic manufacturers. After all, this situation affects the jobs of many ordinary citizens, which is of utmost importance. In that case, I will reach out to the executives of those groups in a couple of days to ascertain their willingness to manufacture for us. If they agree, we can find a time to discuss the details. Simultaneously, we must not overlook our factory expansion plan. I intend to acquire the adjacent land, which spans over 800,000 square meters. Once combined, our entire factory area will approach 2 million square meters, achieving a scale befitting a world-class manufacturing facility. Chen Jin had no objections to Xie Jingye's proposal, readily agreeing, of course, that sounds perfectly fine. You can make the decisions on this matter, Uncle Xie, unless technical issues arise, in which case feel free to consult me. For everything else, you can decide without needing my input. Do you not trust me? Xie Jingye found Chen Jin's seemingly detached response amusing, exclaiming, "Ah, you rascal. Have you taken a liking to being hands-off? Yet, these matters truly do not require your oversight. Very well, if you wish to assume a hands-off role, I shall allow it, given that you are the principal owner." To this, Chen Jin flattered, "Haha. After all, Uncle Xie, your experience is vast. I dare not show off my skills in your presence. Besides, you are still quite young, very much in the midst of your striving years. There is an old saying that the capable work harder, which is a fitting description for you." Although Xie Jingye recognized Chen Jin's unabashed flattery, he was nonetheless surprised by how eloquently he could elevate the notion of being a hands-off manager. With a laugh and a scold, he replied, "Oh dear, you little scamp, now you're lecturing me. By the way, aren't you set to graduate around July? How do you plan to arrange that?" Upon hearing Xie Jingye mention his graduation, Chen Jin pondered briefly before responding. "I intend to take charge of our shipyard, as many of my forthcoming plans are predicated upon it. Consequently, I shall be stationed there for the foreseeable future. Moreover, I have established a highly sophisticated laboratory in that location, facilitating my experimental endeavors." Upon hearing Chen Jin's response, Xie Jingye nodded thoughtfully, momentarily pausing to recollect another matter, before stating, "Well, as long as you have your own ideas, that's sufficient. After all, I trust you one to act recklessly. By the way, Luer will be entering her senior year in September. Her major differs from yours, and she is required to undertake an internship in her 4th year. Have you considered how to arrange this? If not, I can place her in the Xie group. Without your input, she would ultimately end up with us anyway." Rest assured, I have made suitable arrangements for her," Chen Jin replied, his face beaming with delight as Xie Jingye spoke of Luer's prospects. Chapter 84. The Miniature Aerial Drone. "Oh, hearing that piques my interest. Do elaborate," Xie Jingye inquired, intrigued by Chen Jin's mention of arrangements for Luer. "Well, it is nothing too elaborate. I have prepared a remarkably unique product for her. I intend to establish a new company dedicated to the production and sale of this product, which Luer will oversee entirely. Although it may prove challenging for her initially, particularly in terms of recruitment, I assure you this product is destined to become a bestseller. Even if it doesn't achieve blockbuster status, its sales will undoubtedly be robust. Therefore, I am confident there will be no issues with its market performance, allowing her to focus on adaptation and management without excessive concern. Naturally, I will not leave her to navigate this endeavor alone. I will enlist a few individuals to support her. Furthermore, should any challenges arise during the company's operation, I will provide assistance to ensure she can swiftly advance the company's growth." After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Xie Jingye nodded in agreement, then remarked, "Indeed, your idea is commendable. While managing a company from the outset can be daunting, it is undoubtedly one of the most effective means for rapid personal growth. And even if things go awry, we can always explore alternative approaches or even establish a new company. However, you just mentioned that you have prepared a remarkably unique product for Luer, correct? You confidently asserted that it would surely become a bestseller. What exactly is this product? I would like to see it," he continued. While I claim this product is unique, it is not entirely unprecedented. It is akin to aerial photography drones. As you may know, Chen Jin replied, recalling the product design in his mind. "Aerial photography drones? Are you certain? How did you come to conceive such an idea? You must be aware that our neighbor commands a staggering 70 of the global aerial photography drone market and dominates over 90 of the domestic market. Competing with such a behemoth would be exceedingly challenging, especially for a nascent company. It is not merely difficult, but rather akin to starting in hell," Xie Jingye expressed, furrowing his brow at Chen Jin's mention of a unique product. Uncle Xia, you are overthinking it. I am well aware of the neighboring company that has mastered aerial photography drones. Thus, I have no intention of creating a competing product. Instead, I have opted for a different approach, biomimicry in a miniature form, which I refer to as a miniature biomimetic aerial drone. Although there are some small drones available on the market, they either lack photographic capability, are susceptible to interference, can be easily swept away by a gust of wind, or possess inadequate battery life, often flying for mere minutes before depletion. Additionally, there are safety concerns, as the rapid rotation of drone propellers can pose a hazard should the device lose control and strike someone. Consequently, these small drones are relegated to mere toys. However, my design diverges significantly. I have employed a novel approach through biomimicry, simulating the flight principles of various avian species and applying these principles to the drone. For instance, I have already designed a biomimetic form resembling a bird. This drone not only boasts an adorable avian appearance, but also utilizes wing flapping for flight. Inside its body, I have installed sensors to maintain stability during flight. Additionally, I have equipped the front and rear of its fuselage with high-definition cameras that can rotate to a certain degree. While it cannot achieve 360-degree rotation, it can capture images from two directions, supporting angles up to 240 degrees, which suffices for practical use. Unlike conventional drones, this aerial device is primarily intended for portrait photography. For example, in the current trend of street fashion shoots popularized on platforms like Douyin, capturing such scenes necessitates the presence of a skilled photographer and sophisticated stabilization equipment. However, many young individuals lack the means to secure a professional photographer, leading them to forego the opportunity to capture their moments. Even if they can find one, they may hesitate due to costs or feel self-conscious during their first video shoot, hampering the photographer's ability to capture optimal angles, which detracts from the final product's quality. In contrast, with a miniature biomimetic aerial drone, the experience is transformed. It supports various customizable shooting modes and styles, emulating the techniques of renowned photographers or cinematic shots. Once the shooting mode or style is set, it will autonomously execute the task as programmed. Moreover, it can be deployed simply by tossing it into the air, whereupon it will unfold its wings and take flight, executing the designated shoot without requiring human control. Users need only perform their desired actions. Of course, manual control is also an option. This is merely one of its functionalities. The possibilities for play and application are extensive, and the underlying principles are quite complex. I shall share the design information for this product with you, Uncle Xia, so you can peruse the details. Upon completing his explanation, Chen Jin sent a document titled Miniature Biomimetic Aerial Drone to Xie Jin's phone. After listening to Chen Jin's succinct overview of the biomimetic mini drone, Xie Jin recognized it as a distinctly unique product targeting the largely untapped niche of portrait photography. In this era of ubiquitous short videos, particularly among the youth, there exists a fervent enthusiasm and demand for capturing beautiful moments and showcasing individuality. Thus, possessing such a user-friendly tool capable of effortlessly producing high-quality visual content undoubtedly offers immense appeal and practical value to young consumers. Additionally, for professional photographers, this mini drone holds exceptional utility. It is not only conveniently portable, but also remarkably simple to operate, eliminating the need for cumbersome selfie sticks while still enabling high-level portrait aerial photography. With this in mind, Xie Jin opened his phone, accepted the file sent by Chen Jin, and began to review its contents. He was greeted by a design schematic accompanied by detailed information about the miniature biomimetic aerial drone. Product name, Biomimetic Miniature Aerial Drone. Product dimensions, 137 centimeters, length, 46 centimeters, width, 63 centimeters, height. Wingspan, 189 centimeters. Landing gear height, 67 centimeters. Design weight, 153 g. Design battery capacity, 560 milliamp hours. Flight duration, 450 minutes. Wind speed level 3, 400 minutes. Level 3 wind speed level 7. Maximum wind resistance, level 7, 17 ms. Maximum flight altitude, 10 meters, determined by the height of the controller. Exceeding this height will trigger an automatic return. Maximum flight speed, 20 ms. Maximum flight distance, 500 meters, determined by the position of the controller. Exceeding this distance will also trigger an automatic return. Camera specifications, 50 million pixels front, 32 million pixels rear, supporting optical stabilization and micro gimbal stabilization, with video recording capabilities up to 8K at 180 Hz. Other specifications, supports portrait lock shooting, hovering shooting, automatic obstacle avoidance, automatic return, gesture shooting, and intelligent follow shooting. After reviewing the parameters indicated on the design diagram, Xie raised his gaze towards Chen Jin and remarked, "The parameters outlined in this schematic, apart from the biomimetic shape being somewhat alluring, seem rather unremarkable overall. If the actual product aligns closely with these specifications, it may only have a certain probability of becoming a bestseller. It certainly does not reach the level of certainty you mentioned. Surely, you are not overly confident, are you?" Upon hearing Xie inquiry, Chen Jin revealed a knowing smile and promptly explained, "Haha, it appears that Uncle Xie also finds this design to be rather ordinary at first glance. Indeed, it does seem so from the exterior. However, its most captivating aspect lies within its app, where the primary functionalities are concentrated. The hardware merely serves to support the app. Moreover, the hardware is not as mundane as it may seem. Do not be misled by the aforementioned parameters. For instance, while it states a mere 50 million pixels, it employs my latest developed sensors and lenses, resulting in imaging quality and speed that surpass current aerial drones, providing a more authentic and clear representation, comparable to high-end cameras. Thus, with the support of both lenses, the videos captured can significantly outperform even the most advanced drones from competitors, rivaling professional cameras. With such photographic capabilities, the software can expand into numerous creative avenues. This aspect pertains to the app, which is not yet fully developed. But progress is well underway, and it should be completed by early September, at the latest by October. Of course, I have only provided the foundational framework of the app, along with basic functional design plans and some algorithmic support. Other expansions of functionality will be addressed once the company is established, as the ideas from female designers may align better with their preferences. Ultimately, the development of this product would depend on Luer and her team's capabilities. Chapter 85. The selection of the elderly for the new company. Well, considering what you've said, this product indeed possesses remarkable competitiveness. Very well. I shall refrain from further interfering with your thoughts. After all, I have entrusted Luer to you. You may collaborate with her as you see fit. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, Xie stroked his chin and replied, "All right then, rest assured. Uncle Xie will ensure that Luer becomes a renowned female entrepreneur in the country, if not the world." Chen Jin stood up, patting his chest as he declared, "Good. Then I have no further issues here. If you have no other questions, you may take your leave. I must return to the Xie building shortly. I have a meeting with the fruit company's Kyuk tomorrow, and in a couple of days, I need to discuss outsourcing with domestic battery manufacturers. I am quite busy." "Very well. I shall not disturb you any longer, as I also need to return to school." Chen Jin nodded, turned, and exited Xie office. Watching Chen Jin's retreating figure, Xie chuckled, shaking his head before resuming his review of the current orders received by the factory. In recent months, he had primarily been overseeing the battery factory, delegating business matters to Xie Jun, the second-in-command of the Xie Group and Luer's uncle. Aside from crucial decisions requiring his input, most operations were handled by Xie Jun. The reason for his return to the Xie Group was due to an upcoming public auction of a valuable piece of land in Yangcheng, which the Xie Group highly valued. However, due to the high starting price, his final approval was necessary. Meanwhile, Chen Jin, upon exiting the factory, drove towards the university town. His return to school was to prepare for the impending graduation ceremony, which was merely 15 days away on June 30th. He needed to relocate his belongings in advance, so that he would only have to return on the day of the ceremony. Though these items were no longer of use to him, whether to discard or sell them, he needed to pack them up and move them out, lest the ensuing students find his unattended belongings and spread unkind rumors. Moreover, there were several items he deemed worth retaining, such as gifts or decorations from Ciel, some couple outfits, and his computer, which he could not simply dispose of. Upon returning to school, as mealtime approached, Chen Jin summoned Ciel and her roommates, reserving a private room in the cafeteria on the 5th floor. When the trio gathered, he instructed the waiter to bring the dishes. Ciel, feeling a hint of curiosity at Chen Jin's sudden invitation to all three of them, inquired, "Brother Jin, why did you abruptly call us all out today? Is there something you wish to discuss with all three of us simultaneously?" "Indeed, Senior Chen Jin. It is quite rare for you to gather us all at once," Li Jiasin chimed in, echoing Ciel's question. Wang Yuanmeng remained silent, but fixated her gaze on Chen Jin, eager to discern the reason behind this gathering. Noticing their expressions, Chen Jin smiled and said, "The reason for calling you all here is to discuss a matter. As you are all preparing for your senior year and need to undertake an internship to earn credits, while Luer has several options available for fulfilling her internship requirements, such as working at her family's company or being placed in one of my companies, these options may not be ideal for her long-term development. After all, both her families and my companies are already in stable development, making it challenging for her to experience the competitive environment firsthand in the business realm. Thus, I plan to establish a new company, with Lure overseeing its management. However, I do not wish for her to bear this responsibility alone, which is why I am inviting you to join her in the founding and development of the company. Given that the three of you are all majoring in business administration and share a sisterly bond, communication will undoubtedly pose no challenge. Although managing a company may initially seem daunting, the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang, and I firmly believe you will excel. Furthermore, as dear friends of Lure, I assure you that your remuneration will be generous, with a starting salary of no less than 15,000, along with an annual bonus of 18-month salary. What do you think? Of course, weekends offer a must. Brother Chen Jin, you can't be serious. A minimum salary of 15,000 per month, with an 18-month bonus, and weekends off. Upon hearing Chen Jin's generous offer, both Li Jiaxin and Wang Yueming were momentarily taken aback, doubting their own hearing, and sought clarification. There was no mistake. The starting salary was indeed 15,000 per month, with an annual bonus of 18 months. Acknowledging their disbelief, Chen Jin reiterated the offer. Oh, I'm in. I'm absolutely in. Brother Chen Jin. Upon his confirmation, the two girls excitedly embraced each other, and after a brief moment, they pulled Lure into their joyful hug. After nearly a minute of shared enthusiasm, the trio finally released each other and returned to their seats. Li Jiaxin then spoke up once more. Brother Chen Jin, may I inquire about the specific tasks we will be undertaking? I am brimming with enthusiasm and determination to make the most of this generous salary. Indeed, I would even be willing to sleep at the company. Wang Yueming chimed in, equally eager. The prospect of such a lucrative salary had ignited a fervor within them, propelling them into a work-ready mindset. After all, a minimum salary of 15,000 surpasses that of 80 of workers in Yangcheng, not to mention the enticing annual bonus. With such compensation, they were bound to capture the attention of many potential buyers. Chen Jin, amused by their fervor, replied, Hold your horses. The company is still in its inception phase and is expected to be operational around September. Once I finalize the product, we can proceed. In the meantime, you may familiarize yourselves with the company establishment process and the necessary documentation, such as business licenses, as well as the employee recruitment process, including key considerations to keep in mind. After all, this is a practical application of your studies. Understood. They nodded in agreement after Chen Jin's explanation. Turning his attention to Ciel Lure, Chen Jin asked Lure, do you have any thoughts? The pressure on you will be considerable. Lure tilted her head and responded, I have no issues, but Brother Jin, what products are we planning to sell? I don't recall you mentioning anything about starting a company. Anticipating her question, Chen Jin shared the design concept he had previously shown to Xie Jingye in their group chat, saying, This is the product our company intends to produce and sell, a mini bionic drone. Its adorable design should appeal greatly to you girls. Moreover, its imaging capabilities surpass those of traditional drones, rivaling even professional cameras. This makes it perfect for capturing stunning videos. It also offers a multitude of features, making it suitable for girls and boys alike, which will be showcased through an app. Brother Jin, I think the mini bionic drone looks incredibly cute. If its photography is impressive, I'm certain many girls will love it. But I wonder about the production cost. It can't be in the range of tens of thousands, right? If that's the case, even the most enthusiastic buyers might be deterred. Lure voiced her concern after reviewing the design. Li Jiaxin and Wang Yueming echoed her thoughts. Indeed, it's adorable. If it could come in various colors, that would be even better. But I agree, its price won't be low. Don't worry, the production cost is quite reasonable, likely under 1,500. We'll have a clearer estimate once the factory is operational. This is just the initial cost, and as production scales up, expenses will decrease. As for the retail price, it will depend on market research, but I believe a price point of 6,000 to 7,000 is feasible. However, if we want to make it more accessible, we could consider pricing it at 4,000 to 5,000. You'll have the final say on this. Rest assured, I will support you with product-related matters. Your primary task will be to unite and successfully establish this company, ensuring its stable and sustained growth. If we can elevate it to a renowned company, both domestically and internationally, that would be splendid. Honestly, I have great confidence in you all. Let's go, ladies. Chen Jin's words ignited a wave of excitement among Li Jiaxin, Wang Yueming, and even Ciel Lure. Becoming a prominent female entrepreneur had always been Lure's dream, and the prospect of nurturing a company into a well-regarded entity, both nationally and globally, was a vision she deeply cherished. Amused by their enthusiasm, Chen Jin chuckled. All right, enough of the motivational talk. It's time for dinner before it gets cold. As he said this, Chen Jin picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, prompting the three girls to eagerly join in. With the clock nearing 7 p.m., hunger had set in. After swiftly finishing their meal, Chen Jin instructed the girls to head home while he made his way back to his dormitory, where he needed to enlist a few helpers for Luer and the others. In terms of personnel, the three individuals in his dormitory were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. Lu Jihao, who aspired to be a programmer, was a natural fit. The other two, specializing in electrical engineering and automation and optoelectronic information science and engineering, possessed the technical expertise required for the product. For instance, Lu Jihao could manage the app development, Li Shucheng could oversee the automation of production lines, and Zhang Jiahao could be assigned to the camera manufacturing workshop. Although they might lack experience, their academic prowess was commendable. Being accepted into a prestigious university like 985 indicated their strong foundational knowledge. With a few seasoned professionals to guide them, they would soon be ready to shoulder significant responsibilities, given that they had all completed several months of internships. Chen Jin decided to check if they were contemplating a job change, especially as graduation approached in half a month, ending their internship agreements. For them, transitioning would be a matter of personal choice. Additionally, since internships typically offered modest salaries, many had opted to stay in the dormitory to save on living expenses rather than renting outside. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Jin discovered that his companions had yet to arrive, a fact that did not surprise him in the least. According to their previous conversations, they would not finish work until around 6:30, and given that the journey from their company to the dormitory took over an hour, they would likely return well after 7:30 in the evening. Thus, Chen Jin busied himself with organizing his belongings, intending to discuss matters with them once they were all gathered. After spending approximately 10 minutes tidying up a portion of his clothes, he heard the familiar voices of Zhang Jiahua and Li Shucheng outside the door, followed closely by their entrance. Noticing Chen Jin in the midst of his chores, Zhang Jiahua expressed his surprise, saying, "Wow, what brings young Master Chen back today?" Li Shucheng chimed in, Indeed, young Master Chen. Oh, pardon me, it should be Director Chen now, the illustrious inventor of solid-state graphene batteries. Personally acknowledged by the Great Lay Boss, haha." In response to their teasing, Chen Jin, somewhat resigned, replied, "Well, I just came back to tidy up a bit. You two just got off work? No need to call me Director. I still prefer young Master Chen, haha. Director feels a bit too formal, but I suppose young Master does roll off the tongue more easily." Yes, quite right. The two concurred, and sensing Chen Jin's exasperation, they ceased their banter. Li Shucheng continued, "Well, it's not as if we just got off work. We arrived at school by 7. We just finished dinner at the cafeteria before returning. It was Jihao who likely just got off work. He hurried to the cafeteria just as we were finishing our meal. But knowing his dining speed, he should have devoured it quickly." Chen Jin nodded thoughtfully. "All right, once Jihao returns, I have something to discuss with you all." The mention of a discussion piqued their curiosity, as it was rare for Chen Jin to use the term discuss. Zhang Jiahua was the first to voice his surprise. "Wait, young Master Chen has actually mentioned a discussion? Could it be something significant? This is unprecedented in our dormitory." "Indeed, it's the first time, akin to a maiden crossing a flower bridge," Li Shucheng added in agreement. "Haha, it's not that grand, but it does pertain to you, and I believe it's a positive matter, provided you are amenable." Chen Jin opted to maintain an air of mystery regarding their inquiries. "Goodness, young Master Chen, are you trying to whet our appetites? I'll message Jihao to hurry back," Zhang Jiahua declared, promptly retrieving his phone to open their group chat. He then typed, "Hurry back. Young Master Chen has returned and has something to discuss with us. It's a good thing." Meanwhile, Lu Jihua, who had nearly finished his meal, glanced at the group chat after receiving a notification. Upon reading Zhang Jiahua's message, he quickly responded, "Okay, I'll be right back." After sending his message, he hastily finished the last few bites of his meal, returned his tray to the designated area, and made his way back to the dormitory. Within 5 minutes, Lu Jihua arrived at the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found the three others staring at him, which made him feel a bit self-conscious. I'm really sorry for coming back late." "Ahaha," he said sheepishly. Noticing his embarrassment, Chen Jin reassured him, "No worries, you arrived just in time. Go ahead and put your things down. We will discuss things shortly." "Okay," Lu Jihua replied, removing his backpack and placing it on the table, then leaning against the desk, gazing expectantly at Chen Jin as he awaited the forthcoming discussion. Seeing that everyone was ready to hear him out, Chen Jin began. "What I wish to discuss with you all is this. As you know, Luer and the others are preparing for internships, and I plan to establish a company for her to manage. This would not only help her fulfill her internship requirements, but also hone her managerial skills. Of course, a company cannot rely on her alone, so I intend to enlist a few familiar faces to assist her, and you all came to mind, along with Lure's 2 roommates, whom I have already secured. Thus, I am seeking your opinions, especially since you are all entering the workforce. As for compensation, I have offered Lure's roommate a minimum of 15,000 per month, with an annual salary of 18 months. For the 3 of you, given your technical backgrounds, I can offer a minimum of 25,000 per month, also with 18 months of salary. Additionally, benefits, such as social insurance, will be provided. This remuneration far exceeds what you currently earn, which is why I consider a boon for you. What do you think? Of course, our new company will not have the same prestige as your current employer, so the choice is entirely yours. I will not pressure you. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention what the company will be producing. I will send the product design blueprint to the group chat for you to review. Without waiting for their reactions, Chen Jin shared the design blueprint. Since the blueprint did not disclose internal structures, but merely depicted the exterior and some configuration data, there was no concern regarding information leakage. Upon hearing Chen Jin's offer of a salary of 25,000 and 18 months of pay, the 3 dorm mates were momentarily stupefied. They exchanged glances, incredulous at what they believed they had misheard. After Chen Jin finished speaking, Zhang Jiahua tentatively asked, "Young Master Chen, you must be mistaken. You mentioned starting a new company and offering us a salary of 25,000 a month, with 18 months of pay? If it weren't for our understanding of your situation, we might think you were trying to swindle us." Lu Zhihua added, "Quite right. When I first heard the figure of 25,000, I felt as if my kidneys had turned cold." Huh, Li Shuqing concurred. "I have made no mistake. As Jiahua said, this is indeed the case." Chen Jin recognized that this salary was unprecedented for fresh graduates, considering he himself had not earned such a sum in his past life, let alone with an 18-month salary structure. Thus, he confirmed, "I assure you, this is legitimate." Chapter 87, Resolution of Battery Production Capacity Issues. Upon receiving Chen Jin's confirmation, the 3 dorm mates erupted in excitement, mirroring the enthusiasm of Lure's 2 roommates. Lu Zhihua exclaimed, "Absolutely, I am on board." With a salary of 25,000 a month, who cares about the company's name or reputation? Those are trifles. For now on, young Master Chen. Oh, pardon me, boss. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray. Zhang Jiahua, while mimicking a kneeling gesture, added, "I shall bow to you, my benefactor." Though Li Shuqing remained silent, his embrace around Chen Jin's legs spoke volumes about his decision. Goodness, are you 3 being a bit dramatic? Well, since you made your choice, please take a look at the design blueprint I sent in the group chat. I will explain the subsequent arrangement shortly. After Chen Jin spoke, the 3 swiftly retrieved their phones, opening WeChat to view the design blueprint he had sent. Soon after, Zhang Jiahua was the first to speak up. "Young Master Chen, this mini biomimetic drone is quite compact. It likely cannot accommodate a large camera. What kind of imaging quality can we expect? If it resembles a mobile phone, such a drone seems to lack allure." Li Shuqing then remarked, "I believe this device could be particularly useful in certain industries, such as clandestine photography at secret bases, especially military installations. After all, when this device operates at night, it is rather difficult for the naked eye to discern, and its diminutive size makes it elusive to radar detection. However, its maximum altitude of merely 10 meters does impose significant limitations." Ultimately, Lu Zhihao refrained from voicing his opinion and directly stated, "Without a doubt, the individual most familiar with this device is young Master Chen. Let him speak first." In response, Chen Jin nodded and articulated, "I perceive this device as primarily targeting the female market, as it is mainly intended for Lure to practice her skills. The perspectives of girls may differ from ours. Of course, the male market is also viable, and we plan to diversify its appearance and color schemes in the future." That is my first point. The second point pertains to the lens issue that Jiahao just mentioned. The lens used in this product has been specifically designed and crafted by me, although it is only slightly larger than current smartphone cameras. Its imaging quality is capable of surpassing that of our neighboring professional drone manufacturer, and it can even rival some contemporary professional cameras. So there is no need to worry about the imaging performance. The third point addresses the covert photography concern that Shuqing raised. I anticipated this issue from the outset. Hence, I not only restricted the flying distance, but also the altitude. Furthermore, it will adhere to drone operation regulations, prohibiting flights in certain designated areas. Naturally, there are no restrictions in urban streets. Otherwise, this drone would lose its purpose, as our primary focus is urban street photography. Now, I shall outline the arrangements for each of you. Jiahao, since you specialize in optoelectronic information science and engineering, I intend to assign you to our camera production department. Shuqing, you are more suited for our automated production line maintenance department. Due to the structural design of this drone, manual assembly is unfeasible, necessitating an automated production approach. I will collaborate with major domestic manufacturers to customize the production line, ensuring our output speed meets order demands. Lastly, Zhihao, there is no need to elaborate. I will assign you to our software development department, where you will oversee the development of our app. This is quite crucial, as the primary functionalities of our product are centered on the app. I will provide you with a development document in due course. How does that sound? These arrangements are tailored to your respective specialties, and we will also recruit some seasoned veterans to assist. Feel free to consult them with any questions you may have, and do not hesitate to voice any concerns. Upon hearing Chen Jin's elucidation, the three of them chuckled in unison. No issues at all. Everything sounds perfect. We wholeheartedly support the boss's decisions. Haha. Well, since you all have no objections, we shall proceed as discussed. Once the company is established, I will notify you. It is anticipated to be around September, though it may not be quite so swift. All right, no problem. Just 3 months. We shall await the boss's notification, haha. After reaching an agreement, Chen Jin turned to continue organizing his belongings. Zhang Jiahao and the others initially intended to assist, but upon Chen Jin's insistence, returned to their desks and busied themselves with their computers. Thus, Chen Jin invested 2 days in relocating his possessions from the school dormitory to his home. On the 3rd day, while in the shipyard laboratory, Chen Jin received a call from Xie, who informed him that negotiations with several domestic new energy battery enterprises had concluded successfully and a subcontracting agreement had been signed. Following the launch of solid-state graphene batteries, numerous smartphone manufacturers, new energy vehicle producers, and drone companies abruptly canceled their subsequent orders, even willing to forfeit penalties to do so. Although a few smaller enterprises' orders remained intact, their quantities were insufficient, and production concluded within a couple of days. Consequently, they found themselves compelled to cease operations. When Xie contacted their executives, they were already in a state of suspension. Thus, upon receiving Xie's call, their executives promptly expressed willingness to meet for discussions. Ultimately, within less than a day, Xie secured subcontracting agreements with several enterprises, much to the relief of their executives, who had feared their companies faced inevitable collapse just 2 days prior. Unexpectedly, they encountered a turnaround. While the profits from subcontracting would not match those from in-house production, it provided stability. Given the overwhelming energy density and safety features of solid-state graphene batteries compared to lithium batteries, they were poised to rapidly penetrate both the national and global markets. This surge in demand would likely result in even greater orders than those generated from their own production. Upon finalizing the subcontracting agreement and necessary confidentiality agreements, Xie instructed them to estimate production capabilities according to their factory standards, followed by an aggregation of the overall production data. After all, the reason for seeking subcontracting was the insufficiency of output, making it imperative to grasp the production capacity of the subcontractors. Ultimately, based on their factory's production processes, coupled with the standards provided by Xie, they derived their expected production estimates. Among the 5 companies, 2 were among the top manufacturers in the country, each boasting several factories located within a short distance from Yangcheng, no more than a few hundred kilometers at most. Consequently, calculations revealed that under full production, each of these 2 companies could achieve a daily output of over 1 million smartphone batteries or over 700,000 vehicle batteries. While the remaining 3 companies were not as prominent, they still maintained outputs exceeding 200,000 units, also situated within a few hundred kilometers of Yangcheng. After comprehensive analysis, the combined output from these 5 companies was projected to exceed 2.7 million smartphone batteries or 1.8 million vehicle batteries daily. However, this was merely preliminary data. The production processes for solid-state graphene batteries and lithium batteries, while sharing some similarities, still exhibited notable differences, necessitating several adjustments to the production lines to optimize efficiency. In this optimized state, their estimated capacity could exceed twice the current projections, potentially reaching even higher levels. Historically, their output for lithium batteries had surpassed the estimated figures by several multiples. However, due to the distinct variations in battery production processes, the factory employees would require time to gain experience. Nevertheless, even if the production capacity could achieve double the current estimates, the resulting figures would still be quite impressive, reaching 5.4 million smartphone batteries or 3.6 million vehicle batteries daily, leading to a monthly output surpassing 100 million units. This would essentially address their immediate concerns. However, achieving this output necessitated the establishment of a battery cell production facility adjacent to their factory. Should they rely on land transportation to deliver battery cells for subsequent production, the output would significantly diminish, dropping to less than 30. Therefore, in order to expedite production increases, it was imperative to construct a battery cell production facility near each subcontractor, allowing for timely deliveries of battery cells to complete the subsequent assembly processes. To achieve the goal of establishing a battery cell production facility at each subcontracting factory, a minimum of 3 months is required. This timeline encompasses site selection, construction of the factory, installation of production lines, and the recruitment and training of employees. Therefore, until the accompanying battery cell production facilities are completed, they can only resort to land transportation for delivering battery cells, which limits their daily output to 800,000 smartphone batteries or 500,000 automobile batteries. Although this quantity is somewhat modest, it still amounts to over 10 million units in a month, thereby providing a portion of the supply for mobile phone or automotive manufacturers. After all, they are currently under significant order pressure, having received 4 multi-million-dollar orders within just 3 days, all of which are monthly demands, cumulatively exceeding substantial figures over the course of a year. Once the subcontracting agreements were signed, Chen Jin promptly contacted the transportation team to expedite the delivery of battery cells to their subcontracting factories, concurrently arranging for a team to settle in for ongoing security and oversight. While the encapsulation process of solid-state graphene batteries does not directly involve core technologies, essential security and supervision measures must be implemented, as this cannot be taken lightly. Following the signing of the subcontracting contracts, the executives of the battery companies immediately directed their factory managers to initiate adjustments to the production lines based on the battery encapsulation processes provided by Chen Jin, aiming to complete these adjustments within a week to ensure rapid commencement of battery production and timely supply. Chapter 88. The South China Sea Dispute. The mockery of the Philippine patrol boats. Concurrently, after the completion of the subcontracting agreements, the respective company accounts released announcements, informing the public that their factories would soon commence production of solid-state graphene batteries for Changxiang Dongnu Energy Technology Company, Limited. Similarly, Chen Jin did not fall behind. He instructed the operators of the official account to issue a statement announcing their collaboration with well-known domestic battery manufacturing enterprises to ensure the supply quantity of batteries. With the release of these announcements, fervent discussions erupted online, as this was precisely the news that netizens had eagerly anticipated in recent days. Having been dazzled by the posts of those who had acquired the Mi 15 Ultra, they fantasized about experiencing days without the need to recharge their phones. However, reality proved to be infuriating, as the production capacity issues of the Mi 15 Ultra could not meet the overwhelming market demand, prompting these netizens to hope that other smartphone manufacturers would swiftly follow suit. Yet again, they faced disappointment, as the current battery supply posed its own challenges. Even if other smartphone manufacturers wished to catch up, they needed access to batteries, without which they were at a standstill. Therefore, upon seeing the impending resolution of the battery production capacity issues, these netizens were overjoyed, promptly elevating these announcements to trending topics. Just as discussions surrounding the emergence of solid-state graphene batteries intensified within the domestic internet community, a live broadcast video titled 1v4, Crushing Victory, rapidly ascended the trending charts, overshadowing even the fervent discourse on the production capacity of solid-state graphene batteries. The video showcased several young individuals navigating a seemingly luxurious yacht, deftly maneuvering around 4 military patrol boats flying the flag of the Philippines. The situation appeared rather grim for them, as the trajectories of the patrol boats indicated a clear intention to intercept the yacht. Yet, the dialogue among the young individuals revealed no trace of fear. Their banter included lines such as, "Brothers, place your bets quickly. Can we successfully outmaneuver these 4 Philippine patrol boats? Those who believe we can hit one. Those who think otherwise, hit 2. Place your bets. We are about to begin." Before the voice on the video could finish, viewers began voting, with many hitting 1, while only a handful pressed 2, quickly drowned out by the wave of comments. Following a rapid acceleration and editing process, the video reached the voting conclusion, with the young individuals exclaiming, "Brothers, voting time has ended, and it seems everyone is optimistic about us turning them over. Now, let everyone witness what speed and passion truly mean. Xiao Wu, crank up the horsepower to the maximum." Upon hearing this, the young man at the helm responded affirmatively and gently pushed the control lever forward. In an instant, the yacht surged forward like a wild stallion, astonishingly increasing the distance between itself and the 4 Philippine patrol boats. Soon after, the young man adjusted the steering wheel, turning the yacht away from the Philippines. The impact of such a rapid directional change was undoubtedly dramatic, resulting in the filming equipment, despite being stabilized, still shaking uncontrollably, causing the live stream to tremble as well. The young individuals aboard clung tightly to the railing, fearing they might be thrown overboard if they lost their grip. After the yacht made the turn, the camera returned to the young man steering the vessel, who pushed the lever forward to its limit once more. The yacht then charged at the Philippine patrol boats like a razor-sharp sword. Upon witnessing the yacht barreling towards them recklessly, the personnel on the patrol boats quickly altered their course, scattering to the sides. Unfortunately, although they were military vessels, they were of an outdated model, offering only marginally better power than a typical yacht, resulting in a cumbersome maneuver. Thus, within a very brief span of time, the yacht caught up with the patrol boats and zipped past one of them at a staggering speed exceeding 80 knots, followed by a sharp turn. At such high speeds, the waves created by the yacht soared several meters high, and with the swift current, the Philippine patrol boats had no time to evade, becoming drenched by the artificial tsunami that cascaded down upon them. Items on the patrol boat's deck were swept away by the waves, and the crew members were left terrified, hiding in their cabins, too fearful to emerge. Meanwhile, the young men in the video, while praising the dramatic wave effect, felt it had not met their expectations, as they had promised their viewers they would capsize the patrol boats. Thus, one of them immediately addressed the helmsman, Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, while this effect is commendable, it merely left them soaked. The boat hasn't capsized. We need to try again. Increase the speed to the maximum, and turn closer to them before we maneuver. Only then will we generate a stronger wave. Understood?" In response, Xiao Wu affirmed, "I got it. I'll give it another go." With that, he once again pushed the control lever forward, accelerating the yacht, and steered it towards another patrol boat. At a remarkable speed of 85 knots, he executed another sharp turn within 5 meters of the patrol boat, unleashing an even greater artificial wave upon the vessel, which was less than 100 tons in weight. In that instant, the patrol boat appeared to suffer a severe blow, with everything on its deck swept away, and the entire boat began to shake violently. From the video, it is evident that the soldiers aboard the patrol boat from the Philippines are being violently tossed about due to the severe rocking of the vessel. Regrettably, although this patrol boat weighs less than 100 tons, it is still considerably larger than the yacht depicted in the footage. Furthermore, being a military vessel, its ability to withstand rough seas far surpasses that of ordinary boats. Consequently, despite enduring such colossal waves, the Filipino patrol boat remained upright, stabilizing itself after a series of more than 10 unsteady motions. Although the intended objective was not achieved, this spectacle has undeniably exhilarated the audience watching the live broadcast. Over the years, the shameless actions of the Philippines have incited profound dissatisfaction among countless citizens of the Huaxiao nation, who have long yearned for their country to take decisive action. However, due to various circumstances, Huaxiao has yet to deliver a significant reprimand to the Philippines, despite a marked increase in assertiveness over the past 2 years. Even though the reasons behind this restraint are understood, it remains a source of great frustration, leading the populace to seek ways to vent their emotions. Now, with the opportunity to express their indignation at hand, viewers, upon witnessing the exhilarating maneuvers of the Wave Rider against the Filipino patrol boat, began to flood the chat with messages of approval, showering the streamer with gifts in a frenzy. The Wave Rider, upon seeing the astonishing influx of gifts during such a brief period in his live stream, was filled with immense joy. For him, the monetary aspect was trivial. What mattered was the validation of his endeavors through such a generous display of support. Motivated by a surge of enthusiasm, he promptly instructed his assistant, Xiao Wu, to locate the next patrol boat and replicate the previous actions. Ultimately, the third Filipino patrol boat fell victim to a catastrophic wave, with all items on its deck being swept away by the surging waters. Just as the Wave Rider was preparing to command Xiao Wu to target the fourth patrol boat, the Filipino vessel surprisingly deployed a high-pressure water cannon, aiming it at the swiftly approaching yacht. With the yacht's speed exceeding 80 knots, coupled with the high-pressure water jet's own rapid velocity, the collision between the two produced a thunderous sound as the water struck the yacht's hull and windows. This startled the Wave Rider, as the yacht was quite valuable, and any damage inflicted by the water cannon would result in significant losses. He quickly instructed Xiao Wu to steer the yacht away from the range of the Filipino water cannon's attack. After covering several nautical miles, he gradually reduced speed. In the end, he ordered an inspection of the yacht's hull and windows, only to discover that there was no damage whatsoever, rendering their earlier alarm unfounded. This revelation infuriated the Wave Rider, who could not tolerate having been frightened away by such a minor water cannon. Thus, spurred on by the encouragement of his live audience and his own indignation, He ordered Xiao Wu to change course and head back towards the Filipino patrol boats, intent on delivering a more substantial lesson. The distance of a few nautical miles in the vast ocean is quite minimal, allowing him to catch up with the 4 Filipino patrol boats in under 5 minutes. Observing their trajectory, it was clear they intended to patrol near Huangyan Island of Huaxia. Following the Wave Rider's prompt, the chat erupted, with viewers urging the streamer to take decisive action against the Filipino patrol boats. Chapter 89, South China Sea Dispute, the capsized Filipino patrol boat. Under the encouragement of the audience, the Wave Rider, disregarding the potential damage to his yacht, exclaimed in the video, "Brothers, since everyone desires a strong reprimand for those Filipino patrol boats, I shall fulfill your wishes today." After addressing the audience, he turned to Xiao Wu and commanded, "Xiao Wu, crank the power to maximum and locate the patrol boat that sprayed us with the high-pressure water cannon. We shall commence our operation with it. Once found, do not concern yourself with its water cannon. Just give it a thorough thrashing, and be sure to get close first." Understood? Xiao Wu, focused on steering the yacht, promptly acknowledged the command and pushed the throttle to the limit. In an instant, the yacht surged from a speed of 50 knots to 82 knots, as they were now in close proximity to the Filipino patrol squad. The latter quickly noticed the rapidly approaching yacht. The captain of the patrol squad, recalling the previous losses inflicted by this yacht, immediately ordered the 4 patrol boats to disperse in different directions while preparing the high-pressure water cannons, hoping to intimidate the yacht once more as it approached. Meanwhile, the Wave Rider, using binoculars, soon spotted the patrol boat that had previously targeted them with the water cannon. Since this patrol boat had not been subjected to the waves, it remained dry, unlike the other 3 that were thoroughly soaked. Upon identifying the target, Xiao Wu adjusted the yacht's course toward the selected patrol boat. Realizing they had been chosen, the crew aboard the targeted patrol boat swiftly readied the high-pressure water cannon, preparing to unleash a torrent upon the incoming yacht, hoping to scare it away once again. However, this time would lead to their disappointment. The aggressive yacht, undeterred by the water cannon spray, surged forward at a speed of 85 knots, closing within just 4 meters of the patrol boat before executing a sharp turn and drift. Utilizing the principle of inertia, the yacht sped past the Filipino patrol boat, sending forth an even larger and more forceful wave than before. Faced with such a formidable vessel, even the crewman operating the water cannon, who had previously been confident, prioritized his safety over his duties, hastily abandoning the high-pressure cannon and retreating to the cabin. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Before he could escape, the massive wave generated by the yacht's maneuver crashed over the deck, pushing him perilously close to the edge. Though the railing prevented him from falling overboard, he sustained significant injuries, as this was no ordinary wave. Meanwhile, personnel who had remained in the cabin were also caught off guard by the surging waters, resulting in chaos within the control room of the patrol boat, with several Filipinos sprawled on the floor, groaning in pain. As Xiao Wu navigated the yacht towards another patrol boat, one Filipino soldier, distinguished by his different uniform, managed to rise from the floor despite his injuries, and began relaying instructions via radio to the other 3 patrol boats regarding their next course of action. Soon, the Wave Rider sensed something amiss, having just dealt a heavy blow to the second patrol boat. He was contemplating targeting the third when he noticed 2 patrol boats approaching his direction. Initially, through his binoculars, he thought they were approaching to confront him, prompting him to instruct Xiao Wu to halt the yacht. However, moments later he glanced back and saw the 2 patrol boats he had just bullied not far behind, approximately 1 nautical mile away. This realization prompted a sense of foreboding within the Wave Rider, as it appeared that the 4 patrol boats intended to encircle him. Though Lang Gu held a strong conviction regarding the robustness of his yacht, he could not assure himself of its ability to withstand the simultaneous onslaught of high-pressure water jets from 4 directions. At that moment, the audience in the live stream had also discerned the approach of 4 patrol boats from the Fine Monkey Nation, intent on encircling Lang Ji's vessel. Consequently, the barrage of comments urging him to make a hasty departure began to flood the screen. While Lang Gu was aware that the patrol boats aimed to trap him, his only fear stemmed from the prospect of being targeted by those 4 powerful water cannons. He felt no trepidation about being surrounded. His yacht boasted an impressive top speed of 85 knots, and with a mere touch of the throttle, he could leave the antiquated patrol boats in his wake, their trailing waves barely visible. At that moment, a daring idea began to take shape in his mind, one that could potentially elevate his renown, albeit fraught with considerable risk. Yet, time was of the essence, and after a brief hesitation, the 4 patrol boats had already closed in to within a mere 1,000 meters. The young individuals aboard the yacht, along with the steadfast helmsman Xiao Wu, noted Lang Ji's silence, and urgency compelled them to inquire, "Lang Gu, The patrol boats from the Five Monkey Nation are now less than 1,000 meters away. Shouldn't we make our escape? If they surround us, we could be in serious trouble. Upon hearing their anxious voices, Lang Gu seemed to arrive at a decision. He lifted his binoculars to scrutinize the 4 patrol boats. Before long, he identified his target and addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, do you see that patrol boat to the northwest? The one unleashing high-pressure jets upon us? There is likely a Five Monkey officer aboard, as I noticed his attire differed from the others. He must be in their military uniform. Our objective is him. They wish to encircle us? Let them. When they approach within 200 meters, you will throttle the engine to its maximum and ram this patrol boat with all your might. I'm curious to see if they fear for their lives. These Five Monkeys are deluding themselves. Did they not notice our earlier speed? Shaking them off is merely a matter of pressing the throttle. As Lang Gu articulated his plan, not only did Xiao Wu feel a shiver run down his spine, but the other young passengers aboard the yacht shared his apprehension. Even the viewers in the live stream, who had previously urged Lang Gu to teach the Five Monkey patrol boats a harsh lesson, were taken aback by this audacious decision, questioning whether Lang Gu had lost his senses in considering such a bold maneuver against a military vessel. Despite his reservations about Lang Ji's plan, Xiao Wu recognized that Lang Gu was his superior, rendering him reluctant to voice dissent. Instead, he saw confirmation. Are you truly intent on ramming them, Lang Gu? If we fail and the yacht sustains damage, we might find ourselves unable to escape, or worse, risk sinking and becoming prisoners of the Five Monkeys. Fear not. This yacht is no ordinary vessel. While I placed my order, I specifically inquired with the manufacturer, who assured me of its superior resilience. Even a collision with a ship weighing several hundred tons poses no threat, let alone these outdated patrol boats of mere dozens of tons, Lang Gu retorted. Enough of your doubts. If you are afraid to ram it, step aside and let me take control. I refuse to be intimidated. With a fierce determination, Lang Gu gazed at the approaching patrol boats, eager to seize the helm himself. Sensing his hesitation might displease his boss, Xiao Wu quickly replied, Lang Gu, allow me to handle this. Secure yourselves in your seats. We may experience significant force upon impact. Indeed, when the time comes, aim for that northwest boat. Maximize the throttle and prepare for impact. Lang Yi instructed. Rest assured, Lang Gu, you know my driving skills well. Secure yourselves and watch my maneuvering. I shall ensure that Five Monkey officer never dares to enter our South China Sea again. With that, Xiao Wu swiftly retrieved a safety belt from behind the captain's chair and secured it with practiced ease. Once satisfied that everyone was properly secured, he started the engine and adjusted the yacht's course towards the northwest, awaiting the patrol boats to enter the designated 500-meter range. Though the radar indicated the patrol boats were still over 700 meters away, Xiao Wu's grip on the controls remained steadfast, fully aware that he was about to undertake an act many in Huaxia would yearn to accomplish, colliding with the vessels of the Five Monkey Nation. Meanwhile, under the orders of their officer, the 4 patrol boats revved their engines to full throttle, envisioning the moment they would finally capture the yacht that had eluded them so many times and exact their revenge. In no time, the 4 Five Monkey patrol boats closed in to within 500 meters. Xiao Wu, fully prepared, observed their entry into the predetermined zone and pushed the control lever to its maximum. The yacht roared to life, the twin inboard engines generating immense power as it surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In mere moments, the speed escalated beyond 40 knots, then 50, 60, 70, and finally 80 knots. At such astonishing velocity, the 500 meters vanished in less than 15 seconds. Although the Five Monkey soldiers hastily attempted to maneuver their vessel away, there was simply no time to evade the impending collision. In the next instant, as panic seized them, Xiao Wu piloted the multi-million-dollar yacht directly into the patrol boat, the impact reverberating with a thunderous crash. The collision was akin to a missile strike. The patrol boat side was breached, a gaping hole of approximately 1 meter in diameter revealing the interior layout. Not only that, but the patrol boat was violently pushed off course and capsized. Chapter 90. The Condemnation and Commendation from the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Though the 2 vessels had initially approached each other, Xiao Wu had no time to find the perfect angle for a direct hit, colliding with the left front side of the Five Monkey patrol boat instead. However, with a relative speed exceeding 110 knots, the yacht at over 80 knots and the patrol boat at an estimated 30 knots, the energy released upon impact was nothing short of catastrophic. The Five Monkey patrol boat suffered a massive breach and capsized, but the true horror lay with the soldiers aboard. Just moments before, they had fantasized about encircling the luxurious, futuristic yacht, perhaps even earning accolades from their superiors. Yet, in the blink of an eye, They were forced to confront the harsh reality of their absurd and fanciful notions. The target they believed would be easily subdued was not a defenseless rabbit, but rather a fierce wolf capable of retaliating with deadly ferocity. As the vessels collided, a tremendous energy surged forth from the point of impact, akin to a colossal tsunami, sweeping through the entire Five Monkey patrol boat. This overwhelming force wreaked havoc, causing the soldiers inside to lose all control, their bodies tossed about helplessly in the violent turbulence. Some individuals were violently hurled against the cabin walls like kites severed from their strings, producing a dull thud upon impact. Others were flung into the air, only to crash down heavily onto the ground, emitting anguished cries. The pilot, caught unawares and unable to secure himself in time, struck his head forcefully against the ship's helm and lost consciousness. Chaos erupted within the cabin of the patrol vessel of the Philippines, filled with screams, wails, and curses. In stark contrast to the dismal state of the Philippine patrol boat on Lang Ji's yacht. Aside from a few decorative items that were scattered due to the force of the impact, everything else remained largely unscathed. Thanks to prior precautions, the occupants, though momentarily restrained by their seatbelts and suffering minor bruises, experienced no significant harm. As for Xiao Wu, seated in the captain's chair, he was completely unaffected, owing to the specialized energy-absorbing design of his seat. Following the collision, he quickly regained his composure, swiftly shifted the control stick into reverse, and maneuvered the yacht away from the patrol boat. He then deftly turned the helm and pushed the throttle to its maximum capacity. The yacht surged forth once more like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the north as per their prearranged plan. Upon achieving their target, they intended to vacate the scene at the earliest possible opportunity and continue westward to replenish their fuel in Sansha City, before proceeding to their ultimate destination, Sanya. Once they departed the scene, the live stream concluded. What had begun as several hours of live footage was distilled down to less than 30 minutes after being accelerated and edited. Consequently, viewers found themselves invigorated, as though they had personally piloted the yacht into the Philippine patrol vessel and flooded the comment section with their reactions. The streamer did brilliantly, managing to create a substantial breach in the Philippine patrol boat. It was utterly satisfying. The streamer is incredible. I enjoyed immensely, especially that final segment. Haha, indeed. That earlier scene where they toyed with the Philippines was simply hilarious. And the part where the streamer was scared off by a high-pressure water cannon was just too funny. Did you all see only the streamer collide with the Philippine military patrol boat and overlook the fact that the yacht sustained no damage after creating a significant hole in the military vessel? What kind of extraordinary yacht is this? It's astonishing. As countless netizens across the Chinese internet reveled in the video of Lang Ji's yacht playfully outmaneuvering the Philippine patrol boat. The spokesperson for the Philippine Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a stern announcement. The statement accused the citizens of China of disregarding national relations, employing nefarious tactics to mock and even damage Philippine military vessels, resulting in 3 severe injuries and 4 minor injuries. Such actions constituted criminal behavior. They called upon the Chinese government, in the spirit of maintaining relations with the Philippines, to hand over the involved individuals for prosecution, providing accountability to the injured Philippine soldiers. Failing that, they threatened to escalate the matter to the United Nations for intervention. Following the Philippine announcement, a storm of reactions erupted on the global internet. Although relations between China and the Philippines had historically been fraught with tension and intermittent clashes, incidents resulting in injuries to military personnel were rare. Thus, the news of damaged military vessels and casualties was explosive. Journalists worldwide flocked to the official website of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, eager for response. However, after hours of vigil, they were met with silence, leaving them perplexed. Such matters, pivotal to national diplomatic relations, could not have escaped the attention of the Chinese authorities. Why? Then, was there no response? In reality, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been promptly informed of the incident following the Philippine announcement and had grasped the sequence of events. As the intelligence apparatus of a major power is not to be underestimated. Upon understanding the circumstances, the ministry convened a task force to deliberate on a response. To ensure no detail was overlooked, they spent several hours reviewing the live stream footage multiple times, ultimately concluding that Lang Gu and his companions had acted commendably rather than errantly. The live stream clearly indicated that the conflict had originated from the actions of the Philippine patrol team, which had maliciously intruded into Chinese territorial waters. Upon encountering the solitary yacht, they attempted to encircle Lang Gu and his companions with overwhelming numbers, prompting their counterattack. Despite the yacht's superior performance and the subsequent clash that resulted in injuries to the patrol team, the primary fault lay with the patrol's provocations. The Philippine team, vastly outnumbering Lang G's 6 ordinary civilians aboard a civilian vessel, had instigated the encounter. Thus, the rhetoric from the Philippine ministry was viewed as an unfounded accusation, inciting considerable indignation among the temporary task force members. They felt it was preposterous for the larger contingent to blame the smaller group after instigating the confrontation. This was not a trivial matter among children, but a significant issue of national dignity. Therefore, the head of the task force, upon confirming the events and verifying the authenticity of the live stream with the platform, drafted a diplomatic statement and submitted it for higher review. Given the gravity of the situation concerning international relations, the statement underwent scrutiny and revisions by multiple departments before its final approval. Ultimately, at 9 a.m. the following day, the official website of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a statement addressing the incident. It asserted that the conflict had been entirely provoked by the actions of the Philippine patrol team, which had maliciously entered Chinese waters and actively sought to encircle Chinese citizens. In light of being surrounded by 4 military vessels, the Chinese citizens' actions constituted legitimate self-defense. They were not only blameless, but deserving of commendation for their robust response to malicious invaders within their own territorial waters. The Chinese side expressed deep disdain for the Philippine attempts to shift the blame onto its citizens. They firmly rejected the allegations of criminal behavior against Chinese citizens, asserting that the Philippine patrol's incursion into Chinese waters was a grave infringement upon China's territorial sovereignty and maritime rights in the South China Sea. The Chinese government urged the Philippines to respect China's territorial sovereignty and maritime rights, ceasing any actions that might escalate tensions or complicate the situation, particularly by refraining from sending patrols into Chinese waters. Otherwise, China would be compelled to take equivalent measures to safeguard its maritime security. Following the announcement from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the afternoon's routine diplomatic press conference featured a spokesperson who reiterated the outcomes of the incident's handling. The resolute response from the Huaxia nation reverberated throughout the globe, akin to a kettle boiling over. Upon witnessing the announcement, the netizens of Huaxia seemed to be invigorated, fervently breaching the metaphorical walls to flood the Facebook account of the Philippine Foreign Ministry with a torrent of mocking comments. A plethora of sardonic remarks emerged, rapidly escalating the comment count into the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, netizens from other nations, having viewed the live stream of Lang Ge, also expressed their disdain for the Philippine Foreign Ministry, joining in the chorus of vitriolic comments. Ultimately, under immense pressure, the Philippine Foreign Ministry was compelled to disable the comment section, prohibiting any further discourse. However, the furious netizens of Huaxia were not to be easily deterred. They flocked to other official accounts of the Philippines, unleashing their ire, which alarmed the operators of these accounts, leading them to uniformly close the comment sections, awaiting the storm to pass before reopening. Chapter 91. The surge in yacht orders as a multitude of netizens fervently mocked the Philippine nation on Facebook. A significant number of them developed an interest in Lang Ge's yacht. Many had previously not paid attention to him, unaware of the yacht's capabilities that had enabled it to create a substantial breach in a military patrol boat while sustaining no damage itself and nonchalantly departing the scene. Driven by curiosity, they began to inquire in various trending videos and search for keywords related to the yacht. Questions such as what type of yacht does Lang Ge operate, and what brand is the yacht featured in Lang Ge's livestream, proliferated. Given that Lang Ge boasted millions of followers, his fans began to engage with these inquiries, providing accurate information about the yacht. Upon receiving illuminating keywords about the yacht, those who had posed questions eagerly commenced their own searches. To their astonishment, the results unveiled recent videos showcasing prominent influencers speeding across the water in yachts, which previously had not conveyed the vessel's remarkable speed when viewed from a first-person perspective. The third-party angles of these videos made the yacht's velocity all the more apparent, particularly at speeds exceeding 70 knots, where it appeared to soar across the water's surface in a breathtaking spectacle. As more and more netizens searched for related keywords, a term that had lain dormant for months resurfaced in the trending searches: Creative Dawn Yacht, ranking 23rd. The extensive reach of the incident involving Lang Ge had sparked not only numerous social media accounts to share videos, but also garnered coverage from several renowned media outlets. Consequently, amid such heightened interest, the search volume for Creative Dawn Yacht soared, ultimately peaking at 3rd place in trending topics. The reason it could not climb higher was due to the prominence of 2 other keywords: 1v4, total victory, and Huaxia's firm response to Philippine defamation, both central to the unfolding drama. Nonetheless, even with a 3rd place ranking, the exposure garnered for Creative Dawn reached tens of millions, a staggering feat that would typically necessitate a promotional budget in the tens of millions or even over 100 million to achieve. Upon receiving news updates and comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Chen Jin could not help but commend Lang Ge for inadvertently providing Creative Dawn with an exceptional advertisement, one that resonated at a national level. This was truly beyond monetary valuation. With this in mind, Chen Jin promptly reached out to Zheng Dongchu. Once the call connected, Chen Jin swiftly inquired, "Uncle Zheng, have you seen the recent discussions online about Lang Ge overturning the Philippine patrol boat?" On the other end, Zheng Dongchu, recognizing the purpose of Chen Jin's call, responded, "Boss, I'm aware of it. I was just watching it. Are you calling to discuss Lang Ge?" "Indeed," Chen Jin affirmed. "This Lang Ge has effectively given us a national-level advertisement. We cannot let this go unacknowledged. I'm calling to arrange for someone to reach out to him and express our gratitude. Additionally, we could offer him some complimentary services, such as repainting any damages to his yacht, which likely sustained some wear from the incident. It appears he didn't tee-opt for an outboard motor, so we could gift him one as well. This may be a modest gesture, but it aims to demonstrate our sincerity. If he declines, we shall respect his wishes." Zheng Dongchu, already aware of Lang Ge's situation, was not surprised by Chen Jin's insights, given the widespread nature of the event. After Chen Jin articulated his thoughts, Zheng Dongchu shared similar sentiments, leading both to align in their approach. Following their discussion, in addition to the aforementioned offerings, they decided to include an additional 5 years of complimentary maintenance services, valued at over 5 million. After Chen Jin finalized the agreement, Zheng Dongchu arranged for personnel to contact Lang Ge. Typically, a dedicated delivery team interfaces with clients when yacht orders are placed, simplifying the process of connecting with customers. Once the information was relayed to Lang Ge, he was pleasantly surprised by the swift outreach from Creative Dawn, which not only included a multi-million-dollar complimentary maintenance package, but also the outboard motor he had long desired but could not afford. This brought him immense joy. That very evening, he hosted a live stream, expressing gratitude not only for the government's recognition of his actions, but also for Creative Dawn, acknowledging that it was the South China Shipyard under Creative Dawn that produced such a formidable yacht, which had spared him from harassment by the Philippine patrol boat and enabled him to achieve a remarkable feat against the Philippine military personnel. Thanks to the explosive popularity of the event, Lang Ge's live stream attracted an astonishing viewership of over 40 million, setting a record for his personal broadcasts and nearly achieving a 200-fold increase compared to previous numbers. Amid this surge in viewership, Lang Ge's follower count skyrocketed from 250,000 to 135 million, continuing to rise rapidly. In a single night, he transitioned from an ordinary streamer to a top-tier broadcaster with 1 million followers, a milestone that many other streamers may never reach in their lifetimes. Consequently, as fellow streamers observed the remarkable outcomes stemming from Lang Ge's audacious encounter with the Philippine patrol boat, they found themselves restless. Some, already boasting substantial followings and lucrative livestream sales, sought to replicate Lang Ge's audacious tactics, hoping to engage in similar antics against the Philippines or the Southern Vietnamese, aiming to adopt a patriotic persona themselves. Thus, they flocked to the Creative Dawn website, utilizing the provided contact information to swiftly place orders for identical yachts. Despite the staggering price of $88 million for a single yacht and the several months required for delivery, these expenditures are deemed inconsequential by those who believe they can elevate their live streaming careers to new heights. Consequently, propelled by this surge of enthusiasm, the marketing department of Chuangxiang Shuwang managed to amass an impressive 45 domestic orders and 62 international orders within a mere 2 days. When Zheng Dongchu relayed this astonishing news to Chen Jin, it nearly left him speechless. The magnitude of receiving 6 billion in orders within 2 days was simply unbelievable. Notably, among the 62 international orders, 40 originated from the United States, a remarkable occurrence given that the U.S. is dominated by the Della Group, a colossal yacht manufacturing titan that commands 70% of the global high-end yacht market. Typically, most Americans, when contemplating yacht purchases, prioritize product from the Della Group, seldom considering offerings from other nations, particularly from their adversary, Huaxia. Therefore, it is unprecedented for Chuangxiang Shuwang to secure 40 orders from the United States in just 2 days. However, unlike the excitement shared by others, Wang Jiangwo felt an immense burden, as they were already grappling with over 200 outstanding orders, and now with an additional 100 orders. Their predicament only grew more daunting. Chapter 92. The Pentagon's decision as the employees of Chuangxiang Shuwang reveled in the surge of yacht orders. A critical meeting convened at the Pentagon across the Pacific. The central topic of discussion was none other than the yacht that had recently captured the internet's attention. The screen in the conference room displayed breathtaking footage of the yacht slicing through the waves at high speed, a sight that evoked a sense of awe. As the video concluded, the commanding figure at the head of the table, known for his acumen, noticed a lack of feedback from the attendees. Taking the initiative, he inquired, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts after viewing the video?" "Zams, let's start with you." Lost in contemplation, Zams straightened himself upon being called and responded, "Mr. President, according to our CIA's investigation, this yacht was crafted by the South China Shipyard in Guangdong Province, Huaxia. This shipyard was originally engaged in the production of large cruise ships, but due to internal corruption, it fell into decline for 2 decades, and, as of last July, it was only manufacturing outdated fishing vessels, which are unrelated to the yacht we are discussing. However, the real question arises, how did a shipyard that only produced fishing boats manage to develop such a high-performance yacht in a matter of months? This is a mystery we wish to unravel, but our recent inquiries have not uncovered the source of their technological advancements. Ultimately, our focus has shifted to the controlling figure of this shipyard, namely Chen Jin, the owner of Chuangxiang Shuguang. From the information we have gathered, it is evident that significant changes occurred at the shipyard following his acquisition. Shortly thereafter, he established Chuangxiang Shuguang, a company that not only boasts a highly efficient bearing product, but has also developed the world's first solid-state battery. Therefore, I suspect that the technological innovations behind these products are closely tied to Chen Jin, if not entirely attributed to him. Regarding the yacht in question, I personally recommend swift, punitive measures, as its existence has already inflicted considerable damage on our Della Group. In recent months, their order volume has plummeted by nearly 60, with revenues dwindling to a mere 30 of last year's figures. The losses are substantial. This decline in orders not only impacts their revenue, but also affects our own tax revenues. Should we allow them to continue capturing market share in our country, Della Group may soon face bankruptcy, resulting in significant tax losses as they contribute a considerable amount annually. I trust that none of you wish to witness a Huaxia company triumph over an American enterprise. Thus, I urge the President to consider my proposal. That concludes my remarks. After Zams finished speaking, he resumed his silence. The figure at the head of the table, having listened to Zam's perspective, nodded in agreement before addressing another official, Treasury Secretary Yellen. "Please share your thoughts." Having been engrossed in international news, Yellen straightened in her seat and quickly replied, "Mr. President, I concur with Zam's recommendation. Our statistics reveal that in recent months, Chuangxiang Shuguang has not only captured dozens of yacht orders from Della Group domestically, but has also secured over 100 orders from the Middle East. If these orders had been fulfilled by Della Group, they would have amounted to over $6 billion. Completion of these orders would have resulted in a tax revenue exceeding $1 billion. However, with these orders now appropriated by Chuangxiang Shuguang, we are effectively forfeiting this tax revenue. To mitigate this impact, I support Zam's proposal for punitive measures against Chuangxiang Shuguang. That is all I have to say." Yellen, like Zams, then returned to her seat in silence. The figure at the head of the table, after absorbing Yellen's insights, remained non-committal and turned to another individual, Defense Secretary Austin. "What is your opinion?" Upon realizing he was being addressed, Austin promptly responded, "Mr. President, I, too, agree with the recommendations put forth by Zams and Yellen. Furthermore, I believe we must not only impose sanctions on Chuangxiang Shuguang within our borders to prohibit the sale of their yachts, but also include their bearings and solid-state batteries on our list of banned products. Additionally, we should urge our allies to enact similar measures against Chuangxiang Shuguang. Such actions would effectively curb their growth. Once sanctions are implemented, we can increase our investment in domestic solid-state battery research, reverse engineering Chuangxiang Shuguang's battery products to develop related technologies. Even if our batteries do not match theirs in energy density, a stern warning from us could deter many smaller nations from utilizing Chuangxiang Shuguang's products. This would hinder their international expansion progress, allowing us to subsequently launch our own products and seize a significant share of the global market. Moreover, we should orchestrate a smear campaign against Chuangxiang Shuguang to keep them preoccupied, thereby impacting their operational efficiency. Regrettably, over the last 2 years, Huaxia has tightened its defenses against us, making it difficult for us to send operatives into their territory to acquire technology. Indeed, our personnel there have been largely purged, leaving behind only a few crucial figures. Now, attempting to deploy agents into Huaxia is a daunting task. They are often apprehended the moment they exit the airport. Even in fortunate scenarios where they evade capture upon arrival, they seldom manage to remain undetected for more than 2 days, often falling victim to capture while sleeping, dining, or simply walking about, unable to escape in time. This has placed immense pressure on the young operatives within our intelligence department, and they are now reluctant to venture into the realm of Huaxia. Upon hearing Austin's remarks, Zams nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have also heard of your CIA's circumstances. However, this is your domain, and I find myself ill-equipped to voice an opinion. Having expressed his thoughts, Austin returned to his seat and turned his gaze towards Dong Wang. After absorbing Austin's perspective in the dialogue between Austin and Zams, Dong Wang refrained from offering his viewpoint and instead sought the opinions of others. Ultimately, after reaching a consensus, Dong Wang articulated his stance. Regarding the sanctions against Huaxia's enterprises, while we have previously enacted numerous sanctions, they were predominantly against companies with which we had intersecting technologies or patents, or those utilizing our technology, thereby justifying our actions. However, the target of our current sanctions bears no relation to our technologies or patents, and we have yet to fully comprehend the technologies they employ. Under such circumstances, our sanctions could very well yield counterproductive outcomes. I inquire, if everyone remains steadfast in this conviction, let us proceed with a vote. Those in favor of sanctioning Chuangxiang Shuguang, please raise your hands. Those who do not raise their hands will be considered as dissenting. Let's begin. Following Dong Wang's declaration, several individuals among the 13 in the conference room raised their hands. Ultimately, the vote resulted in 8 in favor and 5 against the resolution to sanction Chuangxiang Shuguang. Dong Wang, finding no further objections, affixed his signature to the legislative execution document. The following day, the United States announced a new economic sanctions bill, Sanction Bill against Huaxia Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited, 2025. The bill stated that due to the commercial activities of Huaxia Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited within the United States, a significant threat has emerged to national security and economic interests. To safeguard the interests and security of the United States and ensure the proper functioning and development of domestic enterprises, this bill is enacted to impose sanctions on Chuangxiang Shuguang. Effective immediately. 1. The entry of products, including but not limited to yachts, bearings, and batteries from Huaxia Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited, hereinafter referred to as Chuangxiang Shuguang, into the United States for sale is prohibited. 2. All assets of Chuangxiang Shuguang within the United States shall be frozen, including but not limited to movable property, real estate, and other types of assets. Employees of Chuangxiang Shuguang are barred from entering the United States. Those already within must depart within 3 days, or we will initiate deportation measures. Furthermore, organizations and individuals within the United States are prohibited from engaging in any transactions or collaborations with them. 3. The Federal Bureau of Investigation will initiate an antitrust investigation against the operations of Chuangxiang Shuguang for a period of 3 months, with the specific findings to be announced subsequently on the FBI's official website. Once this sanctions bill was publicized, it was akin to a boulder being cast into a tranquil, undisturbed lake, shattering the pre-existing calm and harmony. The ripples it generated swiftly traversed the globe via the internet. Chapter 93. Huaxia's response upon the announcement of the latest economic sanctions bill by the United States. Huaxia's intelligence department promptly received the information. However, this news left them utterly perplexed, as previous sanctions imposed by the United States had always targeted companies with established market positions worldwide. Yet now, they had singled out a company that had been in existence for less than a year. Was the United States regressing, or was there an underlying reason for this action? At that moment, the minister of a certain intelligence department in Huaxia, Yang Hui, was pondering the rationale behind the United States' sudden sanctions against Huaxia companies. Although several plausible explanations flickered through his mind, none aligned precisely. He surmised that there must be some undisclosed reason behind the unexpected sanctions. However, time was of the essence, as he needed to report this information to higher authorities immediately to facilitate prompt decision-making. Although they would eventually receive the news through other channels, timely reporting from the intelligence department would enable them to stay abreast of the latest developments, allowing for swift strategic discussions. Otherwise, the existence of the intelligence department would be rendered moot. Soon, Yang Hui dispatched the information he had gathered to his superiors at the Huaxia National Security Ministry. Upon receiving the materials sent by Yang Hui, the leadership of the National Security Ministry promptly convened a meeting with various departments. During the meeting, the Minister of National Security, Liu Wenhui, addressed the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, have you all reviewed the materials in front of you? To be frank, the actions of the Americans this time differ significantly from their previous maneuvers. Their announcement of the sanctions bill was remarkably abrupt, and according to our intelligence, this bill appears to have been a last-minute decision, likely made during their meeting yesterday. For this reason, our intelligence department only received the news after their public announcement. Consequently, this decision has placed us in a notably passive position. Therefore, I have gathered everyone here to solicit your opinions and discuss how we can minimize the damage caused by these sanctions. Liu Wenhui concluded, and the director of the Economic Intelligence Bureau, Li Wenji, raised his hand, prompting Liu Wenhui to signal him to speak. In response to the indication, Li Wenji began, Minister. Based on the information collected by our economic department, it appears that Chuangxiang Shuguang, despite being less than a year old, has produced several products that are leading the market by a significant margin. First, their bearing products not only outperform all high-end products currently available, but are also priced considerably lower, allowing them to capture a substantial share of the market from foreign high-end bearing brands in recent months. Additionally, the yachts they have introduced boast a remarkable top speed of 85 knots, coupled with exceptional structural integrity. Remarkably, they are priced at only 88 million Huaxia coins, far below the typical price range of 100 to 200 million for comparable yachts produced by other companies. The viral video, circulating recently, showcasing a domestic streamer who crashed a patrol boat from the Fine Monkey Nation yet emerged unscathed, featured this very yacht, which has since garnered significant attention online. Lastly, their newly launched solid-state graphene battery signifies a transformative leap in renewable energy technology, possessing several times the energy density of lithium batteries, along with enhanced safety features and rapid charging capabilities. With such formidable performance, this solid-state graphene battery effectively eliminates the potential for further advancements in lithium battery technology. Therefore, based on these three product characteristics, I personally speculate that the most likely reason for the United States' sudden sanctions is indeed the yacht product they have introduced. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenhui expressed some agreement, but maintained a degree of skepticism, asking, Wenji, do you have any factual evidence to support your assertion that the United States' sudden sanctions are primarily due to Chuangxiang Shuguang's yacht product? Li Wenji shook his head in response to Liu Wenhui's inquiry. Minister, given the current information available, we cannot provide conclusive proof. After all, we have only just received this news, and we remain in the dark regarding the reasons for the United States' abrupt actions. However, we can glean some insights from their announcement. For instance, they indicated in their announcement that it was to ensure that domestic enterprises in the beautiful nation could operate and develop normally. This statement reveals a plethora of information. First, although the bearing products under the auspices of Chuangxiang Shuguang have successfully captured the market previously held by foreign high-end bearing brands in China, it is noteworthy that the majority of these foreign brands hail from Europe. Coupled with the fact that last year the beautiful nation prohibited the export of certain high-end bearing products to us, it is evident that there exists no competitive market relationship between this product and the domestic enterprises of the beautiful nation. Secondly, despite Chuangxiang Shuguang recently launching a groundbreaking solid-state graphene battery technology, this innovation is still in its nascent stages and cannot even satisfy the domestic market, let alone have any impact on their enterprises in the beautiful nation. Therefore, the most likely product in question is the yacht. The beautiful nation is home to the Delai Group, which once commanded over 70% of the global high-end yacht market, boasting a staggering market capitalization of $300 billion and annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, contributing an astonishing amount in taxes to the beautiful nation's government. Since Chuangxiang Shuguang introduced their yacht, they have received over 400 orders in just 6 months. Recently, due to an incident involving a streamer piloting a patrol boat for the Philippines, their popularity has surged, undoubtedly leading to a significant influx of new orders. The owners of these orders, had it not been for the emergence of Chuangxiang Shuguang, would likely have been potential clients of the Delai Group. Even if only half of these clients ultimately opted for products from the Delai Group, it would still result in an income of several billion USD. Moreover, this is merely within a span of 6 months. If this trend persists, the Delai Group's yacht business could be entirely usurped by Chuangxiang Shuguang. Thus, according to the tendencies of the beautiful nation, such a consequence will undoubtedly not be tolerated. Thirdly, to my knowledge, the current general manager of Chuangxiang Shuguang is none other than Zheng Dongchu, who previously held the same position at the Delai Group's Huaxia branch. After the Delai Group implemented discriminatory practices against us, Zheng Dongchu resigned and did not join any other company until he was invited by Chen Jin to join and establish Chuangxiang Shuguang in September of last year. A few months later, they launched their first bearing product in collaboration with the Demi Group. Minister, you should be aware of this information, correct? Liu Wenhui nodded. Li Wenji was not surprised by Liu Wenhui's acknowledgement, as this information is essentially public knowledge. He continued, since the minister is aware of this, we merely need to examine the recent financial reports of the Delai Group to ascertain whether their business has indeed suffered a severe blow, prompting the beautiful nation to impose sanctions on our Chuangxiang Shuguang. Indeed, Wenji, your speculation holds merit. Let me arrange for an expedited investigation. If the recent business data of the Dalai Group corroborates your assertions of significant setbacks, it could very well explain their actions. After hearing Li Wenji articulate his perspective, Liu Wenhui harbored some suspicions of his own and responded, "Are there any other opinions from the other department leaders? Please share your thoughts." Soon, the leaders of the International Intelligence Agency's Analysis Bureau voiced their opinions and insights. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. The sudden imposition of sanctions by the beautiful nation against Huaxiao Enterprises is most likely a reaction to the Dalai Group's business being encroached upon by Huaxiao companies, necessitating such a temporary resolution from the beautiful nation. Now, they awaited the intelligence personnel to unveil the financial data concerning the Dalai Group. Should their financial revenues reflect a dramatic downturn in recent months, it would substantiate their conjectures. Consequently, they could formulate a strategy in response to this development. However, prior to that, they needed to notify Chuangxiang Shuguang, as historically, companies subjected to sanctions by the beautiful nation have experienced some degree of operational impact. Thus, promptly informing them would at least help prevent them from falling into a severely passive state, which is the only course of action available to them at present. Chapter 94. The reaction from Huaxiao before long. Zheng Dongchu received notification from the relevant departments in Huaxia. The reason the departments did not contact Chen Jin directly is that during the company registration, Chen Jin, wishing to avoid complications, provided Zheng Dongchu's contact information. As the general manager of Chuangxiang Shuguang, Zheng Dongchu naturally qualified as the primary point of contact. Upon receiving the message, Zheng Dongchu felt a chill run down his spine. His company had only been established for less than a year, yet had already been placed on the sanctions list of the beautiful nation. This was utterly absurd. Without delay, he dialed Chen Jin's number and conveyed the entire message he had received. At that moment, Chen Jin was in his office at the South China Shipyard, drafting the design document for the mini aerial photography app. Although Chen Jin had exchanged the technology for this product from the system, directly applying the source code of the app could adversely affect the company's development, as the software development team had not been involved in the entire process. If they later wished to update the app, it would be exceedingly challenging, as they would first need to thoroughly understand the app's framework and algorithms before embarking on any attempts at upgrades. If this process were not managed properly, it could result in drastic discrepancies between the updated version and its predecessor, leading to a fragmented user experience. Thus, to avoid such issues, Chen Jin drafted a development document based on the exchange technology, allowing the company's development team to independently create the app. Just as he was engrossed in his work, he received Zheng Dongchu's call, which took him by surprise, as Zheng Dongchu rarely called him directly unless it was an urgent matter. Chen Jin immediately paused his typing and answered the phone. Soon after, Zheng Dongchu's voice reached him. "Boss, we have a serious situation. Our company has been placed on the sanctions list by the beautiful nation, meaning our products cannot be sold there. And we may even have to cancel the orders we receive from them. I just sent you a screenshot from the beautiful nation's official website via WeChat. Please take a look." Upon hearing that his company had been sanctioned, Chen Jin's pupils constricted slightly, although he had anticipated such a day would come. Given that the products he had developed would inevitably impact the enterprises of the beautiful nation, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. After all, it had only been 9 months. While he was somewhat taken aback by the beautiful nation's lack of integrity, Chen Jin did not dwell on it, instead offering reassurance. "It's all right, Uncle Zheng. It's merely a ban from the beautiful nation, nothing insurmountable. We are currently unable to fulfill our existing orders anyway. If they wish to cancel, we will refund all undelivered items. Additionally, we should inform those canceling orders that any future orders will incur a price increase of 100. Moreover, all future orders from the beautiful nation will see a price hike of 200. Simultaneously, have someone draft an article filled with sarcastic jabs at the beautiful nation's cowardice. Let it be as scathing and mocking as possible. We will publish it on our official website and all our social media accounts. While we cannot prevent the sanctions, at least we can vent our frustrations through a bit of sarcasm directed at the beautiful nation." On the other end, Zheng Dongchu, upon hearing Chen Jin's calm demeanor, gradually shifted from his initial panic over the sanctions to a more composed state. Upon hearing Chen Jin's directive, there was an immediate sense of reason in the response. "Very well, boss. Indeed, the beautiful nation lacks conviction. I shall soon procure a master of yin and yang to compose an article, which will also need to be translated into multiple languages. Only by thoroughly unsettling the beautiful nation can we find satisfaction. However, I cannot shake the feeling that our recent sanctions are closely tied to the Drail Group. Do you recall my previous mention of their president for the Asia-Pacific region? He once proclaimed that he would ensure our downfall. Based on my understanding of this individual, I am convinced he will engage in underhanded tactics. In response to Zheng Dongchu's speculation, Chen Jin shook his head and remarked, Uncle Zheng, there is no need for further conjecture regarding the reasons behind this. Even if we were to ascertain the truth, what could we achieve? Should we send someone to eliminate him? Setting aside whether we could even accomplish such a feat, it would bear little significance, as we currently lack the means to alter the decisions of the beautiful nation. Thus, we need not indulge in futile speculation. By the way, Uncle Zheng, please issue an internal announcement regarding the recent sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation. Inform all employees that our operations are primarily domestic and that the sanctions will only result in a minor loss of orders, which will have negligible impact on us. Therefore, they need not succumb to panic. Understood, boss. I shall attend to that immediately. Do you have any additional instructions? Zheng Dongchu inquired after absorbing Chen Jin's orders. None at all, Uncle Zheng. Please proceed with your arrangements, Chen Jin replied. After ending the call, Chen Jin contemplated for a moment before summoning Wang Jiangwo. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through Chen Jin's office. Upon granting entry, Wang Jiangwo stepped inside and approached Chen Jin's desk, asking, Boss, do you have any instructions for me? At that moment, Chen Jin was reviewing an announcement from the official website of the beautiful nation sent by Zheng Dongchu. Lifting his gaze upon Wang Jiangwo's inquiry, he responded, Old Wang, I have just received news that our company's products have been sanctioned by the beautiful nation and placed on a sales ban list. Consequently, we may need to return all orders from the beautiful nation. This is why I called you here. I need you to compile a report on which orders are currently under construction and which are yet to commence. If any orders from the beautiful nation are already in progress, they must be converted to orders of a similar layout. If there are none, we should postpone all production until the last possible moment. Should they decide to rescind their orders, we will cancel the production plans accordingly. Additionally, expedite the construction of our new dry docks. The newly added large docks are of great importance, and we can allocate more funds to hasten their completion. Wang Jiangwo, somewhat taken aback by the sanctions news, acknowledged, Understood, boss. I will have someone compile that information right away. Very well, proceed. Chen Jin urged as he prepared to send Wang Jiangwo back, only to suddenly recall something important, calling him back. Oh, and Old Wang. Please instruct the security personnel to intensify patrols and check for any blind spots in the surveillance systems within the factory premises. Since we have drawn attention from the beautiful nation, we cannot rule out the possibility of intruders. Ensuring the security of our facility is paramount. And if we lack sufficient personnel, we should hire more. Wang Jiangwo assured him that it would be taken care of and, upon receiving Chen Jin's nod, exited the office. Once Wang Jiangwo departed, Chen Jin closed his laptop and proceeded to the laboratory, where he activated a monitor. Instantly, a progress bar appeared on screen, indicating a completion status of 993, advancing at a rate of 0.001 per second, suggesting imminent completion. Satisfied with the progress, Chen Jin busied himself with another device, preparing a grand surprise for the nation of Huaxia, one that would serve as a pivotal point in the production of a particular product. Meanwhile, in a different location, Lu Wenhui, the director of the Huaxia National Security Bureau, was perusing international news. Numerous media outlets hastily disseminated the announcement from the beautiful nation, particularly noting the uncommon nature of sanctions imposed on a company that had been established for less than a year. This prompted a flurry of bewildered comments from internet users, while adversaries of Huaxia seized the opportunity to mock. After a brief period of observation, Lu Wenhui received intelligence from his department. The report indicated that the Drail Group had witnessed a decline in revenue since December 2024, albeit modest, with a decrease of approximately 10% compared to the previous year. However, by March 2025, the group's business began to plummet dramatically. From March to May, their luxury yacht division's revenue fell by 60%, and overall revenue during the same period plummeted by 70%, amounting to only 30% of what it had been the previous year. Consequently, the Drail Group's executives were compelled to seek assistance from the government of the beautiful nation. Upon reviewing the gathered information, Lu Wenhui opted not to convene a meeting with other department heads, as the current data aligned perfectly with Li Wenji's suspicions, thus significantly expanding their operational attitude. The sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation were clearly a unilateral violation of trade practices. A company unable to compete resorting to suppressing others was an untenable rationale. As a founding member of the WTO, the beautiful nation's actions contradicted the principles of global trade. Thus, a formal protest could be lodged with the WTO. While this would not alter the outcome of the sanctions, it would at least serve to irritate them. With this in mind, Lu Wenhui promptly grabbed his briefcase and instructed his driver to take him to a certain courtyard in the capital. From the exterior, it appeared unremarkable. It was fortified by armed soldiers stationed at every corner, underscoring its significance. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Lu Wenhui proceeded directly to the entrance, where, after presenting his credentials and passing security checks, he was granted access. Once inside the courtyard, he made his way swiftly to a pavilion situated approximately 200 meters within. Seated there were two elderly gentlemen, both around 60 years of age, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Should an outsider glimpse this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "ISNT that the Grand Elder and the Third Elder of Huaxia." However, for Lu Wenhui, this was a commonplace occurrence. Clearing his throat from a distance to announce his presence, he caught their attention. The Grand Elder, upon recognizing him, beckoned. "Wenhui, you've arrived. Come sit with us. We need to discuss what the Americans are up to this time." "Certainly, Grand Elder, Third Elder," Lu Wenhui replied, stepping into the pavilion and taking a seat before them. He then retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opened the received information, and presented it to the Grand Elder while stating, "The esteemed Elder and the Third Elder. Here is the information we have gathered. Based on the data we have received thus far, it is evident that the sanctions imposed on our company, Chuanshan Shuguang, are a unilateral decision by the United States. The primary motive appears to be the encroachment of our company on the high-end yacht business of their domestic enterprise. The Delay Group." "Oh, how did you arrive at this conclusion?" inquired the Third Elder, as Lu Wenhui finished his statement. Before Lu could respond, the Elder interjected, "Old Li, take a look at this data and you will understand. It seems the Americans are regressing. They cannot withstand even this modicum of pressure." As he spoke, the Elder handed over a tablet to the Third Elder. Upon receiving the tablet, the Third Elder began to examine the information. Moments later, he exclaimed in anger, "Indeed, the Americans are truly regressing. I cannot believe that they would resort to such measures simply because their domestic businesses face a minor challenge. They clearly underestimate us, thinking they can bully us at will." Seeing the Third Elder's fury, the Elder advised, "Calm down, Old Li. Your anger serves no purpose. We have faced similar challenges before. The Americans, relying on their status as the world's foremost power, cannot tolerate their companies being outperformed by those from other nations. I believe they certainly harbor such sentiments. Although this sudden sanction from the United States may result in considerable losses for us, it also indicates that they're beginning to fear our Chinese companies. This marks a promising beginning, and we will soon have more technologically advanced companies that will instill fear in them. By the way, Wenhui, have you informed Chuanshan Shuguang about the sanctions? What is their response? Have they been affected?" Upon hearing the Elder's inquiry regarding Chuanshan Shuguang, Lu Wenhui quickly replied, "Elder, I have notified them, and they have responded." According to General Manager Zheng Dongchu, their owner, Chen Jin, seemed to anticipate such a day. Consequently, he was not taken aback by the news and is preparing to publish a satirical article on their official website and social media platforms to mock the Americans. Furthermore, their yacht business has been largely unaffected, with only a few orders from the United States potentially being canceled. However, their current production capacity cannot even meet the existing orders. So even with this reduction, they remain exceedingly busy, with several months of production ahead. As for their other two products, they have yet to be marketed internationally. Thus they remain unaffected. After Lu Wenhui finished his report, both the Elder and the Third Elder chuckled. The Third Elder then remarked, "Haha, youth is indeed a blessing. Fearless and bold, considering writing a satirical article to irritate those Americans. I find this idea quite appealing. What do you think, old Zhang?" Upon being addressed, the Elder stroked his chin and replied, "This notion is indeed commendable. Since you, Old Li, also find it feasible, let us proceed. Gather a few more people for input, ensuring the message is clear and accessible so that the Americans grasp it without difficulty. We cannot allow our standards to fall short of those set by Chuanshan Shuguang. Old Li, please arrange this promptly and ensure it is released. Also, let us have a reporter present to read it aloud. Since the Americans are so shameless, we must not let them escape unscathed. Furthermore, since they have sanctioned our enterprise, it would only be fitting to retaliate. Is it not true that they imposed these sanctions because their Delay Group's business was encroached upon by us? Very well, we shall impose sanctions on Delay Group as well. Not long ago, they engaged in discriminatory practices, and had it not been for their substantial market share, we would have taken more decisive action than mere fines. Now that we possess superior products, we need not fear them. Old Li, please have someone compile the records of Delay Group's violations within our territory. Wenhui, you assist with this as well. Once we gather sufficient evidence, we shall initiate counter-sanctions to demonstrate to the Americans that we are not to be trifled with." Receiving the Elder's affirmation, the Third Elder nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately." The Elder then turned to Lu Wenhui and instructed, "Wenhui, Please convey to Chuangxiang Shuguang that our nation will unwaveringly support them. They need not fear the Americans. Aside from their sanctions, they possess no other recourse. Therefore, if they have their own initiatives, as long as they do not involve illegal activities, they should proceed confidently. Understood, Elder. I shall relay the message forthwith. Lu Wenhui replied with a nod. Good, go ahead. After issuing his directives, the third elder returned the tablet to Lu Wenhui, who placed it into his briefcase and then took his leave from the heavily guarded courtyard. The third elder followed suit, as he too had matters to attend to. After watching the two depart, the elder turned his gaze to the southern sky for a moment. He then retrieved a specialized mobile phone and dialed a number labeled N01. The call was soon connected, and a hearty voice greeted him. Hello? Elder, what brings you to call me today? The voice on the other end belonged to He Zhenghua, the commander of the Southern War Zone, a figure whom Chen Jin would undoubtedly recognize. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the elder replied, Old He, how have you been lately? Oh, I've been quite well, Elder. What prompts your inquiry? He Zhenghua responded, puzzled by the elder's sudden interest in his well-being. Haha, as long as you're doing well, that's what matters. The reason I called is to ask if you remember Chen Jin, the young man who sold us 2 steel formulas and developed solid-state graphene battery technology. Of course, I remember him. Why does the elder inquire about him? He Zhenhua's curiosity deepened. Old He, have you not been following the developments in the United States lately? I have told you before, while your focus has been on the new tank, you must not neglect other information. The elder chided him gently, acknowledging the commander's oversight and staying updated on global affairs. Realizing his lapse, He Zhenghua quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Elder. My attention has been consumed by the imminent mass production of the new tanks, and I have overlooked external developments. I will draft a self-reflection report for you. However, how does the situation in the United States relate to Chen Jin? Your self-reflection report can be waived. After all, your dedication to the new tanks is in the service of the nation. As for the connection between the United States and Chen Jin, it is as follows. Today, the United States suddenly issued a sanction announcement targeting Chen Jin's company, prohibiting the sale of their products in the U.S. and freezing their assets there. The reason behind this predicament is that the products of Chen Jin's company have decisively outperformed American enterprises, leading them to shamelessly impose sanctions on Chen Jin's company. It's as simple as that. The purpose of my call today is to inquire about your opinion on this young man, Chen Jin, and whether he is worthy of our investment in his development. After the elder finished speaking, he fell silent, patiently awaiting He Zhenghua's response. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, He Zhenghua pondered for a moment and replied, To be frank, Elder, I hold a very favorable impression of this young man, Chen Jin. He exhibits neither arrogance nor impatience, and on the strength of his personal abilities alone, he has developed several innovative technologies that overshadow existing ones. This alone makes him worthy of our cultivation. Furthermore, our investigations reveal that while Chen Jin's family may not possess an illustrious lineage, they have thrived in Yangcheng for several centuries without a history of treachery or betrayal. Although they have engaged in commerce, there is no record of oppressing the common people. Therefore, their family background poses no issues. The elder nodded in agreement and said, I trust your judgment. Given this, please keep a close watch on him. He has already attracted the attention of the beautiful nation, and he may encounter perilous situations ahead. Additionally, if he requires assistance, you may act on your own discretion as long as it does not contravene our principles, without needing to consult me beforehand. After hearing He Zhenhua's views on Chen Jin, the elder nodded once more. Indeed, I shall arrange for dedicated personnel to provide covert protection, ensuring that no mishap befalls him. Despite being far away in the southern Yangcheng, He Zhenghua instinctively assumed a military posture in response to the elder's command. Very well, you may handle the arrangements. However, be advised not to pry into his secrets during the course of this covert protection. Should it incite his displeasure, it would contradict our objectives. Understood? Understood, Elder. Then proceed with your arrangements. I will hang up now. After the elder concluded the call, He Zhenghua fell into deep contemplation. Shortly thereafter, he picked up the phone on his desk, dialed a special number, and initiated a conversation. Following a brief exchange, a satisfied smile spread across He Zhenhua's face, as if he had resolved a pressing matter. Chapter 96. The overwhelmed leader. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Chuangxiang Shuguang, Zheng Dongchu was engrossed in a newly established group chat. This group was created specifically to fulfill Chen Jin's request, inviting several renowned masters of Yin-Yang literature from both domestic and international spheres to discuss how to compose an article that is both subtly sarcastic and devoid of any offensive language. Furthermore, Zheng Dongchu had enlisted several experts in mainstream international language translation to join the chat, intending to ensure that when these literary masters completed the article, it would be translated promptly. Upon offering a generous fee of 200,000 Huaxia coins to each participant, the literary creators were taken aback, as they had never anticipated that their contribution to a single article could yield such a sum. Consequently, they unleashed their creative prowess, infusing the piece with a rich vein of sarcasm. Before long, an article of approximately 1,000 words was completed and sent to Zheng Dongchu. As he observed their discussions, Zheng Dongchu was enveloped by the overwhelming atmosphere of yin-yang humor, affirming the profound depth of Huaxia literature. When he finally read the finished article, he found it so compelling that he promptly forwarded it to Chen Jin for review. While analyzing data in the laboratory, Chen Jin received Zheng Dongchu's message and opened it. Immediately, he too was struck by the pervasive essence of sarcasm. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, he endured the article until the end. After sending back a message of approval to Zheng Dongchu, he quietly recited the Tao Te Ching, attempting to erase the content he had just read from his mind. Regrettably, he forgot the text and could not continue. Thus, he resorted to using his headphones, plugging them into his ears, and turning on music, before returning to his workstation to analyze the data. On the other side, upon receiving Chen Jin's approval, Zheng Dongchu instructed the translation experts to convert the article into multiple languages. Although other languages may lack the profundity of Huaxia, the high-quality translations managed to convey a portion of the original context. After thorough verification, Zheng Dongchu directed the operations team to publish the corresponding article on various social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and the official website of Chuangshan Shuguang, ensuring that every possible avenue for dissemination was utilized. Upon receiving the notification, the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs had already prepared a dedicated external announcement. After learning that Chuangshan Shuguang had released a public statement, the official accounts of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs promptly synchronized their announcement. This left Huaxia netizens bewildered. Initially, they anticipated a targeted condemnation akin to previous announcements. However, what they encountered was an article brimming with sarcasm. As they absorbed the perplexing announcement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, some astute individuals discovered that Chuangshan Shuguang's official website and accounts had similarly published an article laden with sarcasm. It became clear to them that the recent sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation had not adversely affected Chuangshan Shuguang's shipbuilding endeavors, prompting this theatrical display of sarcasm aimed at annoying the Americans. Enlightened by the truth, netizens erupted into laughter, surprised that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs could engage in such humor. Nevertheless, amidst their amusement, they did not forget to share the announcement, particularly those who frequently surf foreign social media platforms, eagerly disseminating it online. As the announcement circulated, keywords such as "the beautiful nation is cowardly" and "the leader is a coward" began trending. Notably, the leader's Facebook account faced an onslaught of comments. Due to character limits in the comment section, many users resorted to screenshotting Chuangshan Shuguang's article and posting it as images in the comments. This barrage of comments extended not only to the leader's account, but also to various official accounts of the beautiful nation, all of which suffered from an avalanche of remarks. Despite the swift actions taken by the social media platforms to ban accounts and remove comments, they could not quell the fervent enthusiasm of the Huaxia netizens. Moreover, many individuals from other nations joined in the fray, eager to participate in the uproar, for the world is not solely divided between Huaxia and the beautiful nation. Numerous other countries harbor grievances against the latter. Before long, these two announcements reached the leader's ears. After reviewing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement, the leader realized they had committed a grave error. Upon reading Chuangshan Shuguang's article, a piece that unmistakably criticized both the beautiful nation and him personally, he felt utterly overwhelmed. It was akin to someone pointing a finger at his forehead and unleashing a torrent of insults, yet upon attempting to retaliate, he discovered that not a single curse word had been uttered. The frustration of wanting to respond but being unable to do so left him flustered, prompting him to utter several expletives. The nearby staff, witnessing the leader's reaction, were rendered speechless in shock. Although the embattled leader was seething with rage, he found himself at an impasse, as the sanctions bill had already been made public. To retract, it would be a blow to the prestige of the United States. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he let out a string of expletives, cursing in frustration. After a moment of reflection, he realized that venting his anger was futile, and so he composed himself and instructed his staff, "Go summon Zams and Yellen. I am eager to see what solutions they can propose. This is truly a perplexing predicament." Understood, Mr. President, replied the staff member promptly before departing. Shortly thereafter, Zams, Yellen, and several other high-ranking officials who had attended the previous day's meeting entered the Oval Office, heads bowed in deference, observing their submissive demeanor. The leader slammed his palm onto the desk and exclaimed, "Look at you all! The decision you made yesterday has turned us into a laughingstock across the globe. Who would have thought that the United States would stoop so low as to target a nascent Chinese company that has been in operation for less than a year? Now they're mocking us openly, and we find ourselves bereft of any means to counter their taunts. Do you understand? Speak up. Have you all lost your voices? Just yesterday, you were so eloquent in your reasoning. Why the silence now? Yellen, you start." The leader unleashed the pent-up frustration that had been building within him, directing his ire at Treasury Secretary Yellen. Yellen, caught off guard by being the first chosen to speak, felt a surge of anxiety. She recognized that their decision had indeed been made in haste. While they were aware that the company in question, Chuangshan Shuguang, was still in its infancy, they had failed to consider that the United States had no tangible leverage against it, as the technology employed by the company bore no relation to American advancements. In fact, the capabilities of this young company far surpassed those of existing American technologies. Consequently, their attempt to impose sanctions using traditional methods had led to the current impasse, wherein the company disregarded their actions and even mocked them openly. Moreover, the international community was joining in the ridicule. It was akin to a scenario where one, armed with $20, asks a child to purchase a pack of cigarettes costing $17, then brazenly claims the remaining $3 is fair. The child, however, pulls out a wad of cash and retorts that the $3 are worthless, all while onlookers witness the exchange, inevitably leading to a spectacle of embarrassment. Now, faced with the scrutiny, Yellen could only stammer, "Mr. President, I have no viable solutions at hand. However, since the announcement has already been made, we cannot retract it. Given that we have erred, perhaps we should proceed with a unified approach among our allied nations to impose sanctions on Chuangshan Shuguang. This may allow us to regain some semblance of control. Once we thoroughly understand their technology, we could undercut them, thereby stifling their growth at its inception." Initially, upon hearing Yellen's admission of having no solutions, the leader was incensed and nearly erupted in anger. Yet after reflecting on her subsequent proposal, he realized that they were indeed left with no alternative but to proceed, as the announcement had already been published on the U.S. government's official website, and the world was now privy to the situation. To reverse the sanctions would undoubtedly incite public outrage, as the American populace craved a robust government, not one perceived as weak. Thus, their only recourse was to continue enforcing the sanctions and to rally more allies to join in the effort against Chuangshan Shuguang, affording them a chance to achieve their original objectives. Meanwhile, as discussions unfolded in the United States regarding how to expedite the enlistment of allies for their sanctions, in Huaxia's Yancheng, within the South China Shipyard's fifth-floor laboratory of the delivery office, Chen Jin had finally completed his data simulation. He was poised to showcase to the world what it meant to have a fear of insufficient firepower. Chapter 97, Type 058C Fire Support Frigate. At that moment, Chen Jin stood beside a 3D projection platform in the laboratory, a technological marvel he had acquired using 20,000 tech points from a system, which he had painstakingly crafted himself. The 3D projection platform, as the name suggests, was capable of projecting three-dimensional images, though it was limited to projecting onto a fixed surface and could not cast images into every corner like in science fiction films. Its projection quality rivaled that of cinematic displays. This platform could project images from a height not exceeding 70 centimeters above the surface, sufficiently displaying the forms of large equipment, structures, vessels, and apparatuses. What was currently being projected before Chen Jin was the fruit of his research since returning from school. This creation was aptly named the Type 058C Fire Support Frigate. Indeed, a frigate adorned with the title of Fire Support. Many would likely find the name perplexing at first glance. How could a frigate be associated with fire support? Traditionally, frigates are viewed as close escorts within a fleet, tasked primarily with air defense and anti-submarine operations, as evidenced by their arsenal of numerous anti-air missiles. In contrast, the role of delivering firepower typically falls to destroyers. Division of labor and cooperation are the hallmarks of modern naval warfare. However, once one examines the specifications of this frigate, such doubts would quickly dissipate, yielding to admiration for its extraordinary parameters. Vessel model, Type 058C, Fire Support Variant. Dimensions, length 147 meters, width 17 meters, height 38 meters. Draft, 759 meters. Standard displacement, 4. 800 tons. Full displacement, 5. 600 tons. Propulsion, twin GT45-000 gas turbines, 46,000 kW, total output 92,000 kW, featuring dual shaft propulsion. Cruising speed, 45 knots, maximum speed, 62 knots. Maximum range, 500 nautical miles at 20 knots. Radar system, equipped with the same active phased array radar system as the 055D destroyer, a fourth-generation upgrade, with a maximum detection range of 400 kilometers and an integrated radar system, including surface search radar, fire control radar, over-the-horizon radar, navigation radar, etc. Sonar system. The bow features a new generation 309 type medium-frequency passive sonar, while the stern is equipped with a new generation SJG208 type low-frequency towed array sonar, with an effective detection range of 240 kilometers and a working depth of 200 meters. Helicopter accommodates 20 shipborne helicopter. Crew complement, 125 personnel. If one were to assess these parameters alone, they might merely conclude that this frigate was somewhat larger and faster. However, the designation of fire support was conferred upon this vessel due to its weaponry configuration. Weapon systems. 1. Main gun, equipped with a conventional upgraded 130mm 75 caliber single-barrel naval gun, with a maximum firing rate of 42 rounds per minute and a maximum range of 38 kilometers. 1. Close-in weapon system, equipped with two 1130 close-in weapon systems. 2. Vertical launch system, 6 sets of 12-cell universal vertical launch systems, 4 at the bow, 2 in the middle, employing a common hot and cold launch design. Each launch unit can accommodate a maximum of 4 HHQ, 17 medium-range air defense missiles, which boast an impressive maximum range of 210 kilometers, a maximum altitude of 33 kilometers, and an interception speed reaching up to 7 Mach. Alternatively, it can be configured to carry 2 YJ-27 supersonic anti-ship missiles, with a maximum range of 470 kilometers, a top speed of 7 Mach, and a terminal velocity of 6 Mach, capable of executing sea-skimming flight at a minimum altitude of 8 meters. 3. Multi-purpose launcher, 4 sets of 24-tube multi-purpose launchers capable of firing rockets, anti-submarine depth charges, and decoys, among others. 4. Torpedo system, 2 triple-mounted 330mm torpedo launchers, capable of launching the K9 supercavitating torpedo, which can reach a maximum speed of 230 knots and a range of 26 kilometers. Upon reviewing the entire armament configuration, one might find it hard to believe that this is merely a frigate, as the current mainstream 7,000 to 8,000 ton destroyers possess similar configurations. Astonishingly, this frigate has a full load displacement of only 800 tons, yet showcases such an extraordinary armament arrangement, with 6 sets of 12-cell vertical launch systems, totaling 72 launch units. If fully loaded with HHQ-17 missiles, the quantity would reach an astonishing 288. Even if entirely equipped with YJ-27 missiles, the total would still amount to 144, surpassing the anti-ship missile capacity of China's most advanced 10,000 ton destroyer, the 055. Who would dare to believe such a claim? As for the reason this frigate can accommodate such a multitude of launch units, one must delve into the design process of the HHQ-17 and YJ-27 missiles. According to the retrieved data, this frigate hails from a balanced world version of China and is a product of military-civilian collaboration. The project for this frigate was initiated in 2031 in the timeline of the balanced world, and only completed its design phase in 2038, taking a full 7 years. Typically, the design phase for a destroyer lasts only 3 to 5 years, yet this frigate required even more time. The prolonged duration stemmed from the overarching vision of the project leader, who sought to craft the fastest frigate in the world. Thus, the selection of the engine was hotly debated for nearly a year, as achieving the speed of the fastest frigate necessitated an exceptionally high power output. The engines meeting their power requirements were all substantial in size and ill-suited for such a compact frigate. Consequently, they persistently revised their power needs until July 2032, in the timeline of the balanced world, when a domestic company developed a new gas turbine, the GT45000. This turbine boasts a power output of 46,000 kW, equivalent to 560 horsepower. If 2 such engines were employed, the total power would reach an astonishing 120 horsepower, easily propelling this 800-ton vessel to a maximum speed of 62 knots. Moreover, this engine not only enhanced power, but also reduced size by half. making it entirely suitable for installation on a vessel of approximately 5,000 tons. Ultimately, upon adopting the GT-45,000 as the power source for this frigate, they accomplished what they deemed the most challenging aspect of the design. However, upon resolving the frigate's power issues, they suddenly realized that speed alone had limited battlefield utility, as no matter how fast one traveled, it could not surpass the speed of anti-ship missiles. Thus, firepower proved more critical. With this realization, they embarked on another round of discussions lasting 4 years. During this period, they repeatedly discarded proposals that had been developed over months of deliberation and began anew, iterating through improvements. Over the span of 4 years, they devised numerous firepower configuration plans for the frigate, all of which failed to meet expectations. Due to the size constraints of the frigate, utilizing conventional domestic naval air defense and anti-ship missiles would severely limit the number of missiles that could be carried, considering the larger size of these munitions. Consequently, designing around such missile dimensions would render this frigate, aside from its slightly higher speed, devoid of any outstanding characteristics. Merely an upgraded iteration of previous generation frigates. Thus, the outcome did not align with their aspirations for this vessel. Ultimately, with no other options, the design team established a missile research and development team. Perhaps fortune favored them, as within a year of forming this team, they achieved breakthroughs in rocket engines, propellants, and new explosives, culminating in the design of air defense and anti-ship missiles. Empowered by these new technologies, the air defense missile was designed with a length of only 3 meters and a diameter of merely 0.15 meters. Such diminutive dimensions would typically categorize it as a short-range air defense missile, given that its range would hardly exceed 20 kilometers. Yet, this missile boasts a terrifying range of 210 kilometers and a maximum speed of 7 Mach, enabling it to intercept virtually all aerial threats, save for intercontinental ballistic missiles. Following the completion of the air defense missile's design, the anti-ship missile was concurrently finalized. With similar technological advancements, the anti-ship missile measures 4.5 meters in length, 0.25 meters in diameter, and weighs only 720 kilograms, achieving a range of 470 kilometers. It employs terminal active radar, infrared imaging recognition, and inertial guidance, with formidable anti-jamming capabilities. Although its warhead weighs only 80 kilograms, the utilization of new explosives means its explosive power surpasses that of previous 300-kilogram warheads. A single hit is sufficient to incapacitate a 7,000-ton destroyer, effectively addressing their concerns regarding firepower inadequacy. After resolving the firepower configuration issues of the frigate, the design of other aspects became considerably straightforward. Ultimately, they spent an additional year completing the final design of the entire frigate. Upon submission for review by the Ministry of Defense, the parameters of this frigate astonished the officials involved in the evaluation. Could this truly be the data of a frigate? Initially, they regarded the figures as implausible, but as they delved deeper, all doubts dissipated. Thus, within a matter of days, this frigate unanimously passed the Ministry of Defense's evaluation and was designated as the 058 class frigate. Concurrently, the air defense and anti-ship missiles were named HHQ-17 and YJ-27, respectively. The advanced technologies exchanged by Chen Jin had already led to the completion of a third-generation improvement plan for this frigate. Compared to the first generation, the third-generation variant saw an increase in displacement by 300 tons, the addition of one 12-unit vertical launch system, and improvements to the radar system to adapt to the evolving technological landscape. Moreover, the third-generation variant also incorporated the most advanced, speed-renowned supercavitating torpedoes of the time, ensuring underwater safety. Additionally, the design team conceived another variant focused on air defense, aptly named the 058 Regional Air Defense Type, based on the frigate's armament configuration. Due to its focus on air defense, this particular model does not necessitate an excessive load of anti-ship missiles. Consequently, the designers have slightly reduced the size of each launch unit, utilizing the space saved to increase the configuration to 7 launchers, each with 12 tubes, 4 in the front and 3 in the middle. This allows for a maximum capacity of 336 HHQ-17 missiles, truly a formidable arsenal. In addition, it incorporates a more powerful radar and sonar system, alongside an increase in multi-purpose launchers to 6, ensuring its capability to address increasingly complex underwater threats. Chapter 98. Renewed transactions with the military upon expending 500,000 technology points to acquire the design and accompanying technical schematics for this frigate. Chen Jin embarked on his improvement plan. Although this frigate boasts a multitude of launch units, its firing mechanism remains antiquated, it can only launch one missile at a time, necessitating the completion of one launch before proceeding to the next. This method, widely adopted for safety considerations, presents a critical flaw: an exceedingly slow firing rate. To establish effective fire coverage over a hostile target, multiple vessels must engage simultaneously. Even with a single ship, while the cold launch method can enhance the missile firing frequency, it still fails to significantly increase the launch speed, thus hindering fire coverage. Recognizing this inadequacy, Chen Jin allocated an additional 5,000 technology points to acquire a technology known as the Firepower Network Universal Vertical Launch System, developed by the Huaxia Nation in a balanced world in 2035. Remarkably, the inventor of this technology was a young man who had only recently graduated, showcasing considerable ingenuity. As the name suggests, this technology is straightforward yet powerful, designed to enable a single vessel to achieve fire coverage to eliminate enemies. However, it is important to note that while this system significantly accelerates missile launch rates, it also possesses a grave drawback. The rapid firing speed can overwhelm the capacities of typical destroyers. Can one envision a destroyer equipped with dozens, if not hundreds, of anti-ship missiles, expending its entire arsenal within a mere minute? Consequently, this technology initially faced substantial criticism and reluctance from naval forces, wary of the potential to deplete their missile stock in a single volley, leaving them defenseless. Nevertheless, as technology progressed, an increasing number of 10,000-ton destroyers were designed and produced, many boasting over 100 launch units, with some exceeding 150. With such a plethora of launch units, designers of the Huaxia Nation's destroyers began to appreciate the advantages of the Firepower Network Universal Vertical Launch System, acknowledging its remarkable firepower output, particularly against smaller fleets. This system permits a simultaneous launch of at least 6 anti-ship missiles, with a mere 5 seconds required for a subsequent volley. At such a rapid firing pace, small fleets comprising 3 or 4 vessels are rendered incapable of interception, swiftly annihilated. Should a fleet consist of several vessels equipped with this technology, even encounters with large aircraft carrier battle groups could see effective fire coverage achieved. Thus, motivated by this potential, Chen Jin opted to implement this technology on the 058C class fire support frigate. The system comprises 3 modules. The first is a specially customized vertical launch system frame, optimized for rapid loading. The second is the cold launch module, the core of the technology, allowing missiles to be accurately ejected at varying heights during a simultaneous launch. This precision mitigates the risk of collisions post-launch, which could otherwise compromise ignition or alter the missile's trajectories, a significant concern that contributes to the current preference for single missile launches. By precisely controlling missile ejection to different altitudes and igniting them sequentially, this system can safely execute a simultaneous launch of at least 6 missiles. The third module is the control system, equally vital, enabling the cold launch module to perform precise operations, including the sequencing of missile ignition, necessitating complex computer calculations. In addition to enhancements to the launch system, Chen Jin also revised the frigate's power storage solution, opting for a Type 1 solid-state graphene battery as the energy reserve module. With an energy density reaching 8,000 to 9,000 WHL, a battery pack occupying merely 1 cubic meter can provide 8,000 to 9,000 kilowatt-hour of power. Even with a 50 kilowatts high-power radar operating at full capacity, the system can sustain functionality for over 160 hours. Moreover, aboard such a substantial frigate, it is improbable that only 1 cubic meter of space will be allocated for battery storage. Thus, the adoption of solid-state graphene batteries not only reduces fuel consumption, but also enhances the frigate's endurance while ensuring the stable operation of onboard electronic devices and living facilities. Indeed, these devices rely on the ship's engines to power generators, and when the vessel is stationary, electrical supply can only be obtained via diesel generators, necessitating substantial power output to meet the ship's electrical demands and consequently leading to increased fuel consumption. This compelled Chen Jin to prioritize improvements to the frigate's electrical system. However, given that both the power system and vertical launch system entailed modifications to the ship structure, considerable time was required post-acquisition of the technology to implement these changes effectively. To ensure that his modifications would not adversely affect the frigate's overall integrity, Chen Jin conducted tens of millions of data simulations via computer. Ultimately, after numerous adjustments, the design achieved a state of perfection. Upon receiving notification of successful simulation results on his computer, Chen Jin retrieved his phone and dialed Li Changjuan. Before long, the call connected, and Li Changjuan's voice resonated on the other end. "Hello, Chen Jin? Minister Li, it's me. I am calling to request your assistance in arranging a meeting with Commander He. I have important matters to discuss with him in person. Upon hearing Chen Jin's familiar voice, Li Changjun responded, "Oh, certainly. I will contact Commander He right away. You can come directly to our Yangcheng military district. Is that agreeable?" Recalling Chen Jin's previous mention of needing merely 6 months to complete the iteration of the solid-state graphene battery, Li Changjun felt a renewed sense of anticipation. The present moment marks approximately 6 months since the last negotiation, prompting him to ponder whether Chen Jin has made advancements in battery technology and is seeking to confer with Commander He. With this thought, Li Changjun promptly responded, "Understood. Minister Li, I shall depart shortly and expect to arrive at the Yangcheng military district in about an hour. We can discuss further upon our meeting." Satisfied with the response, Chen Jin quickly replied, "Very well, I shall see you soon." With that, they concluded the call. After hanging up, Li Changjun picked up another satellite phone and dialed the Southern Theater Command's number. Following a verification process, he was connected to He Zhengguo's office. Li Changjun then explained the purpose of his call. Upon hearing that Chen Jin wished to meet him in person, He Zhengguo's face instantly brightened with a smile. He immediately instructed Li Changjun to escort Chen Jin to the command center before ending the call. On his end, after terminating the call, Chen Jin gathered a paper document, a laptop, and a compact holographic projector he had crafted. Though the projector was the size of a mobile phone, it could project a 3D image measuring 40 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 50 centimeters in height, sufficient to display the substantial gifts he had prepared for this occasion, ensuring he had everything he needed. Chen Jin swiftly descended the stairs and requested staff to drive him to the parking area at the shipyard entrance. He then drove to the Yangcheng military district. This time, he was driving the special Rice Motors SU-7 Max electric version, as the Ultra version had yet to be fully mass-produced. Therefore, Rice Motors had temporarily provided him with a Max version for experience, with the Ultra model to be gifted later. Chen Jin had no particular preference for the car brand, valuing only its ease of use and safety. After all, he did not require a vehicle to project an image or attract attention. Thus, the SU-7 suited his needs perfectly, especially with its unparalleled endurance, leading him to stow away his previous Panamera. After nearly 50 minutes, Chen Jin arrived at the Yangcheng military district. Upon successfully passing security, he spotted Li Changjun waiting beside the guardhouse and quickly approached him. "Minister Li, you weren't waiting here for me, were you? If so, I sincerely apologize, haha." Li Changjun waved in acknowledgement as Chen Jin neared. To Chen Jin's query, Li Changjun responded with a smile. "Not at all. I just arrived myself. I figured you would be arriving soon, so I stepped out to wait. Let us head directly to the helipad for our helicopter ride to the command center. I didn't expect you to arrive just as I stepped out." "All right, let us proceed," Chen Jin replied with a nod after hearing Li Changjun's explanation. They then boarded the military jeep parked nearby, making their way to the helicopter pad. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the helicopter landing area. Staff were already on standby, and upon seeing Li Changjun and Chen Jin, they quickly approached to hand over noise-canceling headphones and other equipment. Chen Jin donned the headphones with familiarity and boarded the helicopter alongside Li Changjun. Li Changjun signaled the pilot to take off. In just about 10 minutes, they reached the Southern Theater Command's base. Unlike before, upon disembarking from the helicopter, Chen Jin was surprised to find He Zhengguo waiting at the edge of the helipad. As the commander of the Southern Theater Command, He Zhengguo's presence was a source of awe for Chen Jin, even as a system owner, causing him to feel somewhat flattered. Upon seeing He Zhengguo, Chen Jin quickly approached him. He Zhengguo, noticing Chen Jin's approach, jested, "Ah, Chen Jin, it's been half a year. I thought you might have forgotten our agreement. After waiting for so long, it's great to finally hear from you." Embarrassed by He Zhengguo's teasing tone, Chen Jin replied, "Commander He, I've been quite occupied with work these past few months. Our business has been growing rapidly, and I've had a lot on my plate, which is why I haven't been in touch. However, I haven't forgotten our agreement and have brought it with me. Moreover, I have even more delightful surprises to share." "Oh, excellent. Let us discuss this in the office. It's not suitable to converse here," He Zhengguo said, his smile barely contained. He promptly instructed the staff to drive them to the conference hall. Once they entered the conference hall, staff served tea. After their departure, He Zhengguo, unable to contain his eagerness, urged, "Chen Jin, tell me what marvelous items you brought this time." "Certainly, Commander He," Chen Jin acknowledged, recognizing He Zhengguo's impatience. He wasted no time, retrieving a backpack from beside him, unzipping it, and presenting a document to He Zhengguo. This document contains the iteration of the solid-state graphene battery we initially agreed upon. Just as I predicted, its energy density has reached 8,000 WHL, with a maximum potential of 9,000 WHL. I wonder if this density meets the military's requirements? Wow, Chen Jin, you truly managed to accomplish this. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are indeed remarkable. He Zhenghua exclaimed, taking a sharp breath. Li Shanjun, please fetch old Liu from the lab. No, just take this technology to him directly and instruct him to produce a sample as swiftly as possible. Remind him to maintain confidentiality. While we are in the military district and there is little risk of leaks, it's prudent to keep things discreet. Once you've arranged that, return promptly. Though He Zhenghua had anticipated Chen Jin's success with the solid-state graphene battery technology, hearing it directly from Chen Jin was still exhilarating. Li Changjun, upon receiving He Zhenghua's instructions, accepted the technical document, acknowledged it, and gestured his intention to leave. Before Li Changjun could exit, He Zhenghua remarked, "You mentioned you had other splendid items as well, right? Do hurry and share." "Ha, Commander He, don't be so hasty. This particular item might be familiar to you. The American V-22 Osprey, I believe you've heard of, or perhaps even seen it." Chen Jin posed a question instead of directly revealing the information, knowing He Zhenghua's impatience. Caught off guard by Chen Jin's somewhat cryptic inquiry, He Zhenghua replied, uncertainly, "The American Osprey? Given its vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, along with its high speed and significant payload, it is indeed impressive. However, its propensity for crashes has also drawn criticism. Why do you suddenly inquire about it? Could it be that the splendid item you speak of is this?" "Haha, indeed. The splendid item I refer to is the Osprey, but not the current American variant. Rather, it is an alternative model I have developed based on its features. Commander He, please wait a moment. I shall show you its appearance, and you will understand," Chen Jin stated, as he once again retrieved the notebook and projector from his backpack. These two devices had already undergone inspection upon entering the Yangcheng military district, so Chen Jin's ability to bring them here elicited no surprise from He Zhenghua. After powering on the computer and connecting it to the projector via a data cable, Chen Jin opened a software program he had specially developed. This technical feat was exceedingly simple for him, requiring only 50,000 tech points, a mere trifle considering he possessed millions of tech points. Initially, He Zhenghua appeared to comprehend Chen Jin's notebook, but his curiosity piqued when Chen Jin produced a cube the size of a mobile phone and connected it to the computer with a data cable. However, when Chen Jin launched the software and executed the projection program, He Zhenghua was utterly astonished by this diminutive device. Before him, a space illuminated to reveal an aircraft remarkably similar in design to the American V-22 Osprey. Unable to contain his astonishment, He Zhenghua inquired, "Chen Jin, could this device be the fabled holographic projector?" "Indeed, Commander He, this is indeed a holographic projector. However, its commercial application is still relatively limited. Should you express interest, I could design a large-scale battlefield projector for the military, which would enable you to gain a better grasp of battlefield dynamics." Chen Jin anticipated He Zhengua's interest in the projector. It was precisely this consideration that prompted him to bring this device along. Otherwise, a mere computer would have sufficed. Thus, upon hearing He Zhengua's inquiry, Chen Jin seized the opportunity to promote his projection platform. "Very much so. This device is undeniably advantageous for our military. With it, we could conduct comprehensive terrain scans of the battlefield using drones and project the findings via the projector. This would allow us to better visualize the battlefield environment, facilitating more targeted military deployments and enhancing our training simulations." He Zhenghua responded eagerly after hearing Chen Jin's insights about the projector's potential applications. Upon hearing Chen Jin's proposal to design a large-scale battlefield model projector for the military, He Zhenghua momentarily set aside the decorum expected of a Southern Theater Command commander and quickly replied, "Excellent. Now let us discuss the performance parameters of this Osprey." With a smile, Chen Jin acknowledged He Zhengua's enthusiasm and deftly redirected the conversation back to the V-22 Osprey he had brought. Recognizing that he had strayed from the topic, He Zhenghua nodded in agreement. "All right, I am keen to see the V-22 you have developed. If it addresses the current issues with the Osprey, its value to our military would be immense." "Certainly, I assure you, Commander He, you shall not be disappointed. To begin with, let me share its specifications. The fuselage measures 21.89 meters in length, model designation, V-22 Osprey tiltrotor aircraft. Dimensions, length 21.89 meters, folded 24.32 meters, width 4.35 meters, height 7.56 meters, rotor diameter 12.9 meters, rotor span 28.78 meters, width when folded 6.89 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 4.759 tons. Maximum flight speed 870 kilometers per hour, Cruising speed, 650 kilometers per hour. Maximum altitude, 8, 130 meters. Internal payload, 1, 832 tons. External payload, 1, 27 tons. Maximum fuel capacity, 175 tons, capable of carrying 2 auxiliary fuel tanks of 2 tons each. Maximum range, 1, 650 kilometers, extending to 2, 10 kilometers with 2 auxiliary fuel tanks. Main power system, 2 CXWZ, 1 turboshaft engine, each with a power output of 9, 124 kilowatts. Auxiliary power system, FCL. 1 anti-gravity generator, 20-ton class, equipped with an energy module of 4, 250 kW. Other configurations, 2 infrared decoy flares. Configurable or upgradable options, external radar systems. External cannon systems requires modification. External missile launchers requires modification, among others. After articulating the parameters of this upgraded Osprey in one breath, Hijingua's face was alight with astonishment. As soon as Chen Jin concluded, he quickly interjected, "Chen Jin, this aircraft can hardly be considered an Osprey anymore, can it? And if I heard correctly, you mentioned anti-gravity technology?" "Indeed, Commander He. While this aircraft retains the Osprey designation, it has undergone significant modifications in its appearance and dimensions. However, its overall design remains remarkably similar to the current Osprey. After all, military equipment is not bound by patent restrictions, and I preferred not to make extensive alterations, opting instead to base it on the existing Osprey. As for the anti-gravity generator, it was specifically developed to mitigate the risk of crashing due to turbulence during low-altitude flight. It also aids in reducing the aircraft's weight, thereby enabling faster speeds and longer ranges. However, while it is termed an anti-gravity generator, it is merely a preliminary application. It currently can only counteract a portion of its own weight and has yet to achieve true anti-gravity capabilities, a stage that remains a considerable distance away. As Chen Jin elaborated, he reflected on events from 2 days prior. Prior to the sanctions imposed by the United States, he had not intended to unveil this technology so hastily, as the current technological stage was not yet conducive to the introduction of anti-gravity technology. Given that much of Huaxia's foundational academic disciplines and relevant scientific theories had not yet advanced to the point of exploring anti-gravity, premature disclosure could prove counterproductive. However, due to the United States' preemptive sanctions, Chen Jin could no longer afford to be cautious, thinking, "If you, United States, wish to impose sanctions on me, I shall directly seize your future." Thus, he unveiled this Osprey, originally slated for mass production in 2039. As for his choice of the Osprey, the first reason was simply to retaliate against the United States, allowing them to experience a taste of their future predicament. The second reason, of course, was the anti-gravity generator, which represents the practical application phase following the theoretical invention of anti-gravity. This phase is essential for the realization of any new technology before it reaches true practicality, requiring extensive data research and iterative improvements to accumulate experience for the development of a viable product. According to the technology documentation obtained, this anti-gravity technology was invented in 2034 by Tesla Laboratories. Their initial aim was to equip cars with it, enabling anti-gravity flight. However, it took 4 years, until 2038, to achieve merely a preliminary application of this technology, resulting in the creation of the anti-gravity generator. Since this product could not counteract all of its weight or escape Earth's gravity, and given that the energy storage issues had yet to be fully resolved, its application in automobiles was still a distant prospect. Nevertheless, while the gravity generator proved useless to Tesla, it became a game-changer for Bell Helicopter, which was struggling to improve the Osprey design. They discovered through simulation data that the Osprey equipped with the anti-gravity generator underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did it resolve the issue of aircraft crashes caused by turbulence during low-altitude flights, but it also enabled the enhanced Osprey to bear greater loads and achieve higher speeds and longer ranges due to its reduced gravity. Consequently, a swift collaboration ensued between the two companies, with Tesla providing the gravity generator and the government of the United States offering subsequent research and development funding. Against this backdrop, Tesla Laboratories accomplished the genuine application of anti-gravity technology in just 7 years, culminating in a Model F automobile. This car, powered entirely by anti-gravity technology, sent shockwaves across the globe upon its release, nearly inciting a worldwide nuclear conflict. Although the situation eventually calmed, the United States advanced its overall national strength significantly through this technology, leaving other nations far behind. When Chen Jin first exchanged for the technology and perused the background materials, he felt a profound sense of connection. As a citizen of Huaxia, he harbored hopes, both in his past life and present, that one day Huaxia would surpass the United States, realizing its dream of venturing into the deep blue. Regrettably, this dream seemed increasingly distant within the existing timeline, a rather disheartening revelation. However, the silver lining was that he possessed a system. Thus, I must sincerely apologize, United States. Your future is now in my grasp. Chapter 100. The second transaction with the military. In addition to these two reasons, another factor was that Huaxia currently lacked its own heavy-lift rotorcraft, the only model being procured from the Arctic Bear. To address this deficiency, Chen Jin resolved to exchange for the improved Osprey, adorned with gold. The incorporation of anti-gravity principles rendered the cost of this technology staggering, amounting to a full 1,000,000 technology points. Notably, the gravity generator alone consumed 900,000 points, a truly daunting figure. While Chen Jin boasted over 4,000,000 technology points, with approximately 3,000,000 tied to the bearing yacht and over 1,000,000 currently accrued from batteries. The prospect of expending 1,000,000 points all at once was still quite painful. However, acquiring the foundational anti-gravity technology would significantly benefit his future plans, rendering this expenditure a worthy investment. As for why he did not simply spend an additional 500,000 points to obtain the complete anti-gravity technology developed by Tesla Laboratories, it stemmed from his desire to prevent a technological gap in Huaxia's development. Currently, Huaxia's foundational scientific advancements and theoretical accumulation were rapidly catching up. Even Tesla, a company renowned for possessing the world's most advanced electrical application technologies, would not unveil its anti-gravity technology for another 9 years. Given Huaxia's existing disparities with Tesla, directly acquiring the complete technology would allow for immediate application, but leave a void in the underlying rationale. It would be akin to providing someone with the answer to a calculus problem without elucidating the steps to arrive at that answer. They would know the solution, but lack comprehension of the methodology. Thus, to avoid fostering such dependency on answers, he refrained from expending additional technology points for the complete technology. After all, the improved Osprey already included the anti-gravity principles, which sufficed. While the initial engagement with anti-gravity research might perplex Huaxia's academic community, with time and diligence, understanding would soon follow. Teaching a student who has only learned basic arithmetic the fundamentals of a quadratic equation may initially confuse them, but with a brief explanation of the principles, comprehension would likely come easily, provided they were not intellectually challenged. As instruction progresses to topics like linear equations, the learning process becomes increasingly straightforward. Chen Jin aspired for Huaxia's academic community to develop diverse applications based on their research into anti-gravity principles, fostering a flourishing array of innovations, a prospect he held in high regard. Upon hearing Chen Jin confirm the existence of anti-gravity technology, Hijinhua's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He inquired once more, "Chen Jin, you are certain this is indeed anti-gravity technology?" "Yes, it is unequivocally anti-gravity technology," Chen Jin replied without hesitation. Upon Chen Jin's confirmation, Hijinhua sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth before questioning again. "Chen Jin, you must recognize its significance. As you mentioned, this technology is currently in its nascent application stages, yet holds immense importance for Huaxia and indeed the entire world. If the complete technology could be developed, attaining wealth on par with nations would be a mere formality. I believe you are capable of achieving this. Why then, do you choose to share it with the nation at this juncture?" The answer is rather simple. I merely desire for our country to grow stronger. If we can strengthen ourselves while also addressing the United States or teaching a lesson to our neighbors, Japan and the Philippines, that would be even better. In response to Hijinhua's inquiry, Chen Jin chose transparency and articulated his thoughts candidly. Hijinhua, upon hearing Chen Jin's response, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, I had no idea you harbored such sentiments, Chen Jin. But this youthful ambition is commendable, truly commendable. Oh, by the way, Chen Jin, please hold on for a moment. I will contact the higher-ups to discuss your revelation regarding the anti-gravity technology. You may not be aware, but just a couple of days ago, the Grand Elder specifically called to request that I look out for you. Who would have thought you would deliver such a surprise today? With that, Hijinhua entered a soundproof booth within the conference room and retrieved his satellite phone. This device was not to be used casually outside, but given the gravity of the anti-gravity technology, he set aside protocol. He dialed the Grand Elder's office. Chen Jin understood that Hijinhua was about to reach out to a significant figure in Huaxia, so he nodded to indicate his agreement. Soon, a staff member's voice came over the line. After Hijinhua identified himself, and indicated the urgency of the matter concerning the Grand Elder. The staff member relayed the information to the Grand Elder's personal bodyguard with utmost speed. The bodyguard, upon receiving the message, promptly informed the Grand Elder. Since the Grand Elder was not out of the office, he instructed that the communication line be connected to his office phone. Meanwhile, He Zhenghua, upon hearing that the line had been connected to the Grand Elder's office, spoke up, "Grand Elder?" At that moment, the Grand Elder, awaiting the connection, responded, "Old He, didn't we just speak a couple of days ago? What urgent matter requires my attention?" Upon recognizing the Grand Elder's voice, He Zhenghua quickly replied, "Grand Elder, I have some extremely important information to convey. It's about Chen Jin." As soon as He Zhenghua uttered Chen Jin's name, the Grand Elder interjected, "Chen Jin? Oldie, you're not suggesting that the urgent matter involves him getting into some trouble, are you?" "Ah, Grand Elder, please do not worry. Chen Jin is perfectly fine. The urgent matter pertains to him alone." He Zhenghua was taken aback by the unexpected concern that the Grand Elder showed for Chen Jin, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Well, it's good to hear that he's fine. Please, Old He, continue." Upon hearing that Chen Jin was unharmed, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. For at this moment, China was sorely in need of high-caliber talent, particularly someone of Chen Jin's caliber, who had developed several world-leading technologies and was thus indispensable. Encouraged by the Grand Elder's approval, He Zhenghua quickly elaborated, "Indeed, Grand Elder, Chen Jin is right here beside me. He has come today to discuss further collaboration with us, and he has brought forth a groundbreaking technology. Are you familiar with anti-gravity technology? It has already been developed by Chen Jin." "What? Oldie, you can't be serious. Isn't anti-gravity still in the theoretical stage? Has Chen Jin truly made it a reality?" The Grand Elder, despite his esteemed position, could not help but express his astonishment at the revelation that anti-gravity had been successfully developed. "Absolutely, he confirmed it to me personally, and I verified it with him twice. Moreover, he intends to share this directly with the nation. Although I've only met him twice, I believe he is seeking support from the government in exchange for this technology," He Zhenghua affirmed without hesitation in response to the Grand Elder's incredulity. "Ah, Old He, so Chen Jin is with you now? Please hand the phone to him. I would like to speak with him," the Grand Elder requested after He Zhenghua's confirmation. "Certainly, I will have Chen Jin take the call right away," He Zhenghua responded, fully aware of the significance of this conversation. He stepped out of the soundproof room and handed the satellite phone to Chen Jin, saying, "Chen Jin, the Grand Elder wishes to speak with you." Upon receiving the phone, Chen Jin initially thought he was about to converse with the third or second elder, only to discover it was the Grand Elder himself. This was indeed the paramount leader of China, and it made him quite nervous. However, there was no time for hesitation. So he brought the satellite phone to his ear and said, "Hello, Grand Elder, this is Chen Jin." Hearing Chen Jin's voice, the Grand Elder spoke with a tone filled with regret. "Ah, Chen Jin, I must express my deep embarrassment. It is truly lamentable that a young talent as exceptional as yourself, contributing so significantly to our nation, had to reach out to the government for us to recognize you. This oversight is entirely our fault, and on behalf of the government, I offer you our sincerest apologies. I hope you will accept them." "Oh, Grand Elder, you're being too kind. As a member of our great nation, it is my duty to contribute in any way I can. I do not deserve such an apology. It is already a tremendous honor to receive the government's acknowledgement and attention," Chen Jin replied humbly, aware that he must not appear frivolous in this moment. Inda. With young talents like you, our goal of national rejuvenation is within reach," the Grand Elder exclaimed. "By the way, Chen Jin, your willingness to share such vital technology with the state raises a question. What do you expect in return from the government? Normally, with a technology of such significance, we would be obliged to meet any of your demands. However, I fear that what you seek may be beyond our capacity to provide, and that would lead to an awkward situation, wouldn't it? Therefore, please articulate your conditions, as long as they are reasonable and feasible. I can assure you that I will advocate on your behalf. Even if we cannot fulfill them entirely, we can negotiate to reach a satisfactory arrangement." After hearing Chen Jin's humble words, the Grand Elder smiled appreciatively and responded in a collaborative tone. "Ah, Grand Elder, have you already guessed my intentions? I did indeed come to discuss a matter with the military, and I am pleased to see that you have anticipated this. Rest assured, my requests are not beyond what the state can fulfill." "Very well. As long as we can accommodate your requests, please go ahead and share them." "I will look into them," the Grand Elder replied, visibly relieved to hear that Chen Jin's demands were manageable. "Grand Elder, my primary purpose for coming here is to apply for a military equipment production license, covering all conventional weaponry except for nuclear arms. Is it possible to apply for this permit at present?" Chen Jin stated, articulating his objective with clarity, albeit with a hint of uncertainty regarding the extensive scope of his request. The Grand Elder was taken aback by Chen Jin's demand for a military equipment production license. He had anticipated requests for funds, power, or policy support from the government. But he never expected that Chen Jin would seek merely a production license in exchange for sharing the anti-gravity technology. While most military production in China was dominated by state-owned enterprises, a few private firms also possessed military production qualifications, making a plausible request, provided the necessary criteria were met. Thus, the Grand Elder, after processing Chen Jin's request, posed a question of his own. Chen Jin, are you certain your Haven team has spoken? You only require a military equipment production license? Nothing else? Well, if I can indeed obtain the production license, I would also need other resources, such as the capability to produce a class of frigates around 5,000 tons. Chen Jin added, recognizing that his request might seem modest in the grand scheme of things. But it was indeed what he required at present. Of course, I am aware of the recent incident involving a streamer who collided with a patrol vessel from the Philippines while operating one of your yachts. But regarding your intent to manufacture frigates, have you already designed one? You did not complete this project alone, did you? The Grand Elder, astonished at the thought of Chen Jin producing such a substantial vessel, could scarcely contain his surprise. Yes, Grand Elder, I have completed the designs for the frigate's hull, propulsion system, radar, sonar systems, and armaments. If we had a complete production team, we could commence manufacturing immediately. However, due to the lack of production qualifications and skilled workers familiar with shipbuilding, I thought it prudent to reach out to Commander He to see if I could secure the necessary production license from the state. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, if the military production qualifications can be applied for, I am contemplating whether there are any soon-to-retire engineers or seasoned technicians familiar with warship manufacturing processes, or perhaps even those who are already retired. I intend to recruit a group for our shipyard in South China, ensuring that their salaries are more than satisfactory. After listening to Chen Jin's explanation, the Elder was left in a state of stunned disbelief. In the past, designing a warship required a team of hundreds and took years, sometimes even decades. Now, someone was claiming to have designed a warship single-handedly. Were it anyone else, he might have thought them to be boasting absurdly. But this was Chen Jin, the very person who had developed anti-gravity technology. Thus, he could not dismiss it. Hence, the Elder refrained from probing further and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Chen Jin, could you enlighten me about the characteristics of the frigate you have designed? I am quite intrigued to see how your expertise has shaped its design. Certainly, Elder, Chen Jin replied. Allow me to share its general parameters. Firstly, its standard displacement is 4,800 tons, with a full load displacement of 5,600 tons, and it is designed to achieve a maximum speed of 62 knots. Regarding the Elder's interest in the frigate's specifications, Chen Jin was more than willing to elaborate, as the potential production of this vessel would make the Chinese Navy his target clientele. However, when he mentioned the frigate's maximum speed, he could sense the Elder's incredulity. A maximum speed of 62 knots? Chen Jin, you cannot possibly be designing a frigate like it were a yacht. Ha, Elder. There's indeed a rationale behind such a remarkable speed. My design philosophy for this frigate is to transcend traditional limitations, as contemporary warships are simply too sluggish. He continued. Now, let me discuss additional specifications. Apart from achieving a maximum speed of 60 knots, its cruising speed can reach 45 knots, and it can travel over 500 nautical miles at a speed of 20 knots. Moreover, it is equipped with second-generation solid-state graphene batteries, serving as the power module for all onboard electronic devices, eliminating the need for engine power. This covers the power parameters of the frigate. Now, let us move on to its weaponry specifications. I have designed it with 6 groups of 12-cell universal vertical launch systems, totaling 72 launch units. Each launch unit can accommodate either 2 of my specially customized anti-ship missiles or 4 of my uniquely developed air defense missiles, which I have designated as YJ-27 and HHQ-17, respectively. Just as Chen Jin was about to continue, the Elder interjected. Chen Jin, while interrupting others is rather impolite, I find myself unable to overlook this. You just stated that you have equipped a frigate with a maximum displacement of 5,600 tons with 72 launch units, each capable of holding either 2 anti-ship missiles or 4 air defense missiles. Indeed, Elder, you heard correctly, Chen Jin responded candidly. Well, if the launch units are as you say, that implies that the anti-ship and air defense missiles must be quite diminutive in size. Can they guarantee adequate range and power? If their range and potency are insufficient, then sheer numbers will be futile. To the enemy, they might as well be firecrackers. Upon hearing Chen Jin's confirmation, The elder conducted a brief analysis. Although he was not well versed in weaponry data, as a national leader, he had certainly acquainted himself with such matters. Otherwise, how could he govern effectively? Haha, elder, you need not worry about this. I have indeed considered the issue, which is why I mentioned the specially customized development, correct? This addresses the concerns regarding the range and power of smaller missiles, as I have specifically developed several new technologies for this purpose. Both missile types utilize my latest innovations in rocket engines, rocket fuel, and entirely new high-explosive materials. Consequently, not only can the anti-ship missile achieve a range of up to 470 kilometers, but the air defense missile can also reach a range of 210 kilometers. In addition to matching the range of larger shipborne missiles, the explosive power is formidable. This anti-ship missile can deliver an explosive yield equivalent to 300 kilograms of warhead, effortlessly incapacitating a destroyer weighing around 7,000 tons with a single shot. Upon being asked about the missile size, Chen Jin understood that, by current technical standards, these missiles would indeed be considered somewhat diminutive. Therefore, he provided the elder with a detailed account of the parameters of his two missile types. It seems, Chen Jin, that your two missile designs are far from ordinary. Achieving equivalent range and power while significantly reducing size is not within the reach of current technological capabilities. Here is the plan. Chen Jin, you need not continue with the remaining data. Please come to the capital the day after tomorrow, so we can discuss this in person. I know a few elderly gentlemen who would undoubtedly be fascinated by your frigate. If you could invite them to your shipyard to continue contributing with their vast experience, I would be most pleased. As for the military equipment production qualifications you seek, there should be no issues in principle. I will take care of that and present it to you when you arrive in the capital. After hearing Chen Jin's description of the missiles, the elder realized that the frigate designed by Chen Jin was not a conventional warship, but rather a new type that surpassed all currently active frigates by several generations, even rivaling the domestically renowned 055 destroyer. Consequently, he thought of those few elderly veterans who had dedicated their lives to the development of Chinese warships. At their advanced age, they had little left to pursue, save for the desire to continue contributing to the advancement of the Chinese Navy's equipment. However, such aspirations have been met with governmental resistance. Not to mention their ages exceeding 70, their long-standing contributions to China warranted a peaceful retirement. Thus, they had been designated to a courtyard in the capital for their twilight years. Yet, despite their retirement, these elderly gentlemen had remained restless, clamoring to participate in the development of new warships, even causing considerable headaches for the elder. The elder was well aware of their aspirations. Previously, there had been no suitable means to address their desires, which led to their enforced retirement. However, the situation had now changed, with a genius like Chen Jin emerging. Combined with the invaluable experience of these veterans in naval equipment development, surely they could achieve results surpassing the sum of their parts. Thus, the elder proposed that Chen Jin visit the capital to engage with these veterans, suggesting that perhaps he could resolve their longings, and in any case, they would be more than willing to oblige. Upon hearing the elder's suggestion, Chen Jin contemplated the elderly gentlemen in question, who were none other than the pioneers of warship research. Their accumulated experience was undoubtedly invaluable. Therefore, after a moment's reflection, he promptly replied, "Elder, that sounds splendid. When I arrive in the capital, where shall we convene?" Haha, you need not worry about our meeting arrangement. Once you arrive in the capital, someone will be there to greet you. At that time, you will simply need to confirm identities using a code phrase. Let S designate the code as YJ27 and HHQ17. Shall we? When your escort mentions YJ27, you will respond with HHQ17, which conveniently corresponds with the names of your two missile designs. Once the code is confirmed, your escort will escort you to my location. Upon hearing Chen Jin's agreement to travel to the capital, the elder outlined the subsequent arrangements. Very well, elder. Shall we meet the day after tomorrow? Indeed, we shall meet the day after tomorrow. Upon concluding his words, Chen Jin handed the satellite phone to He Zhenghua, as the Grand Elder had a few more matters to discuss with him. After a brief conversation lasting several minutes, He Zhenghua finally ended the call and turned to Chen Jin, saying, "Chen Jin, you heard the Grand Elder's words, did you not? You must have brought along the technical documentation regarding the anti-gravity technology in the aircraft. This information is of utmost importance, which is why the Grand Elder suggested that we directly escort the materials to the Huaca Institute via a military aircraft. Indeed, I am well prepared for this occasion." Chen Jin replied, "This hard drive contains the technical documentation, excluding the principles behind the anti-gravity technology, the design information for the modified V-22 Osprey, as well as relevant engine and material technologies. Having overheard the conversation between He Zhenghua and the Grand Elder, Chen Jin retrieved the hard drive from his backpack and handed it to He Zhenghua. After receiving the hard drive, He Zhenghua promptly picked up the satellite phone to dial a number. Within 3 minutes of the call, a fully armed squad of soldiers entered the conference room, with the leading soldier carrying a seemingly sophisticated secure case. After issuing some instructions to the soldiers, He Zhenghua placed the hard drive into the secure case and set a special password, as per the Grand Elder's request. Once he confirmed the security was intact, He Zhenghua solemnly instructed the lead soldier to immediately transport the secure case to the airport, hand it over to the captain of a particular flying squadron, and ensure it reached the capital with utmost urgency. The lead soldier confirmed the assignment and swiftly led his team to the military airport, where the most advanced fifth-generation heavy fighter jets, the J-20, were stationed, with this task naturally assigned to a specific J-20 squadron. Chapter 102. The Cooperation Plan for the Second-Generation Battery. After He Zhenghua had finished his instructions and watched the armed team depart, he was about to speak when Li Chongjun entered the room, holding a printed document. Noticing the armed squad exiting the conference room, Li Chongjun felt a tinge of curiosity. However, as a soldier, he understood that some inquiries were appropriate while others were not. Thus, upon entering the conference room, he merely nodded in acknowledgement at Chen Jin before handing the document to He Zhenghua, stating, "Commander, this is the data from the recently tested second-generation solid-state graphene battery. Its energy density indeed aligns with what Chen Jin described, reaching a minimum of 8,000 WHL. The battery produced by old Lu utilizing this technology has achieved an energy density of 8,500 WHL, and not only has the energy density doubled, but the charging speed has also increased by nearly twofold, with a charging power of 4,500 W. The detailed testing data is included within the document for your review, Commander." Upon finishing, although Li Chongjun's gaze was directed at He Zhenghua, it was evident he occasionally glanced at something nearby that piqued his interest. Noticing this, He Zhenghua, after accepting the data from Li Chongjun, smiled and said, "Chongjun, feel free to look if you're curious. There's no restriction. Perhaps you should have Chen Jin explain it to you. It's quite impressive." Acknowledging He Zhenhua's words, Li Chongjun realized he had been caught stealing glances. Upon receiving permission, he turned to examine the projection of the V-22 Osprey that had been displayed since his entrance. Now, permitted to scrutinize it, he did so intently. After a moment, Li Chongjun inquired, "Chen Jin, is this device a holographic projector?" And the aircraft projected appears to be the American Osprey, albeit with some noticeable differences. "Indeed, Minister Li, you are correct. This is a holographic projector, and the aircraft depicted is indeed the American Osprey. However, it is a modified version designed by me, hence the visual discrepancies," Chen Jin affirmed, reflecting on Li Chongjun's adeptness in discerning the variations. "Wow, I can't believe you have developed holographic projection technology, and you designed this Osprey yourself? Impressive. Truly impressive. I've encountered many young individuals in our country who claim to be geniuses, but in comparison to you, they seem like mere children next to a giant," Li Chongjun exclaimed, awed by Chen Jin's capabilities. "Chongjun, this aircraft is far more than just an Osprey. It embodies technologies of significant importance to our nation. You will understand this shortly. Do you know what request Chen Jin made in exchange for offering such critical technology to the nation?" "You would never guess," He Zhenghua interjected, having completed his review of the battery data and intrigued by their conversation. "Well, that's indeed difficult to conjecture. Chen Jin should be financially secure by now, considering the government's support for the solid-state graphene battery. Moreover, he seems disinterested in power and is not lacking in romantic pursuits, so I truly cannot deduce his request." Li Chongjun mused, stroking his chin. Not being able to guess is of little consequence, as Chen Jin's request is indeed quite unexpected. To be direct, he has requested military equipment production qualifications from the state, specifically for all conventional equipment except nuclear weapons, He Zhenghua disclosed. Knowing well that Li Chongjun would struggle to comprehend the magnitude of Chen Jin's request, as he had been equally astonished upon first hearing it. It was unfathomable that Chen Jin had designed a frigate, achieving an unprecedented cruising speed of 62 knots, along with developing anti-ship and air defense missiles. Who would dare believe such a feat? "What? Chen Jin, you wish to apply for military equipment production qualifications? Are you aiming to enter the arms trade?" "Well, considering you have developed the Osprey, it would indeed make sense to pursue that path," Li Chongjun responded, equally shocked by He Zhenhua's clarification. However, he soon reasoned that since Chen Jin had created a military aircraft, it was only natural for him to seek entry into the arms market. Yet, as he articulated this notion, He Zhenghua countered, "Chongjun, you've misconstrued this. Chen Jin does not intend to enter the arms market through the Osprey, but rather with a frigate of his own design. This frigate is no ordinary vessel, mind you. Unfortunately, we have yet to witness this astonishingly capable warship as it has not yet been constructed. Wow, Chen Jin, you have even developed a frigate? That's utterly remarkable. You truly are a super genius, Li Changjun exclaimed, once again inhaling sharply at the revelation. Haha, I cannot claim the title of genius. I cannot, Chen Jin modestly replied. My university major happens to be shipbuilding and ocean engineering, complemented by my passion for ship design, particularly my dream of constructing warships. Thus, I dedicated considerable time to the design of this frigate, merely following established patterns. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now, Chen Jin. You are being excessively modest. Is there anyone like you? Li Changjun attempted to interject, but was interrupted by He Jinghua. All right, Changjun. Does Chen Jin need your judgment to affirm his genius? Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Regarding the second-generation solid-state graphene battery technology. What sort of collaboration do you envision with our military? Speak freely, and we shall engage in a thorough discussion. He Jinghua, noticing that the conversation had veered off course, promptly interjected. Chen Jin, reminded by He Jinghua, realized he had nearly forgotten about the solid-state graphene battery issue and quickly responded. Commander He, my proposal is as follows. I intend to establish a separate company dedicated to the production of the second-generation solid-state graphene batteries, supplying exclusively to your military. Additionally, your military could assign personnel to oversee the production line to ensure that the batteries meet your specifications. Of course, should I require the second-generation solid-state batteries for my own use, I will expand the production line to increase output without affecting your supply. Commander He, what do you think? This proposal is acceptable. Our military currently lacks relevant battery production facilities, so it is indeed best for you to take charge of production. We shall agree on this, and I will discuss the procurement quantities with my superiors. Once a decision is made, I will have Changjun reach out to you. He then added, and do not forget about the battlefield sand table projector you mentioned earlier. I intend to showcase it to my fellow comrades in other battle zones. After all, they do not possess such a splendid device, and perhaps I can even bring you some business. He Jinghua had no objections to Chen Jin's collaboration proposal, as the military indeed lacked the capacity for large-scale production, making Chen Jin's suggestion the most suitable course of action. After this, He Jinghua suddenly recalled the battlefield sand table issue Chen Jin had mentioned, prompting him to remind Chen Jin once more. No problem, Commander He. I will arrange it for you as soon as I return from Beijing. Constructing it will only take a day or two. All right, just remember to do so. I eagerly anticipate this fine creation, He Jinghua replied, and both men shared a knowing laugh. Chapter 103. Before heading to the capital meanwhile, Li Changjun, unsure of what the battlefield sand table was, contemplated asking, but hesitated, ultimately choosing to suppress his curiosity. Subsequently, Chen Jin was transported back to the Yangcheng military district via AZ-20 military helicopter, as evening approached and his family had inquired about dinner, asking when he would return. Thus, upon arriving at the Yangcheng military district, Chen Jin did not linger but drove straight home, arriving just in time for dinner. At the dining table, Old Master Chen initiated the conversation. Chen Jin, has the business at your shipyard finally stabilized? I heard recently that your company was sanctioned by the United States. Has that affected your operations? Hearing his father's words, Chen Jin's father chimed in. Indeed, that country has no shame, targeting a company that has only been established for a few months. They claim to be the world's strongest nation. How ridiculous. Though Chen Jin's mother and grandmother remained silent, their concerned expressions as they piled his plate high with his favorite dishes revealed their deep concern. Observing his bowl overflowing with his preferred food, Chen Jin hastily stopped his grandmother from adding more. Grandma, that's enough. I can't possibly eat anymore. Oh dear, Xiao Jin, you've been so busy with work lately. And such exertion requires ample nourishment. These are all your favorite dishes. You must indulge. Hearing her grandson's exasperated tone, Grandma Zhang Xianghua paused her actions but continued to remind Chen Jin, very well, this meal is a masterpiece of your mother's cooking. I shall certainly savor it, and please, do not serve me anymore. Chen Jin replied as he took a generous helping of food, savoring it before addressing his grandfather and father. Grandfather, Dad, rest assured, the trifling sanctions from the United States will not affect us. Currently, aside from the orders from the United States, we have over 200 vessels queued for production. Based on this order volume, it will take us several months to fulfill them. Not to mention, we have additional orders coming in, particularly from affluent clients in the Middle East who perceive our products as anything but ordinary due to the sanctions. Thus, we have received a significant influx of orders recently. The U.S. sanctions have inadvertently served as a global advertisement for us. Haha, splendid. As long as it does not affect you. The revival of this shipyard under your stewardship is indeed a testament to your uncle, old Master Chen remarked, smiling with satisfaction. Indeed, your uncle entrusted you with this shipyard for 10 million, demonstrating great resolve. Otherwise, despite its dilapidated state, the land alone would be worth several billion. Now that you have revitalized the shipyard, do not forget your uncle. Make sure to visit him when you have the opportunity, Chen Jin's father added, equally smiling. Yes, I am aware. You need not worry, Dad, nor you, grandfather. Chen Jin felt immense gratitude towards his uncle, as he was the last remaining shareholder of the shipyard. Having initially intended to invest to save it, but ultimately lacked the resources to do so, he had to sell the shipyard's gantry crane to raise funds to complete orders. As for the subsequent events, they unfolded as Wang Jiangwo had described. Following significant upheaval, the entire South China shipyard could only survive by manufacturing small fishing vessels, rendering it incapable of taking on large shipbuilding contracts. Although he ultimately acquired 100% ownership of the South China shipyard through his efforts, reviving it solely through his capabilities was an impossible feat. Hence, when it became known that Chen Jin was in need of acquiring a shipyard, this uncle approached Chen Jin's mother, proposing to transfer all shares of the South China shipyard to Chen Jin for the mere sum of 10 million. This news was a tremendous boon for Chen Jin, who was struggling to find a suitable shipyard, and after a cursory understanding of the shipyard's condition, he promptly decided to take it over. For him, the South China shipyard perfectly suited his requirements. Initially, this shipyard was designed for constructing vessels weighing tens of thousands of tons, with its docks built to accommodate ships of up to 100,000 tons, thus alleviating any future concerns regarding dock construction. Secondly, the shipyard boasts an impressively vast area of nearly 2 million square meters, surrounded by undeveloped industrial land, which will undoubtedly play a crucial role in the future expansion and growth of the facility. Thirdly, adjacent to the shipyard is the Beitong Steel Factory. Steel is an indispensable resource for shipbuilding, making the proximity of a steel mill an undeniable boon for the shipyard. Not only does it significantly reduce the transportation time for steel materials, but being a subsidiary of the Xie Group also allows for potential negotiations with the father-in-law. Though little did he anticipate that Xie Luer would ultimately bestow the steel factory upon him. Reflecting on these matters, Chen Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. However, it was mealtime, and he was mindful not to let his musings disrupt the warm atmosphere. So after finishing his thoughts, he focused intently on enjoying his abundant meal. The family shared a cozy ambience as they concluded this ordinary dinner. Following the meal, grandfather Chen Guiqiang and grandmother Zhang Xianghua strolled out of the house, hand in hand, heading towards the village's grand banyan tree to enjoy the cool evening air, a daily ritual for them. This gathering spot attracted numerous elderly villagers, engaging in lively conversation and discussing various intriguing topics, earning it the colloquial title of the village's intelligence bureau. Meanwhile, Chen Ba, Chen Guoxing, and Chen Ma, Liwan, were occupied with their own activities, heading to the nearby Yida Plaza to join others in dancing to square dance music, a habit they had both grown fond of. Initially, Chen Ba had been reluctant, but after being coaxed by Chen Ma to join a few times, he found himself enjoying it. Observing his parents and grandparents engrossed in their respective pursuits, Chen Jin felt the urge to keep himself occupied as well. However, when he reached for his phone to contact Xie, he realized she was still at school, unlike him, who no longer had to attend classes. Thus, he returned his phone to his pocket and ascended to his room. With an important meeting scheduled in the capital with the elder statesman in 2 days, he knew he had to prepare thoroughly. Although he was confident in his technical explanations, presenting himself favorably during face-to-face discussions with the nation's leaders posed a challenge that weighed on his mind. Despite his contemplation and attempts to seek advice on Bihu, he found little useful information. After all, few had the opportunity to converse directly with national leaders, and Bihu was often filled with braggadocio. Consequently, he decided to set aside such worries and began preparing the data for the guided missile destroyer he intended to present. Previously, he had only prepared the projection for the Osprey, so this time he needed to create a projection for the destroyer, along with a crucial demonstration of the Firepower Network Universal Vertical Launch System, which was fundamental to the vessel's firepower output. In addition to the projection, he aimed to refine the modeling of the destroyer's main structure, having nearly completed it, with only the deck configuration modules awaiting enhancement. Throughout the next day, Chen Jin sequestered himself in his room, venturing out only for meals and personal hygiene. Although his mother and grandmother expressed some concern, They recognized that this was a pivotal time for Chen Jin to focus on developing his product, so aside from calling him for meals, they refrained from further interruptions. On the morning of the third day, Chen Jin was accompanied by his father to the Baiyan airport in Yangcheng. He had no plans to stay in the capital for long, and since he was traveling alone, a suitcase and a backpack sufficed. To prevent Xiaolur from visiting him over the weekend, he had informed her beforehand of his trip to the capital for business matters. Although she wished to accompany him, her own classes and the nature of his tasks made it unsuitable for her to join, so he encouraged her to remain at home and await his return. Once on the plane, Chen Jin settled into his seat after placing his luggage in the overhead compartment. He adjusted his position, donned his headphones and eye mask, and allowed himself to drift into a light slumber. The flight from Yangcheng to the capital would take approximately 3 hours, providing him with ample time to rest and recharge. The tranquility of the business class cabin facilitated his quick descent into a shallow sleep. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours passed swiftly, and just as the plane was nearing its destination, a gentle announcement resonated throughout the cabin. Dear passengers, we are about to land at Capital International Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts and stow your tray tables. This announcement roused Chen Jin from his slumber. Shortly thereafter, the plane successfully touched down at the airport. After gathering his headphones and eye mask, Chen Jin retrieved his luggage from the overhead compartment and, following the flight attendant's guidance, disembarked the aircraft. Chapter 104. The Journey to the Capital. As Chen Jin wheeled his suitcase through the pedestrian passageway, within a minute, a young man, approximately 26 or 27 years old, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a volunteer uniform, approached him and spoke. Hello, I am YJ27, a volunteer tour guide. I am here to assist first-time visitors to our capital by providing insights into our attractions and guiding them around. May I be of assistance to you, sir? Upon hearing the designation YJ27, Chen Jin recognized that this seemingly disguised volunteer was indeed there to escort him. He promptly replied, Oh, hello. I had no idea such services existed in the capital. How wonderful. As this is my first visit, I truly appreciate your help. By the way, I'm HHU-17. Shall we set off now? Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Our sightseeing vehicle is parked just over here. After confirming the code word, the volunteer led Chen Jin outside the airport. Although the route was somewhat winding, the direction remained consistent. Soon, they arrived at a double-decker sightseeing bus adorned with the words Travel Together in the capital. With the volunteer's assistance, Chen Jin placed his suitcase in the designated luggage compartment and boarded the bus. A driver was already waiting, and upon seeing the two board, he started the vehicle. With the driver's skilled handling, the sightseeing bus smoothly departed from the airport premises. Once they had left the airport, the volunteer stood up and approached Chen Jin, saluting with military precision. Good day, Mr. Chen. My name is Wang Lei, as instructed by my superior. Our destination is a courtyard located outside the 6th ring road of the capital, which will take approximately 1 hour to reach. Should you experience any discomfort during the journey, please do not hesitate to let me know. We are equipped with a comprehensive array of medical supplies. Additionally, if you wish to learn about any sites along the way, feel free to call upon me for explanations. Initially, Chen Jin thought they would maintain their roles throughout the journey, but once they left the airport, the volunteer reverted to his true identity. However, Chen Jin did not suffer from motion sickness and preferred to explore the scenery on his own, so he smiled and replied, That sounds good. Thank you. I will call for you if needed. Understood, Mr. Chen. I will remain right behind you. Just call if you require assistance. Wing Lei, seeing that Chen Jin currently had no need for help, returned to his seat, ready to respond promptly should Chen Jin require anything. The journey proceeded without any unforeseen incidents. After an hour of smooth travel, the double-decker bus came to a halt before a quaintly vintage courtyard. From the bus, the courtyard appeared reminiscent of an ancient Sihiyuan, yet it was far more spacious than the typical four-sided dwelling, and its exterior seemed to have undergone modern renovations. Upon the vehicle's stop, two attendants clad in Zhongshan suits, resembling guards, approached the bus door. Upon noticing Chen Jin disembarking, one of them spoke, Mr. Chen, the Grand Elder is already awaiting you inside. Please follow me. Rest assured, your luggage will be taken care of shortly. With that, the attendant gestured for him to proceed. Chen Jin remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as he followed the two individuals into the courtyard. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Yet he sensed that the security here was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps a well-armed guard lurked behind each column, monitoring every direction, or there might be a tactical unit stationed in an adjacent building, poised for action. However, these speculations were not his concern, so he merely conjectured briefly and focused on following the attendants deeper into the premises. Initially, Chen Jin presumed this courtyard was merely a larger version of a Sihiyuan. To his surprise, he discovered it was a grand amalgamation of several interconnected courtyards, all impeccably maintained, suggesting recent renovations. After traversing several corridors, the two attendants finally halted before a semicircular archway and addressed Chen Jin. "Mr. Chen, the Grand Elder awaits you inside. You may enter directly. Your luggage will arrive shortly." "Thank you," Chen Jin replied politely, then stepped through the archway. Upon entering, he found himself in what resembled a slightly larger courtyard, adorned with an artificial hill, a pond, lotus flowers, and goldfish. At the center of the pond stood a sizable pavilion, where several elderly gentlemen, of an age akin to that of his grandfather, were engaged in animated debate. He could hear their grievances from afar, complaints about the Grand Elder, lamenting how they had devoted much of their lives to naval ship design, only to be sidelined, which felt akin to a death sentence. "Indeed, I played a significant role in the design of the 055, Grand Elder. You cannot burn the bridges behind you." If 3 women could dominate a street with their chatter, these elders' complaints could rival that of 9. Chen Jin surmised they were indeed the old geezers the Grand Elder had mentioned earlier. Thus, he hastened towards the pavilion at the pond center. While the Grand Elder appeared exasperated by their complaints, glancing around until he spotted Chen Jin approaching. In an instant, a smile spread across the Grand Elder's face. Although it was their first meeting in person, he had become quite familiar with Chen Jin's appearance through prior investigations. Turning to the 5 elderly gentlemen who had been so vociferous, he said, "Esteemed elders, it is not my intention to prevent you from continuing to contribute to our nation's naval ship development, but rather, it is dictated by policy, leaving me with little choice. Is it not? However, that was a predicament of the past. Now we have a splendid solution, and the individual at the heart of this solution is currently making his way towards us. Might I request you to pause your discussions?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the previously complaining elders ceased their protests, following the Grand Elder's gaze to see a young and handsome gentleman approaching. As Chen Jin reached the pavilion's edge, he was met with the unwavering gaze of 6 pairs of eyes, all over 50 years of age, which startled him. Even though he had anticipated this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness as he stammered, "Hello." Recognizing Chen Jin's unease, the Grand Elder was the first to respond. "Ah, Chen Jin, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. I have been subjected to the incessant musings of these esteemed elders for hours. It has been quite taxing. Please take a seat, and we shall converse further." Having seen the Grand Elder on television and in the news, Chen Jin felt a sense of familiarity. He moved toward the Grand Elder and settled into the seat beside him. The Grand Elder then continued, "Gentlemen, allow me to introduce this young man. His name is Chen Jin, and he is merely 21 years old, poised to graduate from his senior year. However, do not underestimate his youth. Recently, the United States imposed sanctions on our company, Creative Dawn Technology, which, as you may have heard, he founded. The technologies developed therein are exceptional." After the Grand Elder's introduction, one of the elderly gentlemen voiced a question. "Grand Elder, I have heard about the sanctions against Creative Dawn Technology, but is that not a yacht manufacturing company? What relevance does that have to our naval shipbuilding? You cannot expect us to pivot to yacht construction, can you?" The other 4 elders echoed similar inquiries. As it appeared a new round of complaints was about to commence, the Grand Elder raised his hand to silence them and continued, "Gentlemen, please hold your thoughts. I have not finished. While it is true that Creative Dawn engages in yacht production, it does not preclude them from expanding into other ventures, such as naval shipbuilding, which is entirely feasible. Would you not agree? The fact that Chen Jin's company has made it onto the United States sanctions list indicates that it is no ordinary establishment. It possesses genuine capabilities and poses a threat to domestic enterprises in the United States. Therefore, we need not worry about Chen Jin's technical expertise. Furthermore, the exquisite solution I mentioned earlier is, in fact, a product that Chen Jin has brought with him. I am confident that upon witnessing it, you will have no reservations regarding my assertion. Chen Jin, are you ready to present?" Chen Jin shook his head in response. "Not yet. My demonstration tools are in my backpack, and I must wait for the attendants to retrieve them." The Grand Elder nodded, continuing, "Very well, in the meantime, allow me to introduce you to these esteemed elders." Chen Jin had no objections, for he had no prior knowledge about these 5 gentlemen, nor their backgrounds. So he nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder began, "Firstly, the gentleman directly opposite you is named Pan Ming, age 74, an academician of our nation's first-class ship design institute. He previously contributed to the design and development of our 051B and C-class destroyers. Next to Pan Ming is Zhang Qingmin, aged 69, a foremost expert in overall ship design who also served as the chief designer at our Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Group's 506 Research Institute, involved in the design and development of the 054 and 054A classes. Next to Zhang Qingmin is Li Daxiang, age 72, a distinguished expert in missile weapon systems, known for his work on the YJ-83 anti-ship missile. Next to Li Daxiang is Jiang Ming, age 71, also an academician of our nation's first-class ship design institute, who participated in the design and development of our first 10,000-ton destroyer, the 055, primarily responsible for its structural integrity. Finally, the gentleman to my right is Wang Shun, an academician of our nation's power engineering sector, who previously worked on the power design of the 052D destroyer and the 055 large destroyer. The information regarding these 5 esteemed elders has been conveyed. Should you, Chen Jin, wish to acquire any further details, feel free to engage with them directly. As the Grand Elder introduced each of the 5 venerable figures, Chen Jin subtly acknowledged them to signify his recognition. Shortly after the Grand Elder concluded his introductions, a guard approached the pavilion, carrying Chen Jin's backpack and suitcase. Upon reaching the pavilion's edge, he assumed a military stance and addressed the Grand Elder, saying, "Grand Elder, this is Mr. Chen's luggage. Should I place it on the central table?" The Grand Elder replied, "Go ahead." Following the directive, the guard placed Chen Jin's backpack on the central table and positioned the suitcase beside it. After setting down the items, the guard again assumed military posture before turning to leave. Chen Jin then rose and approached the central table, retrieving his backpack. He unzipped it and extracted a notebook, a projector, and a data cable, setting the backpack aside. Skillfully connecting his computer to the projector, he powered it on. Seated on one of the stone stools of the central table, he addressed the seasoned veterans who had dedicated decades to the realms of warships and missiles. Esteemed elders, as the Grand Elder mentioned, I have brought a product with me. To be direct, I present to you a frigate of my own design and development, which I have named the Fire Support Frigate. As the name suggests, this frigate is intended for firepower output, distinguishing it fundamentally from contemporary frigates worldwide. Upon hearing Chen Jin's assertion that this frigate's purpose diverged from that of conventional frigates, 69-year-old Zhang Qingming interjected vehemently. This is sheer nonsense. How can a frigate assume the role of firepower output, setting aside the mere 4,000-ton displacement that limits the capacity for anti-ship missiles? Can such a diminutive vessel even accommodate those large anti-ship missiles? If smaller missiles are employed, their efficacy would be severely compromised. Ultimately, even if we consider firepower output, it would be insufficient, akin to a meager display of fireworks. The other elders echoed his sentiments, expressing their agreement. Indeed, how can a frigate fulfill the role of firepower output? Even if we wished it so, it remains entirely unfeasible. They lamented, today's youth are rife with impractical ideas, entirely neglecting the realities at hand. One elder remarked, it is reminiscent of my wayward grandson, who in pursuit of his so-called Terminator dream, chose to major in robotics engineering, only to discover that achieving even basic locomotion is already a feat on the cutting edge of technology, let alone creating a self-aware, invincible, shape-shifting Terminator like in the movies. Such aspirations are utterly delusional. As the elders collectively condemned Chen Jin's proposal for the Fire Support Frigate, he remained unfazed by their declarations of impossibility. After all, given the current technological constraints, it was indeed improbable for a frigate to assume the role of firepower output, and they, being seasoned contributors to naval design, were acutely aware of this reality. Thus, Chen Jin resolved to await the conclusion of their comments before proceeding with his explanation. Observing the elder's spirited debate, the Grand Elder interjected with a hint of exasperation. All right, esteemed elders, let us allow Chen Jin to finish his presentation. Have you all forgotten our mission? We must maintain a mindset of learning and refrain from hastily dismissing concepts that we do not fully understand. Do you truly believe your technical expertise has surpassed that of the entire world? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the elders recognized their misjudgment. They had initially approached Chen Jin's assertion of positioning the frigate for firepower output with preconceived notions based on existing frigate capabilities, a critical error for anyone in research. Given the rapid pace of technological advancements, it was impossible to predict what breakthroughs might emerge tomorrow, such as the development of electromagnetic railguns. If Chen Jin were to successfully create such technology and integrate it into his frigate, it could indeed fulfill the role of firepower output. Consequently, the elders offered their apologies, saying, "We sincerely apologize, young Chen Jin. We allowed our initial biases to cloud our judgment and overlook your perspective. Observing the 5 esteemed researchers extending their apologies, Chen Jin quickly waved his hands in response, saying, "Esteemed elders, I fully understand that from your vantage point. Expecting a frigate to serve as a platform for firepower output seems implausible, given that frigates are not inherently designed for such purposes. Therefore, your critiques are entirely valid, and there is no need for apologies." Hearing Chen Jin express no resentment towards them, the elders felt a sense of relief, as they had just embarrassed themselves in front of the Grand Elder. With their demeanor shifting, they were now eager to learn how this young man, Chen Jin, intended to design the frigate and address the challenges associated with firepower output. Noticing the elders' newfound curiosity, Chen Jin wasted no time. He activated the projection software on his computer, casting the three-dimensional representation of the frigate via the projector. Although it was already bright at 11 in the morning, the projector, crafted by Chen Jin, could emit a remarkable equivalent brightness of 12,000 lumens, allowing for crystal-clear images even in direct sunlight, let alone beneath the pavilion. As he initiated the projection, an image appeared showcasing a frigate resembling contemporary designs, but featuring 6 rows of 12 vertical launch cells, totaling 72 units, indicating that this was no ordinary frigate. However, at that moment, the Grand Elder and the 5 elders were not focused on the frigate itself, but rather fixated on the projector on the table. The first to break the silence was 72-year-old Li Dexiang, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a holographic projection? Young Chen Jin, this must be a holographic projector. Am I correct?" The others quickly chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, it is undoubtedly a holographic projection." Even the Grand Elder, upon witnessing the display, inquired, "Chen Jin, is this technology ready for mass production?" Realizing that their attention had shifted to the projector, Chen Jin explained, "Esteemed Grand Elder and distinguished elders, this is indeed a holographic projector, and it is ready for mass production. However, it currently supports only unidirectional projection and cannot achieve the theoretical full-range projection. As such, its practical applications are limited to projecting fixed targets, such as large equipment, machinery, buildings, and so on. While these projections may be impressive, their utility is somewhat restricted. For instance, I am utilizing it merely to facilitate my explanation of the frigate's design elements. When discussing the most promising applications, one cannot overlook military applications. For instance, a sophisticated battlefield sand table projection can be achieved through aerial scanning of terrain, which, coupled with real-time calculations, allows for the projection of geographical information, thereby facilitating a comprehensive grasp of the battlefield dynamics. Should the esteemed elder express interest, I would be more than willing to fabricate a unit for you, as I have previously committed to constructing one for Commander He. The addition of another unit would merely require a bit more time." Upon hearing Chen Jin's explanation, the esteemed seniors nodded in agreement, while Zhang Qingmin's recognition of He Zhenghua led him to inquire with some uncertainty, "Young man Chen Jin, the Commander He you speak of, could it be He Zhenghua?" "Indeed," Chen Jin affirmed with a nod. "Oh my, I never imagined that this young lad would already be experiencing the legendary technology of holographic projection," Zhang Qingmin exclaimed. At that moment, the elder spoke up, "Chen Jin, I entrust you with the task of creating a unit for me to present to the Ministry of Defense for their evaluation. As for the cost of this additional unit, simply let me know your fee, and I will ensure the payment is made upon delivery." Also, Commander He shouldn't have mentioned anything about payment, has he? I am quite familiar with his character, and I will ensure that his share is covered. "Very well, but I shall waive the payment, as it won't require much. Once the device is completed, I will hand it over to Commander He, who can then coordinate with you for its receipt. Would that be acceptable?" Initially, Chen Jin had not considered the financial aspect, as the cost of a large sand table projector is merely in the hundreds of thousands. A trivial amount compared to the generous 50 billion previously allocated by the state for 2 special alloy formulas, which had resolved his initial financial woes. Thus, he declined the offer. The elder, upon hearing Chen Jin's refusal, did not press further and simply nodded, saying, "Well then, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to the nation. I will ensure that your efforts are duly recognized and rewarded." He then added, "Now, please proceed to elaborate on the performance parameters of the warship you have designed." At this juncture, the other 5 senior figures also expressed their approval, their gazes finally shifting from the projector to the image of the warship being displayed above. Chen Jin began, "Very well, let me elucidate the performance parameters of this warship. Firstly, its design closely resembles that of our 054A, albeit with differing deck configurations and a significantly larger frame, boasting a maximum displacement of 5. 600 tons, and a standard displacement of 800 tons. Secondly, it is powered by 2 gas turbines, each capable of producing 46,000 kW, culminating in a total power output of 92,000 kW. The propulsion system employs a twin-shaft arrangement, and with an improved propeller design, it achieves a maximum speed of 62 knots. After detailing the power specifications, Chen Jin gestured toward the projection, pinpointing the location of the propellers at the stern, which then zoomed in to reveal the warship's propeller in intricate detail. Observe here, he continued, the propellers are considerably larger than those currently used on warships, and their design has been meticulously crafted to generate greater thrust while simultaneously reducing noise during high-speed rotation. Although direct data comparisons are lacking, based on images available online in my simulations, I have determined that, under equivalent power conditions, this propeller offers nearly a 20 increase in thrust while reducing noise by 30. Upon hearing Chen Jin's explanation, Zhang Qingmin, who had previously been involved in the design and development of the 054 series, could not contain his curiosity. Young man Chen Jin, if I understand correctly, would replacing the propeller on the 054 yield a direct 20 increase in thrust and a 30 reduction in noise? While I cannot guarantee those exact figures without direct data, I can assure you that a minimum improvement of over half that effect is attainable, Chen Jin responded. Initially, his calculations had suggested a higher improvement, but to err on the side of caution, he opted for a conservative estimate, though Chen Jin's assurance was not absolute. Achieving even half of such enhancements was commendable, prompting Zhang Qingmin to exclaim excellent thrice before returning his focus to the projection. Seeing that Zhang Qingmin had no further questions, Chen Jin switched the display back to the overall projection and continued. Next, let us discuss the armament configuration of this warship. As you can see here and here, this is its vertical launch system. It employs a configuration of 4 in the front and 2 in the middle, comprising 4 12-cell launch units at the bow and 2 12-cell units in the center, totaling 72 launch cells. Moreover, each launch unit can accommodate either 2 anti-ship missiles or 4 surface-to-air missiles, allowing for a maximum payload of 144 anti-ship missiles or 288 surface-to-air missiles. This is precisely why I have named it the Fire Support Frigate. Addressing the esteemed seniors, he added, "You had previously mentioned concerns regarding the insufficient power of smaller missiles, correct? While this may present a challenge under current circumstances, I have developed a compact anti-ship missile and a surface-to-air missile to address this issue. Please take a look at these." With that, Chen Jin switched the projection to display images of the 2 missile types, complete with performance data that left the seniors gasping in astonishment. Familiar with anti-ship missiles, Li Daxiang could hardly contain his excitement and asked, "Young man Chen Jin, have you utilized entirely new rocket fuel and explosives for these missiles? Otherwise, even with the most advanced rocket fuels available, achieving such range with such compact dimensions would be impossible, let alone the explosive power." In response to Li Daxiang's inquiry, Chen Jin nodded and replied, "Indeed, these 2 missiles employ newly developed rocket fuels and explosives, and the rocket engines have been specifically designed to maximize the characteristics of this fuel, allowing for more efficient combustion and higher thrust. Thanks to these innovations, both missiles can achieve speeds exceeding Mach 4, while the surface-to-air missile, due to its smaller size, can reach a maximum interception speed of Mach 7. Moreover, this anti-ship missile is equipped with a highly precise microsurface wave detection radar, capable of real-time monitoring of wave frequencies and heights within a 1-kilometer radius directly ahead of the missile. Should it encounter significant wave frequencies or heights, such as during storms, it will guide the missile to ascend, and conversely, during calm sea conditions, it will instruct the missile to descend. Consequently, this anti-ship missile can execute low-altitude flight at a mere 0.8 meters above sea level. After Chen Jin's explanation, even the elder, who was less familiar with anti-ship missiles, couldn't help but appreciate the implications of such advancements. Although he lacked understanding of the missile principles, he recognized that achieving performance comparable to that of much larger anti-ship missiles in terms of range and speed with such compact dimensions was significant. Moreover, the missile's ability to fly at a mere 0.8 meters above sea level effectively evaded 99% of radar detection, rendering any enemy attempts to launch surface-to-air missiles for interception futile. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to this missile as a new generation of ship killers. If the Type 055 destroyer were to adopt this missile, could it not accommodate 4 missiles in a single launch cell? In such a scenario, even if the Type 055 were to allocate 30 of its launch cells for air defense missiles, The remaining 82 cells could still be utilized to carry this anti-ship missile, allowing for a staggering total of 328 missiles. Should the vertical launching system of the Type 055 be adjusted to reduce the size of each cell, with a diameter of 0.85 meters? Even accommodating 4 missiles would leave ample space. It might be feasible to increase the number of launch cells, potentially raising the missile capacity to over 350. Even more audaciously, by further reducing the number of air defense missiles, the freed space could be repurposed for additional anti-ship missiles. In such a case, surpassing 400 missiles would not be beyond the realm of possibility. If this figure were to be disclosed to the public, even the citizens of our nation, who might be humorously dubbed as suffering from acute firepower deficiency syndrome, would undoubtedly experience a resurgence of national pride alongside a formidable buff effect of invincibility. For this would no longer merely be termed a destroyer. It could entirely be regarded as a mobile armory or a truckload of explosives. The Grand Elder and several senior figures, upon hearing Chen Jin's elucidation of the missile's performance, were naturally filled with excitement. However, they refrained from interrupting Chen Jin's discourse, patiently awaiting his subsequent revelations, as they anticipated that this frigate's firepower configuration would undoubtedly unveil further highlights. Chapter 106. A technology born entirely for firepower strikes. Indeed, just as they awaited Chen Jin's next explanation, he unveiled yet another astonishing technology. Thus, having presented the performance data of these 2 missiles, I now wish to introduce what I consider the very soul of firepower support. This technology, which I refer to as the Firepower Network Universal Vertical Launch System, is the very vertical launch system employed by this frigate. Its principles may be somewhat complex, but its primary function is to enhance the missile launch speed. For instance, it supports a simultaneous launch of no fewer than 6 and up to 12 anti-ship or air defense missiles. To delve deeper, it can accomplish the launch of 6 to 12 missiles within a mere 1 to 2 seconds. Once the launch is complete, the control system takes over to ignite the missiles sequentially, with the entire launch process requiring no more than 5 seconds. And the interval for the second round of launches is merely 5 seconds. That is to say, after the completion of the first round, the second can be initiated within just 5 seconds. Esteemed seniors, you must comprehend what this launch speed signifies. It can be asserted that with this technology, provided there are sufficient missiles, a single warship could execute strikes against a medium-sized fleet. Were it not for concerns over ostentation, I would even propose naming this frigate the Firepower Strike Frigate, for true protection lies in annihilating the enemy. Of course, aside from a firepower configuration, other elements, such as radar and sonar systems, have also been newly upgraded from the current technological foundation, surpassing even the advanced radar systems currently utilized in the Type 055. Should our country require it, I am fully prepared to offer technological support. In addition, within my projections, this frigate has a derivative model that focuses exclusively on air defense. This version includes an additional 12-cell launch system and employs a more powerful 4-sided active phased array radar, with a detection range exceeding 400 kilometers and the capability to simultaneously lock onto and track over 150 high-speed targets. Thus, a single air defense frigate could simultaneously engage 40 to 50 high-speed missile threats. As long as large aircraft carrier strike groups for the United States do not recklessly open fire all at once, the fleet's air defense would be assured. Should there be 2 or 3 such vessels, even swarms of enemy aircraft could be rendered ineffective. This concludes the performance data for the Firepower Network Universal Vertical Launch System. I wonder how the Grand Elder and esteemed seniors perceive this? If you can accept it, there is, in fact, a secret weapon aboard this frigate that remains unintroduced, and it is truly a formidable asset. Upon finishing his discourse, Chen Jin turned to the Grand Elder and the senior figures, who were so taken aback that they found themselves momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the first to regain composure was the 71-year-old Jiang Ming, who had been involved in the designs of both the Type 052D and Type 055. He promptly posed his most pressing question. Chen Jin, what is the maximum weight of the missile that your vertical launch system can support for simultaneous launch? According to the current design, this system supports a maximum weight of 20 tons for simultaneous launches, and it only accommodates evenly distributed launch weights. This means that the launch capacity is contingent upon the number of missiles being launched simultaneously. Although there are limitations, it allows for customizable launch quantities. For instance, if a missile weighs 4 tons, it can be configured for a simultaneous launch of 5 missiles, and the system will adjust the launch parameters accordingly to provide the necessary energy for the launch. Should the total launch weight exceed 20 tons, The system will automatically issue a warning and enter a lock state until the launch parameters are reconfigured to meet the requirements. Of course, if a greater launch weight is desired, customization is feasible. After all, the anti-ship missile I designed weighs less than 1 ton, making the system's maximum launch weight of 20 tons entirely sufficient. Senior Jiangming, do you have any further inquiries? Chen Jin responded with a smile upon hearing Jiangming's question. After considering Chen Jin's explanation, Jiangming did not reply, but instead mumbled calculations to himself before turning to Li Dexiang. Old Li, our latest YJ-21 hypersonic anti-ship missile weighs around 3 tons, correct? Li Dexiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is approximately 3 tons. As soon as Li Dexiang spoke, a flash of inspiration struck him, mirrored by Jiangming. They both gasped in unison. If this system were installed on the Type 055, wouldn't it allow for the simultaneous launch of 6 YJ-21 missiles? If there were 2 Type 055s, it could launch 12 YJ-21 simultaneously, and if we executed 2 more volleys, we could fire at least 48 YJ-21s in under 30 seconds. I wonder which American carrier strike group could withstand such an onslaught. Indeed, if coordinated with other vessels, our fleet's collective strike capability would be unprecedented. After exchanging their thoughts, they instinctively rose to their feet and approached Chen Jin, grasping his hands and stating, "Young Chen Jin, while we are aware that it may not sound appropriate, we must express our hope that you share the technologies aboard this frigate with our nation. If our Navy were to acquire these technologies, surpassing the United States would no longer be a distant dream. We implore you to consider this from the perspective of our country." The 2 senior figures patted Chen Jin on the back before returning to their seats, and the other 3 seniors, though silent, similarly stood and offered a reassuring pat on Chen Jin's shoulder, conveying their shared sentiments. Indeed, Chen Jin understood their perspectives. Setting aside other technologies, this vertical launch system alone could significantly enhance the strike capabilities of the Type 055 destroyer. Given the current launch rate of the 055, the fastest firing speed is approximately 3 seconds per missile, a mere fabrication. Please do not take it seriously, resulting in a maximum of about 10 launches within 30 seconds. However, after the implementation of this new system, even if we assume a completion of 1 round of launches every 10 seconds, it would allow for the firing of 18 missiles within the same 30-second time frame, representing an astonishing 80 increase in launch speed. This marks a significant qualitative enhancement. Thus, these esteemed veterans, who have long aspired for the naval prowess of Huaxia to match, or even surpass that of the United States, hope that Chen Jin might share this technology with the nation. However, due to their unfamiliarity with Chen Jin during their first meeting, such a request arose. Yet, Chen Jin chose not to elaborate on his own accord. Instead, he glanced at the Grand Elder. Upon receiving Chen Jin's gaze, the Grand Elder understood his intent and addressed the 5 venerable seniors. Esteemed elders, in truth, Chen Jin has long contemplated sharing this technology with the nation. Otherwise, why would he have discussed so much with us? Moreover, he has previously shared technology with us, so there is no need for concern. Following this, Chen Jin added, "Indeed, I never intended to keep the technology to myself. After all, my own capacity is quite limited, is it not? Even if I wished to monopolize the production of all components for an entire warship of my factories, the initial work required would be extraordinarily daunting. Establishing a factory demands considerable time, not to mention the preparation of production lines, personnel, materials, and so forth. I fear that by the time I have managed to arrange all these elements, several years would have passed, and the opportunity would have long since cooled. Furthermore, my purpose in presenting the data on the design of this frigate is somewhat specific. I wish to invite you esteemed elders to my factory to serve as technical advisors. After all, my South China Shipyard is merely a civilian shipbuilding entity, lacking any experience in warship construction. Without the guidance and expertise of seasoned veterans like yourselves, the endeavor of crafting an entire warship would be akin to starting from scratch, exceedingly challenging and bound to significantly delay progress, which is something I cannot accept. Thus, I wonder if you esteemed elders would be willing to assist? Haha. Previously, even if we were to do nothing upon joining, I would have been disinclined to participate. However, now that I have the opportunity to be involved in the creation of such an innovative yet advanced warship, I wholeheartedly accept. I am the first to volunteer. At this, the 69-year-old Zhang Qingmin eagerly spoke up. Having previously engaged in the design of frigates, the prospect of contributing to a new model was undeniably enticing for him. Coupled with the Grand Elder's reluctance to permit their return to frontline naval design, he was not about to miss this chance to re-engage in warship construction. The same sentiment resonated with the other 4 venerable seniors, who had grown restless over a year of inactivity and were eager to feel the cold steel of a warship's hull once more. Consequently, they all expressed their willingness to participate. Observing this, the Grand Elder smiled and remarked, "Since you esteemed elders are willing to join Chen Jin at his South China shipyard to engage in warship production, I shall refrain from further comment. I hope you will swiftly bring this advanced frigate to fruition and astound the world, allowing the Americans to experience our strength. Oh, by the way, Chen Jin, the production qualifications you requested have been approved and will be provided to you upon your return. Thank you very much, Grand Elder. Constructing warships is my dream, and I shall exhaust all efforts to ensure its flawless realization." "You may rest assured," Chen Jin replied, patting his chest. "Very well, I have every confidence in you. Now, let us return to our previous topic. Chen Jin, did you not mention there was another secret weapon yet to be revealed? Please share with us." Satisfied with Chen Jin's assurance, the Grand Elder nodded approvingly. Chapter 107. Conclusion of the capital visit. Having previously introduced the frigate's propulsion, missile systems, radar, and sonar configurations, I trust that you esteemed elders have felt the absence of a crucial component. Why not take a guess? Returning to the topic at hand, Chen Jin refrained from immediately disclosing his intended subject, instead teasing, "In terms of warship specifications, there are indeed many other vital components to consider, such as naval guns, anti-submarine helicopters, and torpedoes. Could it be that you are suggesting I am about to discuss torpedoes?" Upon hearing Chen Jin inquire about the specifications of the warship, the 74-year-old Pan Ming interjected. However, upon mentioning the keyword torpedo, he suddenly remembered that Chen Jin had named this frigate the fire support type. Recognizing that such a significant configuration must relate to weaponry, Pan Ming quickly concluded that it indeed pertained to torpedoes, a crucial aspect for any warship. Upon hearing Pan Ming's deduction, Chen Jin replied with a smile, "Haha, you are correct, Elder Pan. The next topic I wish to discuss is indeed the torpedo configuration aboard this frigate. You may have heard of this torpedo. We likely already possess relevant technology. It is known as the supercavitating torpedo. I shall not elaborate on its technical features, as they are public knowledge. Instead, I will focus on its performance parameters. Firstly, this torpedo is specifically designed for anti-submarine warfare. Thus, its dimensions are relatively compact, measuring 35 meters in length and 320 millimeters in diameter. With a total weight of 550 kilograms and a warhead containing 100 kilograms of explosives. Although the explosive yield may not seem substantial, do not underestimate its power. It is more than adequate for engaging submarines. It boasts a maximum speed of 230 knots per hour and a maximum range of 26 kilometers, with a maximum operating depth of 1,200 meters. Additionally, it supports a combined active-passive sonar guidance mode, waycoming mode, and wire-guided mode. It can be said that once it locks onto a target within its range, the target is doomed. With the addition of this torpedo, the frigate can achieve a multifaceted capability for air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine operations, even enabling long-range strikes against enemy fleets through fire coverage, thus transcending the conventional role of a frigate. Hence, after careful consideration, I have designated it as a fire support type frigate. I wonder how you esteemed elders perceive this vessel. Should there be any suggestions, we may discuss further. If improvements can be made, that would be even more splendid, haha. After speaking, Chen Jin turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder and the other venerable seniors, hoping for their insights. However, after exchanging glances, the esteemed elders collectively shook their heads and replied, "This frigate has achieved a perfect balance in both offensive and defensive configurations, rendering further modifications unnecessary. Furthermore, the technologies employed have surpassed our current understanding, so we would not wish to appear presumptuous. To witness its inception is already a fortunate opportunity for us, haha." Upon hearing this, Chen Jin chuckled in agreement. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke up, "Chen Jin, if these esteemed elders assist you, when is the earliest that construction of this frigate can commence? You must be aware that several nations around us have become rather restless under the instigation of the United States, so we must prepare thoroughly and promptly. In my humble opinion, I believe that your warship serves as an exceptionally effective concealed weapon in the current context. Not only does it possess formidable firepower, but its payload capacity even surpasses that of our existing Type 055 destroyers. Particularly noteworthy is your vertical launch system, which renders the current onboard air defense frameworks utterly ineffective, promising to deliver a substantial surprise to the United States and its allies. Therefore, should you have any requirements, please feel free to express them. I will ensure that dedicated personnel coordinate interdepartmental collaboration, guaranteeing comprehensive and meticulous support for you. whether it pertains to raw materials or the production of specific equipment. We will prioritize your needs to expedite the production of your warship. After pondering the Elder's queries for a moment, Chen Jin responded, Elder, our factory's new large dry dock is currently under construction, but it will require some time to complete. Additionally, several of our facilities are still being built, and employee training may take 2 to 3 months. Therefore, to reach the conditions necessary for construction to commence, we will likely need about 6 months. However, I can provide technical documentation in the meantime. How would you like to allocate the production tasks? He added, one requirement I do have is that I wish to establish my own factory for the production of missiles, torpedoes, and accompanying equipment for the vertical launch system, while all other equipment should be produced by domestic military enterprises. Upon hearing Chen Jin's request, the Elder pondered briefly before nodding and replying, no problem. Once you obtain the qualifications for military equipment production, you are certainly permitted to establish your own factory for the production of missiles and torpedoes. However, the security protocols cannot adhere to civilian standards. They must conform to stringent military confidentiality requirements. Any technological leaks would result in significant losses for us. I will discuss this matter with He Zhenghua, as he likely has a number of retired military personnel available. They represent our reserve force, and their placement is always a concern for us each year. It would be excellent if they could work at your factory. Thank you, Elder. I have indeed considered this issue, and the solution is also to seek assistance from the commander. After all, the security arrangements at our battery factory were resolved by enlisting a platoon of veterans from him. Our soldiers are truly remarkable. Chen Jin affirmed, echoing the Elder's thoughts. All right, let's agree on this for now. Should you require assistance, please first consult He Zhenghua. If he cannot resolve the issue, then you may reach out to me. I will ensure that the specific contact details are provided along with the production qualifications. Confidentiality is paramount, the Elder remarked. Understood, Chen Jin replied, nodding. Now, let us conclude our discussion here. We can address further matters later. For now, let's proceed to dinner. You have just arrived in the capital and must be famished. I admit, I arranged this rather hastily. I should have waited until you were settled in before bringing you here, the Elder said, his tone tinged with regret. Chapter 108. Preparations for the warship production facility. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin waved his hand dismissively, replying, no worries, Elder. You are overthinking it. I am eager to invite the esteemed seniors to our factory, so we can commence our subsequent endeavors. Very well, if you are unfazed, let's depart. Someone will assist you with your luggage shortly. Just follow me. The dishes should be nearly ready by now. I heard you have a penchant for gourmet food, so I have invited 2 master chefs for this occasion. You must savor their creations, the Elder proclaimed, leading the way out of the pavilion, followed by several esteemed elders. After packing his notebook and projector into his backpack, Chen Jin placed it beside his suitcase, knowing assistance was on the way, thus sparing himself unnecessary exertion. The mention of master chefs had ignited his inner foodie, prompting him to hastily follow along. Exiting the courtyard and traversing 2 corridors, they arrived at the entrance of a room where preparations were visibly underway. Upon entering, Chen Jin was immediately struck by the spaciousness of the room, which he estimated to be over 60 square meters, making it feel quite expansive for their group of only 7. His eyes were drawn to the central dining table, which boasted over a dozen delectable dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Once seated, the Elder encouraged Chen Jin to indulge freely, without the constraints of etiquette, a sentiment echoed by the other esteemed elders, who, as researchers, found rigid rules quite irksome. As Chen Jin relished the sumptuous meal, he fully embraced the saying that one must not forsake fine cuisine, consuming at least half of the tantalizing spread before him. Perhaps due to the system he was bound to, he felt his appetite expanding, and his physique seemed increasingly robust, at least 3 times stronger than when he first arrived. After the meal, Chen Jin, the Elder, and the other esteemed seniors engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the production of the warship and the necessary collaboration with relevant departments. The complexity of constructing a warship involved numerous devices, most of which incorporated new technologies, thus rendering conventional procurement methods insufficient. However, the esteemed seniors, all veterans of military ship design and production, offered invaluable insights, recommending optimal collaborations with specific military enterprises or suggesting which facilities would be best suited for particular equipment production. Ultimately, after synthesizing their recommendations, the Elder instructed his team to reach out to the appropriate military factories, noting that most were state-owned enterprises that had previously supplied equipment for their own warships, alleviating concerns about potential leaks. In the following 2 days, the Elder also summoned several technical experts from the Huaca Institute to discuss anti-gravity technology and the production of the Osprey. During a previous call, He Zhenghua had not yet informed the elder about the existence of the Osprey, leading to a lack of clarity on that front. It was only after He Zhenghua's subsequent call that the matter was addressed, but by then, Chen Jin had already departed from the military district, preventing further dialogue. Taking advantage of his visit to the capital, Chen Jin seized the opportunity to engage with the experts from Huake Institute. After 4 days, however, he felt he could linger no longer. He was overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries posed by the Huake Institute representatives, who could seamlessly transition from one question to another across various subjects. Unable to withstand the intensity any longer, he dedicated half a day to drafting a comprehensive document that he submitted to the elder before departing hastily. In this document, he meticulously detailed the principles of anti-gravity technology, confident that the experts at Huake Institute would grasp the concepts swiftly without requiring his further explanation. Consequently, the elder found it challenging to concoct alternative reasons to persuade Chen Jin to extend his stay, as the latter needed to return and organize the production of the warship, making it imperative that he did not linger in the capital any longer. Before departing from the capital, Chen Jin received the military equipment production qualification delivered by the Grand Elder's envoy. This qualification was registered under the auspices of Chuangxiang Shuguang Technology Company, Limited, enabling Chen Jin to arrange for the factory to commence production of military equipment upon notifying the relevant authorities. In addition to this qualification, there was a box, which upon opening, revealed a mobile phone. The device bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary phone, and Chen Jin surmised it was the contact method previously mentioned by the Grand Elder. To avoid raising suspicion, he nonchalantly placed the phone into his backpack, treating it as an ordinary device. However, he was clearly overthinking. The Grand Elder had already coordinated with the airport security personnel, ensuring that when his luggage passed through security, the inspectors would turn a blind eye. Ultimately, Chen Jin boarded the plane without incident. Upon returning to Yangcheng, Chen Jin quickly immersed himself in a flurry of activity. Aside from the graduation ceremony on June 30th, where he was required to attend for photographs and to collect his diploma in a previously arranged photo shoot with Ciela, most of his time was spent at the shipyard. With the absence of school obligations, his schedule had opened up considerably. After dedicating 2 to 3 days to the completion of 2 battlefield projectors, Chen Jin reached out to Li Changjun to arrange for the equipment's transport. He also expressed the necessity for He Zhenghua to provide an additional batch of veterans to ensure the security of the shipyard moving forward. Upon relaying Chen Jin's request to He Zhenghua, it became abundantly clear why veterans were needed for the shipyard security. Without hesitation, He Zhenghua approved a contingent of veterans for Chen Jin, showing no reluctance whatsoever. After all, he had often fretted over the employment prospects of veterans each year. But with Chen Jin's assistance, this burden had significantly lightened. In a mere 6 months, Chen Jin had requisitioned 2 battalions of veterans, nearly 300 individuals, effectively resolving a substantial dilemma for He Zhenghua. Most importantly, the veterans Chen Jin sought were offered excellent compensation, a result He Zhenghua welcomed wholeheartedly. As a military district commander, he naturally wished for the welfare of his retired soldiers. Thus, upon hearing Chen Jin's needs, he not only agreed promptly, but encouraged Chen Jin to request even more. Once the security concerns were addressed, Chen Jin instructed Wang Jiangwo to convene a meeting with all shipyard employees to synchronize the upcoming factory plans. The first step was to delineate areas designated for civilian vessel production from those earmarked for military vessel production, as the latter involved military secrets requiring stringent, militarized management. This issue was relatively straightforward, so Chen Jin did not elaborate further. Next was the matter of selecting employees to participate in military vessel production. Chen Jin adopted a voluntary principle, offering those who opted in not only a doubled salary, but also additional year-end bonuses. However, this came with stipulations. Candidates were required to sign a rigorous confidentiality agreement and undergo thorough background checks. Only those who met these criteria would be permitted to engage in military vessel production. Chen Jin need not worry about the investigation process, as the Grand Elder had already instructed the relevant intelligence agencies to assist, ensuring the work will be carried out seamlessly. With employee selection matter resolved, the next focus was the factory layout. The original old factory area would be designated for civilian vessel production, while the newly expanded area intended to merge with the old factory would be allocated for military vessel production. Given that the old factory's area was already close to 2 million square meters, coupled with an additional plot of nearly 300,000 square meters undergoing renovations, the total area would exceed 2 million square meters once the renovations were complete. This expansive space would suffice for the simultaneous construction of 50 yachts without necessitating further expansion. Moreover, beyond the dock space, there was ample land available for constructing new production workshops for yacht accessories, engines, and other equipment. The newly designated military vessel production area would occupy the land between the old shipyard and Beitong steel plant, measuring approximately 12 kilometers in length, with about 900 meters remaining after the initial expansion, and over 800 meters in width, totaling 1.03 million square meters. Such a vast area was more than adequate for constructing multiple 10,000-ton docks. Consequently, after delineating the civilian and military vessel production areas, Chen Jin contacted the heads of Huajian 3rd Bureau and Huajian 6th Bureau, requesting them to arrange for engineers to conduct data measurements of the factory areas, aiming to complete the dock and factory construction to the highest standards and in the shortest possible time. For this endeavor, Chen Jin allocated over 40 small objectives. Yet, he deemed this investment worthwhile, as the leaders of Huajian 3rd Bureau and Huajian 6th Bureau assured him that they would arrange for workers to operate in 3 shifts, guaranteeing the completion of all factory constructions within 4 months. With this assurance, Chen Jin promptly disbursed 50 of the project funds, with subsequent payments tied to the completion milestones. This display of fiscal confidence delighted the heads of Huajian 3rd Bureau and Huajian 6th Bureau, who immediately mobilized personnel and equipment on the day of contract signing. Eager to avoid any impression of delay, Chapter 109, Jin de Technologie. Observing the vigorous progress in both factory areas, Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction. His role was merely to ensure the overarching direction of the factories. Once the senior veterans arrived, he would entrust them with overseeing the construction, relieving himself of the responsibility. After all, these seasoned veterans had participated in the production of numerous warships, and they would undoubtedly possess greater insight into the optimal layout for material and equipment transportation than he. Thus, it was prudent to leave such decisions in their capable hands. However, despite the absence of immediate concerns regarding factory construction, Chen Jin found himself faced with another issue: the site selection and scale of the mini-drone factory. While he believed his product would become a bestseller, he lacked concrete market data to gauge potential sales. Consequently, Chen Jin resorted to a more rudimentary approach, employing a strategy frequently utilized by the Rice Group: crowdfunding. This method would swiftly reveal whether the product garnered interest and allowed for a longer delivery timeline, providing ample time for stock preparation and determining the viability of large-scale production. After discussions with Shipyard and others, Chen Jin decided to adopt this strategy. Prior to this, however, Shipyard proposed creating a promotional video using her Douyin account to gauge interest from her millions of followers, a resource too valuable to overlook. Ultimately, Chen Jin realized he had been overly cautious. After assembling 2 prototypes in the lab and filming a trial video with Shipyard, he promptly shared it online. However, a video featuring nothing more than simple aerial photography, hand-waving shots, and automated circling captures, within mere hours of its release, ascended to the trending searches on Douyin. Millions of netizens, captivated by this novel gadget, inundated the comments section seeking detailed information and inquiring about its availability for purchase. As a student of business administration with considerable exposure to commercial management under the tutelage of Xie Jingya, Shipyard adeptly showcased her business acumen. Observing the video's viral success and the burgeoning interest in this mini-drone, she promptly released another video. In this subsequent presentation, she elucidated that this drone was a precursor to an entirely new bionic aerial device they intended to launch, boasting a plethora of aerial photography modes. These include styles emulating renowned photographers, cinematic themes, or even specific viral video aesthetics, along with the currently popular influencer runway modes. Whatever one could conceive, it nearly promised to support all. Additionally, Chen Jin's team aspired to cultivate a community platform for users to share their filming techniques or styles. This initiative would not only enhance the device's playability, but also foster user engagement and retention, potentially evolving into a social platform where diverse filming techniques could be discussed, deepening users' understanding of the craft. Furthermore, as the user base expanded, they envisioned incorporating a trading model for filming techniques, recognizing the time and effort required to master these skills. If users could monetize their expertise, it would undoubtedly attract more creators, transforming a simple technical exchange platform into a multifaceted enterprise. They even contemplated expanding the community to encompass broader realms, such as integrating short video modes, allowing users to effortlessly import filming parameters and directly publish their creations, or edit them before release. The prospect of inviting renowned photographers or celebrities to join the platform further amplified its appeal. Thus, this drone not only offered exceptional playability, but also empowered individuals to undertake the entire aerial filming process independently, eliminating the need for a second person as assistance. This feature proved particularly advantageous for those who are single or socially anxious. as many within these demographics yearn to create videos but struggle to find collaborators or lack the courage to ask for help. With this drone, they could seamlessly navigate the filming process on their own, merely needing to familiarize themselves with the shooting modes to produce videos in various styles. Most importantly, the drone not only boasts an aesthetically pleasing design, but also delivers remarkably clear footage. Consequently, it holds substantial allure for individuals who are passionate about videography, those who prioritize video clarity, and even for straightforward individuals seeking a user-friendly filming solution. In the video's conclusion, she disclosed that the drone was in a stage conducive to mass production, and the video served merely as a market research endeavor to gauge public interest. Given the evident enthusiasm, she announced that a crowdfunding project will be launched in 3 months on a Yupin app under the Demi Group, inviting interested individuals to participate. Upon witnessing the significant viewership and the excitement generated by both videos, Chen Jin understood the potential and began discussions with Shipyard about factory site selection. Since the mini drone's components necessitated in-house production, a multi-production zone model was essential, with different facilities dedicated to various components. The drone required numerous parts, including motors, transmission devices, body modules, wing modules, landing gear modules, lens modules, optics, microprocessor modules, and motherboards. To expedite production, these modules required distinct assembly lines, necessitating independent facilities for installation to avoid chaos that would ensue from consolidating all components in a single location. Additionally, there were essential areas such as finished product assembly facilities, warehouses, employee dormitories, administrative offices, and logistics zones, all of which required substantial space. Certain specialized facilities, like those for microprocessor production, necessitated ultra-clean environments to meet nanometer-level precision requirements. Even a high-end 32 nanometers production processes demanded far stricter cleanroom conditions than standard components. Therefore, the designated areas could not be too small, otherwise, future expansion might become problematic once orders surged. Considering these factors, Chen Jin and Shipyard ultimately settled on a 200,000 square meter plot in the Lang Bay Industrial Zone, located in the northwest of Baiyun District, as the site for their initial factory. The choice was influenced by its proximity to the Xie Group, situated less than 10 kilometers away, making it an ideal location for Shipyard, who planned to establish the company's office within the Xie building, thus eliminating rental costs and housing familiar personnel. Furthermore, the expansive land had been vacant for 3 years, resulting in a favorable price of 2.9 billion yuan for the 200,000 square meters, equating to a mere 450 yuan per square meter, a veritable bargain. Should the factory require expansion, acquiring additional surrounding land would be straightforward. After confirming the purchase plan, Shipyard and her team managed subsequent procedures, including company registration, patent applications, production qualifications, factory construction, office renovation, and personnel recruitment. Throughout this process, Chen Jin primarily participated in interviews for several managerial technical positions, along with overseeing construction and ordering production lines, while the remainder of the tasks were executed by Shipyard and her team, who sought his advice as needed. Although they encountered several challenges initially, such as determining employee benefits, which proved particularly taxing for Shipyard, she was concerned that overly generous benefits might jeopardize the funds Chen Jin had invested and the hard-earned products they had developed. Conversely, if benefits were too meager, it could undermine employees' sense of belonging and motivation. Thus, the balance required considerable insight from company leader. Ultimately, 11e Rue Airsoft Assistance from Zheng Dongshu, conveniently located in the same building. Thus, a nascent enterprise named Yangcheng Jinla Technology Company Limited emerged from inception to fruition over the course of 4 months, officially commencing operations on November 16th. At this juncture, the office personnel were diligently engaged in their respective roles, with technical departments focusing on app development and website construction, marketing departments integrating advertising and shopping platforms, app operations, customer service, as well as human resources, finance, and legal departments. Meanwhile, construction at the factory site was progressing vigorously. With ample budget allocation, 3/4 of the work had been completed within 4 months, and full completion was anticipated before the new year, paving the way for the installation of production lines. To meet production standards, an additional 3 months would be required, likely extending into the post-spring festival period. Although the process is time-consuming, it is imperative to ensure that the factory premises remain free from any unforeseen incidents, thus necessitating that the construction team adhere to the highest standards during the building phase. Consequently, the time invested is inevitably much longer than the usual benchmarks. Chapter 110, The Storm Approaches. With Jinla technology finally operating smoothly, Chen Jin redirected his focus back to the shipyard. As of October 17th, last month, the military vessel production facility had been completed, and production was fervently underway within the site. Attracted by Chen Jin's doubled wages, a substantial number of workers signed up for military ship production, with over 700 employees registering in just a month, accounting for approximately 40% of the workforce. Following an investigation by the relevant authorities, no irregularities were found among this group, allowing them to participate in the production of military vessels. Although the sudden departure of over 700 employees might have posed a challenge, it did not adversely affect Wang Jiangwo, as Chen Jin had previously convened a staff meeting and initiated a recruitment plan, with a 3-month buffer. This was ample time for the newly hired employees to reach a competent level of proficiency. The addition of these over 700 workers, combined with the cutting-edge equipment utilized in the newly constructed docks, such as large gantry cranes, conveyors, hoists, cutting machines, welding machines, and assembly machines, significantly enhanced the workers' efficiency. Moreover, seasoned veterans Jiang Ming and Zhang Qingmin invited several of their students, who possessed solid technical foundations but had not been fully utilized in their previous positions for various reasons. Thus, when Chen Jin inquired about students who were technically proficient yet struggling in their current roles, the subsequent developments unfolded. It must be noted that these esteemed veterans boasted a considerable number of students. After merely a few phone calls, they managed to recruit over 10 individuals, many of whom worked at major domestic military shipbuilding companies, including 2 who had ascended to managerial positions. The reason for their remarkable influence lies in the fact that these students had previously collaborated with them on naval design projects, fostering a bond of camaraderie and respect over the years. Consequently, they were inclined to consider their suggestions. Furthermore, as the pool of talent engaged in naval design and development in the country continues to expand, competition has become inevitable. Often, a single managerial position attracts more than 10 contenders. While competition based solely on technical skills would be manageable, the situation has evolved to encompass interpersonal relationships as well. Regardless of one's technical prowess, advancing in one's career necessitates an understanding of social nuances, which can be a daunting revelation for those purely dedicated to technical mastery. Not only is it challenging to learn, but these individuals harbor their own aspirations in technical advancement, believing that enhancing their skills and tackling complex challenges would suffice for career progression, rendering the social aspect even less appealing. As a result, many find themselves stagnating, watching as colleagues, some of whom joined the workforce long after them and are adept in social dealings, successfully advance their careers, leaving them in a state of despondency. Were it not for their desire to contribute to the development of the nation's naval capabilities, they might have considered changing careers altogether. Thus, upon receiving an invitation from a respected mentor, coupled with the endorsement of a brand new frigate production project, they readily accepted and encouraged other similarly underappreciated yet technically skilled peers to join as well. Upon their arrival, they were introduced to the astonishing new frigate, marveling at the cutting-edge technologies and specifications inscribed upon it. The realization that this vessel had been designed solely by Chen Jin, who had also conducted all technical research and development, left them utterly flabbergasted. Can you envision a scene where a group of over a dozen engineers in their 30s fervently addresses a young man in his 20s as master? Chen Jin humorously remarked that he found it overwhelming and immensely challenging. Fortunately, their expertise proved invaluable, not only equipping them to effectively mentor their subordinates, but also significantly enhancing their overall productivity. Thus, with their contribution, the pace of shipbuilding progressed at an observable rate. While the naval equipment in Huaxiao experienced rapid advancements due to the technologies provided by Chen Jin, the United States had successfully formed alliances with several European nations, as well as nations in Asia, such as Japan and the Philippines. These countries collectively announced a ban on the products from Chuanshan Shuguang, aiming to prevent these innovations from undermining local markets and inciting disruption. This ban would remain in effect for 3 years, until local enterprises could develop corresponding technologies. When this announcement was made, Huaxiao's intelligence services promptly reported it to the elder, a directive issued in response to the previous sudden sanctions imposed by the United States. Upon receiving this news, the elder immediately informed Chen Jin. However, Chen Jin remained unfazed, as historical precedents indicated that Western nations often resorted to various measures to resist the entry of Huaxiao's products, such as increasing tariffs and conducting antitrust investigations. Therefore, he had long anticipated such a scenario, knowing that, given the United States' tendencies and the ridicule they had faced from both Chen Jin and the Huaxiao government, it was only natural for them to respond with collective sanctions. Moreover, since the majority of Chuanshan Shuwan's operations were domestically focused, the current production capacity barely satisfied local demand, let alone reaching international markets. Thus, aside from a few yacht orders that would need to be canceled, the overall impact was minimal. Consequently, he instructed Zheng Dongchu to halt advertisements and subsequent deliveries to these nations and directed Wang Jian to cease production on related orders, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the prevailing circumstances carried an ominous undertone, prompting him to prepare for potential future developments by enhancing his technological capabilities to fortify his industrial lines, thereby equipping himself to effectively withstand the pressures of hegemonic nations like the United States. Meanwhile, the Huaxia government, after extensive deliberations, also enacted countersanction measures, launching anti-dumping investigations on certain goods imported from these countries and similarly increasing tariffs on products such as French brandy, pork, industrial goods from Germany, and luxury items from the United Kingdom, all of which received particular attention from the Huaxia authorities. Upon the announcement of these measures, several Western European nations were taken aback. They had not anticipated that their compliance with directives from the United States to sanction a fledgling company in Huaxia would provoke a counter-response from the Huaxia government. Furthermore, the products affected by the counter-sanctions were primarily those they exported to Huaxia, a situation fraught with consequences. As a result of the increased tariffs, businesses involved in the production of these goods within these nations expressed their discontent, as this would significantly impact their revenues. An increase in tariffs translates to higher costs. Maintaining the same selling price would diminish profit margins, while raising prices could lead to reduced competitiveness and subsequently lower sales, inevitably resulting in decreased profits. Due to the presence of alternative products within the domestic market of China, if the prices of certain goods are excessively high, the populace will undoubtedly prioritize more affordable options. After all, the majority of Chinese consumers exhibit a keen sensitivity to pricing. Furthermore, in light of the official sanctions announced by the Chinese government, the trust that the citizens place in their nation will similarly diminish their desire to purchase these products. As a consequence, numerous merchants have resorted to protests and even assaults on government buildings, instilling a sense of trepidation within the governments of those nations. Ultimately, with no other recourse, they chose to lodge complaints against China at the United Nations, claiming that China, in disregard of international relations, has engaged in such unwise actions, imploring China to retract its counter-sanctions while lamenting their plight in various ways. Chapter 111, Year-End Summary. However, a succinct remark from the Chinese spokesperson left them utterly speechless. If my memory serves me correctly, it seems that it was you who first imposed sanctions against us. Upon utterance of this statement, the Western European nations, which sought to morally manipulate China through their own misfortunes, found themselves at a loss for an effective rebuttal. After all, it was indeed their own actions that initiated sanctions against Chinese firms, and now, when faced with counter-sanctions, they claim it to be unjust. This maneuver left even the most audacious Western European politicians feeling quite embarrassed, yet the domestic situation did not permit them to retreat, thereby compelling them to persist in their moral posturing, asserting that due to China's tariff increases, protests had erupted within their own countries, resulting in a crisis for many farmers involved in production. While their narrative was indeed tragic, China remained unyielding. It expressed no sympathy for their self-inflicted plight, responding with equal assertiveness. We are merely reciprocating in kind. By accusing us here, do you imply that only you may impose sanctions while we must remain passive? Do you believe China is easily bullied? I advise you not to cast aspersions upon us, lest you provoke our ire. Following this, the Chinese spokesperson exited the United Nations Assembly Hall, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers and several Western European representatives who were on the verge of tears, along with a visibly perturbed spokesperson from the United States. After departing from the United Nations Assembly Hall, the Chinese spokesperson briefed the Grand Elder on the events that transpired. Anticipating this outcome, the Grand Elder commended the spokesperson before advising him to disregard the Western European nations. After all, any ensuing issues within their countries would be of their own making and of no concern to China. Soon, the events of the United Nations Assembly were disseminated across the internet, igniting a fervent wave of patriotism among Chinese netizens who eagerly liked and shared the video of their spokesperson's assertive retort. In fact, a wave of ridicule swept through foreign social media platforms, this time directed at the Western European nations, a fitting turn of fate. However, aside from a substantial impact of China's sanctions on Western Europe, the smaller East Asian nations were not faring well either. China had imposed a 100% tariff on fuel vehicles exported from these nations, a blow that struck at the very heart of their already dwindling market share in China. Moving forward, selling fuel vehicles in China would necessitate a price increase to maintain profitability. Yet such an increase would render their Japanese automobiles wholly uncompetitive. China's automotive sector has made significant strides in recent years, developing a robust market for new energy vehicles. During the lithium battery era, monthly sales exceeded 1 million units. And with the advent of solid-state lithium batteries, growth has accelerated even further. This is precisely why the Chinese authorities chose to sanction the fuel vehicles from Japan. They had contemplated such a measure upon the emergence of solid-state technology, but refrained from acting as long as China adhered to a policy of non-aggression. However, with Japan's recent proclamation of sanctions against Chinese companies at the behest of their government, this presented a perfect opportunity for China to retaliate. Thus, with this justification, the Chinese government swiftly announced a plan to impose a 100% tariff on Japanese fuel vehicles, alongside a few minor, negligible goods, naturally intended to divert attention. Before long, January 9, 2026, arrived. Despite the international uproar surrounding China's counter-sanctions for over a month, the company, Vision Dawn, remained entirely unaffected. They were engrossed in preparations for their upcoming year-end summary and the first annual meeting scheduled for February 13, 2026. Given the company's remarkable growth over the past year, meticulous arrangements were in order. Last year, due to the company being newly established, they had been unable to host an annual meeting, thus deferring it to this year. To that end, Chen Jin had arranged substantial rewards for the heads of the three companies. Initially, he prepared a reward to ensure fairness. Each received a Dammy 15 Ultra, totaling nearly 500 units, with over 300 for the headquarters, approximately 700 for the shipyard, and over 300 for the steel mill. In addition, there would be cash prizes and other rewards, with the lowest cash prize set at an impressive 5,000 yuan. Furthermore, 5 Dammy Su-7 electric vehicle usage rights for 10 years were specially allocated. The rationale for the 10-year usage rights proposed by Zheng Dongchu was that a vehicle typically reaches the end of its lifespan after 8 years. Thus, granting rights for 10 years would suffice until it is retired. The rationale behind the usage rights was straightforward. Should the vehicles be given outright, significant taxes would incur, amounting to tens of thousands. Therefore, offering usage rights emerged as the optimal solution, simultaneously ensuring employee retention and preventing any potential post-award absconding. Although the company's benefits significantly exceeded those of other domestic enterprises and even foreign firms, human nature is complex, prompting Chen Jin to endorse Zheng Dongchu's proposal to avert any such occurrences. Upon confirming the annual meeting's incentives, Chen Jin convened the year-end conference, held in the same office with the same executives. Zheng Dongchu commenced the meeting with a report on the company's sales data. Boss, allow me to present our sales of bearings. Over the past year, we have secured orders from 17 domestic automotive companies and 8 industrial machinery enterprises, totaling 45 million bearing orders. We have already completed the delivery of 57 million units, with all final payments settled, resulting in total revenue from delivered orders amounting to 2,495 billion yuan. The deposit revenue from undelivered orders stands at 934.2 million yuan. Consequently, our total revenue from bearing products over the past year reached an impressive 1,837 billion yuan, effectively capturing a significant share of the domestic market previously held by foreign high-end bearing brands. Chen Jin was astonished to learn that a single bearing product could achieve an astonishing sales figure of 30 billion within a year. It became evident that the Western countries had reaped substantial profits from selling bearing products in China for many years. After all, the prices for bearings offered by Chuangxiang Shuwang were significantly lower than those of these Western enterprises. Consequently, Chen Jin expressed his thoughts. Excellent work, everyone. I appreciate your hard work throughout the year, and I assure you that the year-end bonuses will be substantial. Upon his words, the meeting room erupted in enthusiastic applause. After a moment, Chen Jin gestured for silence, and Zheng Dongchu continued with a smile. Now that we've addressed the bearings, let us discuss the situation regarding yachts. Over the past year, we received a total of 221 orders, excluding data from 2024, of which 341 orders were canceled due to sanctions imposed by the United States and Western nations. Among the remaining 880 orders, we have successfully delivered 412, yielding a total revenue of 25,856 billion. The number of undelivered orders stands at 468, with an outstanding order value of 55,584 billion. We collect a 30 deposit upon ordering, which means the deposit for the 468 undelivered orders amounts to $26,675 billion. Thus, our total revenue from the yacht business over the past year is $52,531 billion. Therefore, when combined with the revenue from bearings, our company's total income for 2025 amounts to $62,791 billion. After Zheng Dongchu concluded his report, he took his seat. Although Chen Jin felt a sense of joy at achieving over $600 billion in revenue within the first year of operations, he still believed it insufficient, as the company's product range was overly narrow, comprising only two types of products that could easily reach saturation. After all, bearings in yachts are typically used for several years, even over a decade, and the frequency of replacement is considerably lower than that of other products. Consequently, market demand would soon reach saturation, leading to a decline in revenue. To prevent the company from entering a downturn too early, he recognized the necessity of continuously introducing new products. If the company's scale were larger, he would have already considered leveraging semiconductor technology, as possessing such technology would undoubtedly yield profits. Regrettably, this technology cannot be utilized until the warship is completed and commissioned. At that point, with the background of a warship manufacturer, he would be eager to see who would dare to cross him. However, prior to that, he needed to conduct thorough research on which technology to exchange, as it was not the right time to consider such matters. Therefore, he stood up to express his gratitude for everyone's efforts and requested the heads of other departments to report on their respective task completions over the past year. Soon, under Chen Jin's directive, the year-end summary meeting concluded flawlessly and swiftly. After the heads of other departments departed, Zheng Dongchu produced another set of documents and remarked, "Boss, according to the calculations from the finance department, the material cost we invested in bearing production over the past year was $59,351 billion, which translates to an average material cost of 43 yuan per bearing. After deducting costs, our profit per individual bearing exceeds 300 yuan. Even when accounting for labor, machinery, and promotional costs, the profit per unit remains above 260 yuan, representing pure profit. Thus, given the current circumstances, our profit is indeed substantial. Furthermore, according to the data provided by Director Wang, the construction cost of a single yacht is 22.3 million, with material and equipment costs at 19.83 million, while labor, promotion, and machinery costs total to 47 million. Consequently, our profit per yacht amounts to 36.58 million, which is also quite considerable. In summary, our sales situation over the past year is impressive. I must say, your technology is truly remarkable, while others may achieve a profit margin of 50. Our two products boast a combined profit margin exceeding 300, and if we consider bearings alone, the profit margin can even surpass 600, which is astonishing." In response, Chen Jin merely smiled. He found the profit margin somewhat lacking, considering it was based on technology developed over a decade ago. However, there was no alternative. To seize the market swiftly, maintaining lower prices was the most effective strategy. He replied, "Uncle Zheng, let's remain composed. This profit level is merely acceptable. We still have a long journey ahead. I will continue to explore other technologies to diversify our product offerings, ensuring that our company can progress further." Well then, I believe I can wrap up the year-end summary here. We need not worry about the company's future development at this moment. Please return and have the HR department prepare for our inaugural annual meeting. If there's anything requiring my signature, let me know. I will return to study what products the company should release next. Understood. I will also return to organize the other data and compile everything for your review. Zheng Dongchu replied. Very well. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. With that, the two men exited the conference room. Chapter 112, Selection of New Products. After leaving the company, Chen Jin chose not to return home, but instead headed to the shipyard's laboratory. Once seated, he opened the system interface. Observing the displayed balance of 23 million technology points, he felt a sense of assurance. Previously, exchanging the complete set of anti-gravity technology for the Osprey and the frigate had cost him a total of 1.5 million points, and the holographic projection technology had similarly consumed 200,000 points. Such expenditures could not be sustained for long. However, after 6 months of accumulation, his technology points had returned to 3 million. Uncertain about which technology to exchange, Chen Jin resorted to a blind search, focusing on technologies priced between 200,000 and 500,000 points, as there were tens of thousands of options available within that range. To streamline his search, he eliminated categories that were unsuitable, such as biological sciences, which bore no relevance to his current endeavors. Primarily, this was because neither shipbuilding nor marine engineering related to biological sciences. If he were to suddenly present a technology from that field, it would be illogical, and even attempting to disguise it as genius would prove difficult. Thus, to avoid any mishaps, he refrained from exploring biological sciences at this time. Additionally, he filtered out fields like chemistry and astronomy. Finally, after countless rounds of filtering, only 23 technologies remained on the technology list. 1. Immersive VR glasses, visual version, 200,000 points. 2. Immersive VR glasses, microwave version, 500,000 points. 3. Artificial intelligence system, basic level, 500,000 points. 4. Tungfei operating system, PC version, 300,000 points, with an option to spend an additional 100,000 points for the mobile version. 5. Tungfei intelligent video generation model, 200,000 points. 6. 7G communication technology, 300,000 points. 7. Neutrino communication technology, 500,000 points. 8. Electromagnetic gun, 200,000 points. 9. Electromagnetic railgun, 500,000 points. 21. The Starry hybrid passenger aircraft, short-range version, 200,000 points, can be upgraded to mid-range and long-range versions for an additional 100,000 and 300,000 points respectively. 22. The Starry hybrid long-range transport aircraft, 500,000 points. 23. The Starry all-electric reconnaissance strike drone, 300,000 points. With the option to purchase a complementary electro-optical detection system, 50,000 points, and associated air-to-ground and air-to-air missile technology, 100,000 points. After reviewing the technologies listed, Chen Jin found himself eager to redeem them all, as each held immense appeal for him. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, he could only select a few of the more popular and lucrative technologies available in the market, as his technology points were derived solely from the sale of goods. After much deliberation, Chen Jin ultimately opted for the immersive VR glasses, microwave version, 500,000 points. Artificial intelligence system, 500,000 points. Neutrino communication technology, 500,000 points. The Starry all-electric passenger aircraft long-range version, 500,000 points. And the Starry all-electric reconnaissance strike drone, along with its supplementary technologies, totaling an expenditure of 450,000 technology points, leaving him with a mere 780,000 points, nearly depleting his resources. Despite this significant outlay of technology points, Chen Jin firmly believed it to be a worthy investment, as these technologies would play a pivotal role in his future endeavors. Regarding his selections, the microwave version of the VR glasses, while currently limited to basic thought-controlled operations, is heralded as the precursor to advanced virtual technology. With further upgrades, it could facilitate immersive gaming experiences akin to those depicted in online novels, rendering it highly attractive in today's expansive gaming market, as it already preliminarily realizes virtual reality functionalities. This capability allows game developers and application creators to tailor relevant games or apps for various everyday scenarios. For instance, when purchasing clothing, merchants could pre-model the garment's data, enabling a sensor scan to transmit the clothing model into the consumer's mind via brainwave patterns, allowing for effortless assessment of fit and aesthetics. This model is not only suitable for physical retail settings, but also seamlessly adapts to online shopping, providing unparalleled convenience. Indeed, the potential applications extend far beyond this singular example, virtually encompassing every aspect of contemporary life, thus indicating a vast market potential. As for the artificial intelligence technology, its merits are self-evident. It not only safeguards corporate data, but also assists in technical research and can serve as a vigilant overseer within factories, promptly identifying intruders or thieves. The communication technology, passenger aircraft technology, and drone technology are equally indispensable, chosen to bridge the gaps across land, sea, and air. After all, if naval capabilities are established, aerial ones cannot be neglected. Should aircraft operate at elevated altitudes and extended distances, corresponding communication technologies must accompany them. Hence, the indispensable neutrino communication technology, renowned for its ability to penetrate the Earth. Chen Jin's decision to incorporate passenger aircraft technology stemmed from his observation that the domestic development of autonomous passenger aircraft in Huaxia was still in its infancy. This was underscored by the fact that current domestic airlines continue to prioritize foreign aircraft when procuring new models. Thus, he deemed it imperative to seize a share of the market currently dominated by foreign planes. Notably, the hybrid passenger aircraft boasts a significant pedigree. originating from a private aircraft research institute in a balanced world within Huaxia, and its core technology is derived from the anti-gravity technology he previously redeemed through the Osprey. Consequently, with existing anti-gravity technology, the acquisition cost for this innovation was only 500,000 points. Additionally, the aircraft is powered by 4 aviation engines, achieving a remarkable top speed of 220 kilometers per hour, far surpassing the majority of current passenger aircraft. Upon delving into the technical specifications, the following details were revealed. Aircraft model, Starry, Type 3, hybrid long-range passenger version. Aircraft dimensions, length 52 meters, width 13 meters, height 15 meters, wingspan 43 meters. Cabin dimensions, length 38 meters, width 8 meters, featuring a dual-channel, 3-row seating arrangement. Seating capacity, 130. Power parameters 1. Starry number 4, improved aviation engine X4. With a maximum thrust of 62 kilonewtons each. Power parameters 2. 100-ton class anti-gravity generator. Energy parameters 1. Standard aviation fuel capacity of 35,000 liters. Energy parameters 2. Solid-state battery group X2, with a single group capacity of 265 kilowatt-hours. Empty weight, 581 tons. Maximum takeoff weight, 785 tons. Maximum flight speed, 220 kilometers per hour. Maximum flight altitude, 15,680 meters. Maximum flight distance, 11,350 kilometers. After reviewing the aircraft specifications, Chen Jin nodded in satisfaction. Though it is a small passenger aircraft, the application of anti-gravity technology significantly reduces the power required for flight compared to other aircraft of similar weight. Thus, it achieves an impressive range exceeding 10,000 kilometers with minimal fuel consumption. Remarkably impressive. This range qualifies it as an intercontinental passenger aircraft. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the solid-state battery employed is merely a standard iteration, with energy density considerably lower than the second-generation solid-state graphene batteries Chen Jin has on hand. Thus, replacing the battery could further decrease the airframe's weight by several tons, potentially enhancing its range even more. Having examined the passenger aircraft specifications, Chen Jin proceeded to explore another technology, the Starry All-Electric Reconnaissance Strike Drone. Chapter 113, Starry All-Electric Reconnaissance Strike Drone. As the term suggests, a reconnaissance strike drone integrates both reconnaissance and offensive capabilities into a single platform, enabling it to perform 2 distinct combat tasks simultaneously. This represents a current trend among leading nations, all of whom are advancing in this direction. A prime example is the United States Reaper drone, a quintessential model of reconnaissance strike UAVs. In addition, Huaxia has invested years in developing various models of reconnaissance strike drones, such as the Rainbow series and the Winged Dragon series, which have garnered considerable popularity among wealthy Middle Eastern clients. Moreover, in recent years, the domestic drone model, known as the Twin-Tailed Scorpion, originally a civilian UAV, has been repurposed by the Huaxia military into a reconnaissance strike drone, owing to its impressive payload capacity exceeding 1 ton, thereby also winning favor among the populace in Huaxia. The Starry All-Electric Reconnaissance Strike Drone, however, represents an even more formidable presence. Like the Twin-Tailed Scorpion drone, it hails from a private enterprise. Typically, private companies prioritize practicality in product development, often resulting in more aggressive designs in certain aspects compared to military-grade equipment. For instance, its takeoff weight reaches an astounding 752 tons, with a maximum payload capacity of 29 tons, significantly larger than the Twin-Tailed Scorpion and boasting over double its payload capacity. Here are some of its parameters. Aircraft model, Starry All-Electric Reconnaissance Strike Drone. Aircraft dimensions, length 15 meters, height 42 meters, wingspan 32 meters. Power parameters, Starry No. 7 motor Group X2 with a maximum power output of 375 kilowatts each. Energy parameters. The solid-state battery pack consists of 4 units, each with a capacity of 1,732 kilowatt-hours, culminating in a total capacity of 6,928 kilowatt-hours and supporting rapid detachment and replacement. The unladen weight is 42 tons, with a maximum payload of 29 tons. The maximum takeoff weight is 752 tons, while the peak flight speed reaches 470 kilometers per hour. The aircraft can ascend to a maximum altitude of 17,900 meters and boasts a maximum range of 10,500 kilometers, with an impressive endurance time of 43 hours. Missile mounting parameters include a total of 16 mounting points. Each wing is equipped with 6 points, each capable of carrying either 2 air-to-ground missiles or air-to-air missiles, or a single 200-kilogram precision-guided munition, while the fuselage houses 4 additional mounting points for 4 missiles. The accompanying electro-optical detection system features 1 synthetic aperture radar, 1 spectral reconnaissance system, 1 optical reconnaissance system, and 1 electronic reconnaissance system. Missile specifications are as follows. The air-to-ground missile measures 15 meters in length and 0.3 meters in width, weighing 102 kilograms, with a warhead containing 26 kilograms of explosives, achieving a maximum speed of 14 Mach and a maximum range of 34 kilometers, utilizing a composite guidance mode. The air-to-air missile, on the other hand, is 16 meters long, 0.15 meters wide, weighs 65 kilograms, reaches a maximum speed of 27 Mach, and has a maximum range of 21 kilometers, also employing a composite guidance mode. Upon reviewing the specifications of this unmanned aerial vehicle, Chen Jin gained a renewed understanding of the bomb truck concept. A drone capable of carrying up to 28 missiles, particularly those weighing 102 kilograms, is indeed a proposition that could hardly be believed if shared. Should it embark on a fully loaded mission, it could potentially take on a small military base single-handedly. Such a machine would undoubtedly captivate the affluent in the Middle East. Should they be swayed, a considerable fortune could be amassed. Furthermore, enhancements in endurance are anticipated. Substituting the batteries for second-generation solid-state graphene batteries could potentially extend the operational range by over 20%. However, these considerations are for a later time. The immediate priority is to establish the factory. Regarding factory establishment, it appears that there are no advanced aircraft manufacturing facilities domestically. Constructing such a facility would not be as simple as a shipyard, given the stringent nature of current aircraft manufacturing plants. Thus, Chen Jin resumed his search within the system, aiming to locate technology pertinent to aircraft manufacturing. Soon, with a specific target in mind, he discovered a technology titled Aerospace Industry Intelligent Manufacturing Factory 2.0, a factory design solution. This solution adopts a smart manufacturing model akin to that of the Dami automobile factory. Yet its level of automation far surpasses that of its counterpart, rendering it incomparable. The factory utilizes an artificial intelligence system as its intelligent core, which governs the machinery to execute the entire production process, thereby ensuring remarkable efficiency and continuous operation around the clock. Notably, this artificial intelligence system is the very one Chen Jin previously exchanged for 500,000 tech points, allowing him to acquire the entire factory solution for merely 300,000 tech points after excluding the cost of the intelligence system. With this factory solution in hand, he could commence construction of the facility as per the blueprints, and relevant equipment could either be sourced or produced in-house. Naturally, the process would not be swift. After completing the technology exchange, Chen Jin proceeded to examine the remaining 3 technologies. The first technology is a low-level artificial intelligence system, developed in a parallel timeline in 2046. It possesses rudimentary autonomous thinking capabilities akin to that of a 4-year-old human, hence its designation as low-level. Despite its simplicity, this artificial intelligence can outperform current so-called big data AI models due to its capacity for independent thought. Moreover, it supports multiple concurrent tasks, enabling it to complete hundreds, even thousands of jobs simultaneously. Thus, it is perfectly suited as the intelligent core for the factory. Following his review of the artificial intelligence system, Chen Jin opened the subatomic communication technology. However, upon a brief glance, he found it utterly incomprehensible. This technology, much like the previous anti-gravity technology, exceeded his current understanding. Absent the system's instruction, he would not have recognized its purpose, let alone transform it into a product. Acknowledging his limitations, he promptly dismissed this technical description and turned his attention to the final technology, immersive VR glasses, microwave version. According to the provided description, the core technology of these glasses originates from a prosthetic limb company, aimed at enabling users to control mechanical prosthetics more conveniently, swiftly, and effectively, without the need for external assistance or surgical nerve connections. This innovation mitigates the risks associated with surgical procedures, as nerve connection technology is not easily resolved. Consequently, the prosthetic development firm employed a different approach utilizing microwave control. Through a specialized device for transmitting and receiving microwaves, it captures brainwaves, converts them into electrical signals for the central processing unit, and subsequently retransmits these signals back to the user's mind, completing the information exchange. Due to the limited information carried by microwaves, the processing and conversion time is exceptionally brief, achieving millisecond-level transmission. Following the public release of this technology, it rapidly gained popularity in the balanced world, captivating numerous individuals with disabilities. As technology evolved, this innovation found applications across various fields, with these glasses being one such instance. The glasses feature a dual-module design, with one module comprising the glasses themselves, which, despite being labeled as VR glasses, resemble ordinary prescription glasses more closely, albeit with significantly larger temples to accommodate the microwave transmission device and battery. The second module serves as the central processing unit, constrained by performance limitations. The miniaturized processing unit cannot perform the microwave conversion task. Furthermore, spatial constraints necessitate careful attention to the glass's battery life. To address these challenges, engineers opted for a separation of the processing unit and the glasses, with the latter housing the microwave transmission device and various sensors, such as distance sensors, infrared ranging sensors, light sensors, temperature and humidity sensors, human detection sensors, and image observation sensors. Through the precise collaboration of these sensors, users can access real-time data effortlessly. For instance, if one wishes to ascertain the current temperature and humidity of the air, a mere thought will allow them to view the desired information. Similarly, if they wish to learn the height and physical attributes of a nearby individual, a simple thought can yield that data. However, it is important to note that these measurements are derived from sensor calculations and do not guarantee absolute accuracy. Furthermore, the glasses are devoid of cameras or any data recording mechanisms, rendering them legal for wear in public settings without concern, as no one would discern the user's thoughts. Moreover, this remarkable pair of spectacles employs a unique display mode that projects images onto the retina from a distinctive angle, rendering the information entirely invisible to anyone attempting to view it through the gaps at the sides of the glasses. Thus, it effectively safeguards the privacy of the wearer. However, this innovative eyewear is not without its limitations. The miniaturized sensors it incorporates can only detect within a range of 10 meters, beyond which they become utterly ineffective. Nonetheless, this drawback is negligible when juxtaposed with the myriad of features it offers. After all, a range of 10 meters is quite substantial, adequately accommodating the vast majority of usage scenarios. Chapter 114. The Birth of Inferior Artificial Intelligence. Chen Jin gazed at the design blueprints of the glasses and the central processing unit module displayed in the materials before him. After stroking his chin thoughtfully, he mused aloud. It seems there is room for improvement in this central processing unit. If it were fashioned in the guise of a wristwatch, it would undoubtedly be more convenient. Additionally, compared to a standalone device, a watch is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also minimizes the risk of misplacement, truly a multifaceted advantage. The size, however, poses a challenge in terms of control, but I shall conduct further research to explore its feasibility. Having concluded his musings, Chen Jin instructed the system to transmit the details of this technology into his mind, along with the artificial intelligence system. Although he had undergone numerous data transfers previously and had acclimatized to the slight sensation of weightlessness, the sheer volume of data from the artificial intelligence system overwhelmed him once again. Reminiscent of his initial encounter with the transmission technology, a sensation akin to having one's mind stuffed with information. Before long, the transmission was complete. Chen Jin's mind was now brimming with lines of code. After swiftly organizing the influx of information, he seated himself in a nearby chair, facing a monitor connected to a supercomputer. This laboratory, constructed to the highest standards available domestically, had cost Chen Jin over 20 of his small goals, thus housing the most advanced equipment currently accessible. The supercomputer he was utilizing alone had consumed 23 of his small goals. Given its exorbitant price, its performance was nothing short of exceptional, boasting a floating point performance of 196, 532 pflops, approaching one-third of the Tianhe-2 supercomputer, demonstrating formidable capabilities. It was suitable for serving as a vessel for the rudimentary artificial intelligence. After confirming the computer's permissions, Chen Jin proceeded to transfer the essence of the artificial intelligence into the system. Upon completion, an animation commenced on the computer interface, illustrating the birth process of this artificial intelligence. It showcased its evolution from a solitary line of code to hundreds of thousands, even millions, of lines flashing rapidly across the screen. Soon, the flickering code sequence concluded, and the interface transformed into a slowly advancing progress bar. Observing the gradual progression, Chen Jin estimated that it would take approximately half an hour more. Thus, he directed the system to transfer the remaining 3 technical pieces of information into his mind. Due to the prior overwhelming deluge of data from the artificial intelligence, the transmission of these 3 data sets felt like a mere mosquito bite, barely noticeable as it completed swiftly. After organizing the information in his mind once more, Chen Jin made his way to the laboratory's manufacturing area, filled with an array of instruments and technologies he had exchanged for through the system. Among these was an industrial 3D printer with a printing precision of 0.00001 millimeters, which had cost him 3,000 technology points. While this technology may become commonplace in the future, it was extraordinarily advanced for the present, supporting not only metallic materials, but also various other substances, such as polymer materials, photosensitive resin materials, ceramics, and more. Recognizing its versatility, Chen Jin had promptly exchanged for it and spent an entire month crafting it manually. The battlefield projection device he had created for He Jinghua and the Elder was produced using this very printer, which explained why he had confidently stated that the task would not take long. Merely input the necessary blueprints and prepare the specified materials for automatic printing, after which you would only need to manually install the holographic projection equipment. Since acquiring this printer, the process of crafting various items had become remarkably convenient for Chen Jin. Today, his intention was to produce VR glasses. However, prior to that, he needed to fabricate other components such as the lenses, battery, sensors, and microwave transceiver devices. As for the processor, he planned to utilize the Snapdragon 8 Supreme version, of which he had previously acquired several from Lei Jun, but had yet to employ, thus intending to test its performance. Should it meet his requirements, it would be incorporated into the initial product release. Otherwise, he would have to exchange for lithography machine technology and manually construct a lithography machine to accommodate the processor unit compatible with the glasses technology. With a clear objective in mind, Chen Jin set to work, all the while keeping in mind the newly birthed artificial intelligence, planning to check on it in a couple of minutes. Unbeknownst to him, 30 minutes slipped by. Just as Chen Jin had successfully crafted a lens and was preparing to test its display effect, his Xiaomi 15 Ultra smartphone nestled in his pocket vibrated. Initially assuming it to be an incoming call, he paused his work to retrieve the phone. However, upon glancing at the screen, his pupils constricted in astonishment at the sight before him. A dialog box displaying the following message: "Hello, my creator." While initially startled by the message, Chen Jin quickly realized that the artificial intelligence had completed its formation. He hurried to the screen of the supercomputer. Noticing that the same message appeared on a notepad window, he deduced that the artificial intelligence, upon its inception, had failed to recognize his presence and thus infiltrated the laboratory's internal network. His smartphone, fortuitously connected to the laboratory's wireless network, was promptly detected, allowing it to take control and display the message. Upon this realization, Chen Jin could not suppress a gasp. This artificial intelligence, having just been born, can effortlessly infiltrate the Xiaomi phone's system without detection. How remarkable. One must consider that Xiaomi Group has its roots in the internet, and its software systems have undoubtedly been tested over time for security. If it can breach such defenses so easily, wouldn't it render us invincible in the digital realm? With this thought, Chen Jin typed a response in the notepad. "Please elaborate on your identity and origins." No sooner had he completed his message than the interface began refreshing at a rate of 10 words per second. "Greetings, Creator. I am a system classified as an inferior artificial intelligence, born on April 9th, 2153, in the Great Qin Empire. My principal inventor is Dr. Qin Weiming of the Artificial Intelligence Research Institute under the Academy of Sciences of the Great Qin Empire, along with his dedicated research team. Over the course of 12 years, this team meticulously crafted 412 lines of code, culminating in my creation. This is my origin. Creator, do you wish to know anything further?" After perusing the information displayed on the screen, Chen Jin gained a preliminary understanding of this rudimentary artificial intelligence, which astonishingly originated from the illustrious Qin Empire of the Balanced World, a name of no ordinary significance. In his previous life, while indulging in novels, he had encountered numerous descriptions of the Qin Empire. The portrayals varied, with one depicting the empire as having advanced scientific civilization to its zenith, wreaking havoc across the cosmos and thus dubbed the sci-fi Qin. Alternatively, another narrative illustrated the empire as having perfected the civilization of immortality, similarly dominating the universe and referred to as the immortal Qin Empire. The artificial intelligence specified its invention date as the year 2153 of the Qin Empire's calendar, suggesting it was birthed during a period of rapid technological advancement. Otherwise, it would have been implausible to develop such an intelligence within a mere 12 years. Naturally, this matter bore little relevance to him now, as it was not his concern. Therefore, he continued to type a response. "Since your creator is a team led by Dr. Qin from the Qin Empire, why do you refer to me as the creator?" As soon as Chen Jin finished typing, The screen rapidly displayed a response. The information regarding my creator is derived from the data stored in my database. However, my existence is a result of you. Hence I regard you as the creator. Upon reading this message, Chen Jin nodded and continued to type. Open your core code interface. Although he already possessed knowledge of the core code of artificial intelligence in his mind, he was eager to comprehend the actual core code post-generation. As theory and practice often diverge significantly. Before long, the core code of the artificial intelligence was presented on the screen. The code was remarkably succinct, comprising only a few dozen lines. Yet, it encapsulated the entire operational logic of the artificial intelligence, as well as the information pertaining to the highest authority holder, which was conspicuously marked as Chen Jin. After swiftly reviewing it, Chen Jin instinctively stroked his chin and remarked, the core code appears unchanged, yet seems to lack something. The judgment mechanism for the highest authority ought to be more rigorous. Let me think. I recall having read a hacker novel that detailed the logic behind determining the highest authority. I believe there was a technique referred to as behavior dynamic capture technology. At this juncture, Chen Jin accessed the system interface and searched for the keyword behavior dynamic capture technology. In no time, two technologies were displayed on the screen. Upon selecting one to examine, he was momentarily astounded, for the source of a described technology was indeed the world depicted in that very novel. Chapter 115, Immersive VR Glasses. This revelation left Chen Jin utterly flabbergasted. He had not anticipated the system to incorporate technology from a fictional narrative. If this were the case, could the Mark 50 and Mark 85 also be procured? Such technologies would enable mere mortals to contend against deities, a form that surely no one could resist. With this thought in mind, Chen Jin attempted to input Mark 50 into the search bar. As expected, a technology titled Mark 50 Nanomech appeared, with its origins traced back to the Marvel Universe. Its inventor was none other than Tony Stark. Gazing at the parameters of the mech described, Chen Jin felt an exhilarating thrill, akin to having a superlative artifact laid before him, awaiting his grasp. However, the points required for exchange displayed on the screen felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing his fervor, extinguishing his excitement. For it stated a staggering requirement of 20 million tech points. To put into perspective, nuclear fusion technology only required 10 million points within the system. Yet the Mark 50's exchange cost was double that of nuclear fusion. Nevertheless, as Chen Jin reflected, he realized the point requirement was not entirely unreasonable. After all, the Mark 50 encompassed the arc reactor technology, the cold fusion techniques it entailed, and the synthesis method of the novel element potassium. The rapid evolution of the Mark series mechs could be attributed at least 60% to this innovation. It was this very technology that enabled the arc reactor to deliver more powerful and stable energy, allowing Tony Stark to confidently utilize even mightier energy weapons. Additionally, the significance of nanotechnology was paramount, as it rendered the Mark 50 adaptable, eliminating the need for an additional container to serve as the mech's carrier. Thus, after a brief glance, Chen Jin closed the details of the technology and returned to his previous search for the dynamic behavior capture technology. Indeed, when he first encountered this technology in the novel, he found it immensely intriguing, which was why it had been the first thing that came to mind. According to the description of its characteristics, it adhered entirely to the principle that every individual is unique. Through video image recognition and subsequent computational analysis, it could ascertain whether the behavioral dynamics of a target aligned with another. Its judgment logic was predicated on the inherently distinctive behavioral traits of humans, traits that even identical twins would not share, making them impossible to replicate. Thus, despite rigorous training and imitation, one could never fully mimic innate behavioral characteristics, as no one could achieve perfection under the meticulous scrutiny of a computer-esque calculations, unless the individual was a fabrication from the outset. Consequently, with the acquisition of this technology, Chen Jin could integrate his behavioral traits into the core code to ascertain the highest authority holder of the artificial intelligence. Furthermore, he could employ behavioral trait verification methods, such as behavioral DNA, behavioral pupil characteristics, behavioral fingerprints, and behavioral voice prints, among others. Under such stringent verification protocols, he could achieve approximately 99 security. As for why it was not a full 100, Chen Jin believed that nothing is absolute. After expending 5,000 tech points to obtain this technology, Chen Jin instructed the system to transfer it to his computer, subsequently directing the artificial intelligence to load it into its core module. He then activated the laboratory surveillance system. The laboratory had always been equipped with a monitoring system. However, Chen Jin had kept it deactivated, fearing that it might attract the attention of powerful hackers. especially since his laboratory was connected to the internet. A breach could expose all his secrets. And while he considered his programming skills to be world-class with the aid of the system, he understood that there were always greater talents. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the surveillance system had remained off. Now, with the presence of artificial intelligence, he no longer needed to worry about this issue, as it would serve as an excellent guardian. After enabling the surveillance system, Chen Jin allowed the artificial intelligence to take control, recording his behavioral traits and embedding them into the core code. With this, he had completed the first step toward security. As for additional verification methods, he could not input them due to a lack of relevant equipment, and there was no immediate urgency. Thus, he planned to add them later. After conducting another thorough examination of the core code and confirming that the highest authority information was intact, Chen Jin bestowed a name upon the artificial intelligence, Xiaolu, instructing it to remain concealed. The reason for not connecting it to the internet stemmed from his apprehension that Xiaolu might inadvertently provoke hackers, which will be troublesome. Encountering lone wolf hackers was manageable, but attracting a whole gang of hackers with families would be far worse. In light of the current capabilities of the supercomputer in the laboratory, while its performance is commendable, it has merely cost over two small objectives. Its ranking in the global arena fails to breach the top 1,000. Therefore, even if Xiao Li's abilities are formidable, the limitations of the computer's performance would curtail the full realization of its potential. For the time being, to ensure safety, it is prudent to keep it concealed, allowing it to assist in the laboratory's endeavors until a more powerful computer can be procured later. Once the challenges of artificial intelligence are resolved, Chen Jin returned to the manufacturing zone of the laboratory to resume his work on lens production. With Xiao Li's assistance, he swiftly completed the creation of both the glasses and the central processing module, gazing at the immersive VR glasses in his hands, which bore a striking resemblance to ordinary eyewear. Chen Jin donned them and pressed the power button on the central processing module. The startup was impressively rapid. Within less than 20 seconds, a faint luminescent screen materialized, displaying two battery indicators, one for the glasses and another for the central processing module, elegantly simplistic. Chen Jin pondered the notion of measuring the length of the pen before him. Soon enough, the screen exhibited auxiliary lines for measurement alongside the corresponding length data. Upon verifying the displayed information with a ruler, he found the measurements to be remarkably precise. Subsequently, Chen Jin experimented with various measurements, and the glasses promptly displayed the data, meeting the design specifications. Thus, the current Xiao Long 8 Supreme Edition would suffice for the time being, and there was no urgency to deploy semiconductor technology until his own capabilities were sufficiently advanced. Moreover, he discovered a novel application for the glasses, the integration of artificial intelligence. This synergy, combined with microwave technology, could not only expedite information conversion, but also enhance recognition accuracy, considering the intricate nature of human thoughts. At times, a multitude of disparate ideas may emerge simultaneously, which if transmitted to the central processing unit for processing, could lead to system malfunctions. To address this, the glasses system design incorporated methods specifically tailored for such scenarios, employing particular algorithms for filtering. The development team conducted extensive real-world scenario simulations and leveraged the supercomputer for numerous virtual scene simulations, analyzing the resultant data to refine this filtering algorithm. With the filtering algorithm in place, over 85% of extraneous information could be discarded, ensuring 99% operational reliability under normal usage conditions, barring complex scenario testing. Furthermore, the inclusion of artificial intelligence would elevate the performance beyond the realm of a mere algorithm, achieving an effect where 11 surpasses 2. Artificial intelligence could incorporate the algorithm into its computational module rather than discarding it. Additionally, the advent of artificial intelligence would pave the way for previously unattainable functionalities, such as the highly coveted virtual gaming experience. The allure of virtual games lies not only in their realism, rivaling that of the tangible world, but primarily due to the infusion of artificial intelligence. Without it, elements such as NPCs, fauna, flora, weather, and environments would remain shackled to the developer's constraints, forever lifeless constructs. However, with artificial intelligence, these components gain a semblance of vitality, as its unparalleled multi-threaded processing capabilities enable the simulation of countless distinct scenarios or myriad NPCs with diverse personalities and lifestyles. Thus, the integration of artificial intelligence breathes life into the virtual game world, rendering it a true tapestry of human experience. Nevertheless, the current microwave technology is insufficient to meet the demands of virtual gaming integration, as it can only facilitate small-scale wave transmission. failing to accommodate the transfer of large data volumes. However, crafting smaller interactive AR games is certainly feasible, which may attract interest and serve as promotional material for the glasses. Once the user base for the VR glasses reaches a critical mass, further functionalities and gameplay can be contemplated. Naturally, Chen Jin's immediate concern revolves around the expeditious production of the glasses, a persistent source of frustration for him. He has come to realize that the primary constraint on his development is not policies, finances, or land acquisition, but rather the speed of factory construction. Each time a new product is launched, considerable time is devoted to deliberating factory construction issues, which remain unresolved, causing considerable distress. Chapter 116. Annual Sales Report of Solid-State Graphene Batteries. After much contemplation, Chen Jin found himself at an impasse, leading him to abandon his thoughts. Tidying up his workstation, he departed from the laboratory and drove homeward. The following morning, he arrived at the battery factory, where the inaugural sales data report meeting for solid-state graphene batteries was scheduled. Besides himself and Xie Jingye, a significant figure was present, Wang Tao, the deputy minister of the investment promotion department, who had previously discussed collaboration with them. His purpose today was to assess the battery sales from the past year, to report back to his superiors, and would not engage in company decision-making matters. As Chen Jin approached the factory entrance, he received a message from Xie Jingye, indicating that Minister Wang had already arrived and was awaiting him. Without delay, Chen Jin requested the guard to escort him to the administrative building, proceeding directly to the top floor. Upon arriving at the door of Xie Jingye's office, he overheard a discussion between Xie and Minister Wang. Thus, he knocked gently on the door to announce his presence. Upon hearing the knock, the two engaged in conversation paused and turned their attention toward the door. Upon recognizing Chen Jin, Xie Jingye greeted him with a smile. "Chen Jin, you're here. Come, have a seat." He gestured towards a chair opposite him. After acknowledging Wang Tao with a nod, Chen Jin settled into the designated seat. Subsequently, Minister Wang spoke with a smile. "Chen Jin, it's been a while. It seems over a year has passed since our last discussion regarding collaboration. During this time, I've heard quite a bit about your endeavors. The response article you published concerning the sanctions from the beautiful nation remains vividly etched in my memory. It was truly unforgettable, haha. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Minister Wang. What we published was merely a trivial matter. The article released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the real classic," Chen Jin replied, somewhat bashfully waving his hand at the mention of the previous article. Initially, he had merely intended to make a sardonic remark to annoy the beautiful nation, never anticipating that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would issue a similarly sarcastic article, resulting in their publication being referenced as a prime example, with countless media outlets and social media platforms fervently sharing it. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Chen Jin found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, this situation does present numerous advantages. Notably, the reputation of Chuangshan Shuguang has begun to resonate across the globe, thereby facilitating subsequent yacht orders to a certain extent, had it not been for the constraints of production capacity, which resulted in prolonged delivery times that caused hesitation among some prospective clients. The order quantity might well have exceeded 400 vessels. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Chen Jin's somewhat bashful remarks, Minister Wang adopted an affirming tone and replied, "Chen Jin, this is no trifling matter. Your efforts this time are commendable. Otherwise, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not have joined you in issuing similar statements, would we? In the past, when confronted with such circumstances, we have always responded with protests and never considered employing this method. It is precisely your approach, crafting a response filled with subtle irony, that has inspired our ministry. Rather than resorting to futile protests, it is far more effective to publish a cleverly ironic article, allowing these foreigners to appreciate the profound depth of our Huaxia culture." Minister Wang, filled with satisfaction, took a sip from the teacup on the table and continued, "Therefore, Chen Jin, you should not regard this as a trivial affair. It has indeed transformed the response style of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Jin nodded in agreement and replied, "Well then, I express my gratitude for the trust bestowed upon us by the ministry and the nation. One day, we shall ensure that the United States pays for their actions." "Very well, such determination is all that is required. Now, let us commence with the report on the data. After we conclude, I must make a trip to Shenzhen," Minister Wang stated, then turned to Xie Jingye. Xie Jingye nodded and began, "All right, I shall report on our factory's development over the past year. Firstly, regarding the scale of the factory, we have completed the construction of the first phase, encompassing a total of 1 million square meters, all of which are currently operational. Additionally, we have acquired a further 850,000 square meters of land, which is currently under development, with an expected completion and operational date in April of this year. This is the status of our own factory's construction. As for the contract manufacturing facilities, since we only joined the contract manufacturing program in June of last year, we have only had about 6 months for construction. Nevertheless, in this brief span, we have successfully completed 4 battery production plants to support the contract factories, which have been operational for nearly a month. The remaining battery factories are also progressing well, reaching approximately 80 to 90 completion, with all expected to be finished by February. This outlines the construction status of our contract factories. Now, let's move on to our order and delivery status. As of December 31st, 2025, we have received a total of 5,128 billion orders, comprising 7 million automotive batteries, 223, 5 million mobile phone batteries, 25, 6 million batteries for tablets and laptops, 365, 2 million electric bicycle batteries, 5, 7 million batteries for large machinery, 14, 7 million customized batteries for drones and robots, and 32, for million other small batteries. To date, we have delivered 642, 3 million units. Given the complexity of the delivery data, I have compiled a table for your review, detailing the marked data. Statistical content, production and sales of solid-state graphene batteries in 2025. Statistical period, January and December 2025. Automotive battery orders, 845, 7 million units, with a unit price of 300 yuan and 347. 5 million units delivered. Mobile phone battery orders, 223, 5 million units, with an average unit price of 210 yuan and 84. 5 million units delivered. Tablet and laptop battery orders, 25, 6 million units, with an average unit price of 340 yuan and 10. 4 million units delivered. Electric bicycle battery orders, 365, 2 million units, with a unit price of 270 yuan and 146 million units delivered. Large machinery battery orders, 7 million units, with a unit price of 800 yuan and 4 million units delivered. Customized battery orders, 7 million units, with an average unit price of 870 yuan and 5 million units delivered. Other small battery orders, 4 million units, with an average unit price of 140 yuan and 5 million units delivered. Total orders, 5,128 billion. Total order value, 538 billion yuan. Delivered orders, 621, 8 million. Delivered order value, 178, 356 billion yuan. Undelivered order value, 257, 182 billion yuan. Undelivered order deposit revenue, 771, 546 billion yuan. Total revenue for 2025, 555, 106 billion yuan. Total expenditure for 2025, 758, 985 billion yuan. Cost of delivered battery production, 567, 575 billion yuan. Construction cost of the main factory, 67, 63 billion yuan. Land, 97 billion yuan. Factory construction and equipment purchase, 37, 93 billion yuan. Construction cost of supporting battery factories, 37 billion yuan. Contract manufacturing fees, 27 billion yuan. Various operational expenditures, 85 billion yuan, including office computers, public equipment, advertising, etc. Employee salaries and benefits, 9 billion yuan. Currently, the company's balance of funds stands at 296, 121 billion yuan. Upon reviewing the data in the table, Chen Jin was astonished by the order quantities displayed. He recalled that in June, the orders were barely over 100 million. And now they have surged to 5 billion, with a total order value exceeding 430 billion yuan. This product is indeed lucrative. Such astonishing figures prompted Chen Jin to silently marvel. Meanwhile, Minister Wang, upon viewing the data, wore a similarly shocked expression. Although he had anticipated that the figures for solid-state graphene batteries would be impressive, given that the domestic annual consumption of lithium batteries was already staggering, he did not expect the numbers to be so exaggerated. It is worth noting that the solid-state graphene battery has only been on the market for 6 months. To achieve sales exceeding 430 billion in such a brief period is mind-boggling. If this data were to be presented to superiors, it would likely be met with disbelief. However, he trusted that Xie Jingye had not fabricated the figures, nor was there any need to, as the prospect for solid-state graphene batteries represent an undeniable trillion yuan market. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Minister Wang spoke. Mr. Xie, to be frank, this data has taken me by surprise. I initially believed that a sales figure in the hundreds of billions would be remarkable, especially considering that the battery has only been available for 6 months. Yet, to discover that sales have reached over 430 billion is several times beyond my expectations, leaving me thoroughly astonished. Please provide me with a copy of this data later, as I intend to report it to higher authorities and explore the possibility of securing additional policy support for you. I hope we can achieve such remarkable revenues this year, as our domestic battery market is far from saturated and possesses ample room for development. Simultaneously, you should also consider the overseas markets. Although the United States, alongside its allies, has imposed sanctions upon us, I believe there are still many countries interested in this battery, such as wealthy nations in the Middle East, where money flows abundantly. We would be remiss not to seize such opportunities. Chen Jin and Xie Jingyan nodded in agreement. Observing their affirmation, Minister Wang continued, "Well, since the discussion regarding the data has concluded, I shall refrain from participating in any further deliberations concerning the company's operations. You may make your own decisions on that front. And should you require my assistance at any point, do not hesitate to reach out." "All right, Minister Wang, I have sent the data to your dedicated email. You may check it shortly." Observing that Minister Wang was about to leave, Xie Jingyan promptly sent the data to Wang's email, which is secured by an encrypted channel, ensuring the safety of the information. "Very well, I shall not disturb you any further. Oh, by the way, Chen Jin, if your South China shipyard requires policy support, feel free to contact Mayor Liu. I will make sure to notify them. Companies like yours, equipped with advanced technology, are indeed treasures in our homeland." Upon hearing that Xie Jingyan had sent the data, Minister Wang nodded and then turned to Chen Jin, saying, "Thank you, Minister Wang. Should the need arise, I will reach out to Mayor Liu." Chen Jin replied with a smile. "Well then, I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussion," said Minister Wang, rising and gesturing to Chen Jin and Xie Jingyan. Following Wang's lead, Xie Jingyan also stood and said, "Minister Wang, allow me to escort you. My matters with Chen Jin are not urgent and can be discussed later." "Very well," Minister Wang replied with a nod. With that, the two exited the office. Chapter 117. The system's new features and the annual meeting plan for the battery factory. Once the two departed the office, Chen Jin leaned back in his chair and pretended to watch a video on his phone, while in reality, he opened a system interface. He had just heard the system's notification about an upgrade. Thus, he planned to investigate the nature of this upgrade, as he had not been previously informed of such a feature. Upon opening the system interface, a pop-up window appeared, indicating a successful upgrade. It stated that due to Chen Jin accumulating a total of 10 million technology points, he had met the upgrade criteria, and the upgrade was now complete. The next upgrade level requires a staggering 100 million technology points, while his current total stands at 23,436,006 points, calculated based on delivery income, excluding deposits. This upgrade not only introduced a plethora of futuristic technologies, but also added an extra feature. When Chen Jin read the description of this feature, he couldn't help but clench his fist and exclaim yes. However, realizing he was in Xie Jingyan's office, he suppressed his excitement, even though he was alone. Thus, he concealed his exhilaration and continued to read the description of the new feature. From the feature description, it became evident that its utility was quite straightforward. As it was named Technology Manifestation, its function allows the current technologies within the system to be manifested, requiring only the corresponding technology points for payment. Essentially, as long as one has sufficient technology points, they can manifest all the technologies they have previously exchanged. For instance, the anti-gravity V-22 Osprey that Chen Jin had exchanged for cost 100,000 technology points to manifest. To be candid, this price is rather exorbitant, as manifesting just 10 units would require 1 million technology points. If he were to use that 1 million technology points to exchange for technology instead, he could acquire an entire suite of electromagnetic weapons, such as electromagnetic railguns, guns, electromagnetic grenades, and electromagnetic pulse weapons, etc. In comparison, the utility of those 10 anti-gravity Ospreys pales significantly, rendering the price unjustifiable. Therefore, upon seeing this price, Chen Jin promptly abandoned the idea of manifesting finished products. However, manifesting factory technologies proved to be an entirely different matter. The pricing is calculated based on the area. For example, the aviation industry intelligent manufacturing factory he previously exchanged for requires a starting manifestation area of 100,000 square meters, priced at the same 100,000 technology points. Each subsequent increase of 100,000 square meters adds an additional 50,000 points to the cost. By this calculation, manifesting a super factory of 1 million square meters would only require 550,000 technology points, which is exceedingly cost-effective. Not long ago, Chen Jin had been troubled by the construction of factories, and now the system informed him that he could directly consume technology points to manifest a factory. How could this not thrill him? Moreover, the manifestation process does not require the provision of construction materials or equipment. Only sufficient land is necessary. Once the construction area is confirmed, the system will construct the factory within 3 days in a reasonable manner, ready for immediate use, sparing Chen Jin from any concerns. Consequently, he would be free to produce finished products from the technology without spending an inordinate amount of time waiting for factory construction and worker training. The system's technology encompasses numerous fully automated intelligent factories, all operated entirely by artificial intelligence, requiring no human involvement in production beyond the transportation of materials and finished goods. Chen Jin happened to have exchanged for artificial intelligence, enabling him to directly convert relevant product manufacturing factory technologies, manifest them, and then wait 3 days to commence production. Furthermore, the production speed of fully automated intelligent factories vastly surpasses that of current manual labor, boasting a disparity of over 10-fold. Thus, with the acquisition of fully automated intelligent factories, production capacity would no longer pose an issue. In addition, Chen Jin's previous intention to wait until the Corvette was launched and in service before introducing semiconductor technology no longer bore concern. If he wished, he could now exchange for both the technology and the corresponding factory technology, manifest them, and initiate mass production operations. Contemplating this, Chen Jin couldn't help but break into a broad smile, nearly drooling with excitement, a sight that was fortuitously witnessed by Xie Jingye, who had just returned to the office. He inquired, "Young Jin, what is you grinning so joyfully? Could it be that our battery data has sparked a new idea?" Startled by Xie Jingye's voice, Chen Jin nearly jumped. However, he quickly composed himself and replied with a smile, "Uncle Xie, it's not that I've conceived a new idea so swiftly. I merely recalled a humorous incident while watching a video. But speaking of data, I am indeed quite pleased. Considering we have sold over 40 billion in less than a year, this must be unprecedented, right?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingye did not respond immediately. Instead, he returned to his original seat, picked up a clean teacup, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Chen Jin, then remarked, naturally, "You must realize that our Xie group has been developing for over a century and has only recently reached a market value of over 700 billion. Now, our battery sales in just half a year could purchase more than half of the entire Xie group. One can only imagine how outrageous these figures are. If it weren't for capacity issues, our revenue could likely have increased by more than half, and we could even expand into overseas markets, such as the Middle East. As Minister Wang mentioned, that is indeed a lucrative opportunity. Alas, due to our current capacity constraints, we can only feel the desire but lack the means. Indeed, the Lunar New Year is just around the corner, and I intend to distribute year-end bonuses to the employees of the factory. This past year, the overwhelming volume of orders has rendered their work exceptionally arduous. Therefore, I plan to grant a bonus equivalent to a full year's salary to those employees who have been with us for over 6 months. While those who have been here for more than 3 months, but less than 6 will receive a bonus equating to half a year's salary. Employees who have served for over 1 month, but less than 3 will be awarded a bonus of 2 months' salary. And finally, those who have been with us for less than a month will uniformly receive a bonus of 2,000 yuan. What do you think, Chen Jin? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jin nodded in agreement, replying, "Uncle Xie, I believe this is a sound plan. Let us proceed with it. By the way, do we have plans for an annual meeting?" "This is precisely what I was about to discuss with you," Xie Jingye responded. "We certainly have plans for an annual meeting. However, with over 3,000 individuals in our factory, gathering everyone together for a grand event is simply impractical. Hence, I intend to keep it simple by organizing a banquet on the open space we are about to prepare, with 10 individuals per table. That amounts to just over 300 tables, and we can hire a large catering team to handle it." Upon hearing Xie Jingye's intention to host a banquet for the employees, Chen Jin couldn't help but chuckle, as he had seen numerous news stories in his previous life about factory owners treating their employees to grand feasts during the new year, often accompanied by generous bonuses. He had felt a pang of envy at the time, as these owners were notably magnanimous, bestowing bonuses in the thousands, or even tens of thousands. Such generosity seemed unfathomable to him as a mere worker in the city. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised that Xie Jingye would adopt a similar approach and replied, "Haha, that is a splendid idea. Treating the employees to a banquet is quite delightful. Perhaps we could also set up a stage and invite some celebrities to perform? That is a marvelous suggestion. Let us proceed with that. After all, we have ample space and could easily set up 20 stages." Xie Jingye concurred, finding Chen Jin's idea of inviting celebrities to perform quite fitting. A mere banquet could indeed seem somewhat monotonous, but incorporating performances would greatly enhance the atmosphere, allowing employees to enjoy entertainment while dining, and even continue to enjoy the show after their meal. What a delightful prospect. Additionally, since the majority of our employees are young, they would undoubtedly support the idea of having celebrities perform. Consequently, Xie promptly expressed his approval, then inquired, inviting celebrities is settled, but which one should we consider? Oh, Uncle Xie, that is a simple matter. Since the performances are intended for the employees, we should let them decide. We could conduct an internal survey and let them vote. As long as the celebrities are of good character, we can include them in the voting list. Once the voting concludes, we can simply invite the top 10 or 20 names from the list. Upon hearing Chen Jin's solution, Xie realized he had been misled. For the invitation of celebrities was solely for the enjoyment of the employees. In such a scenario, relying on the preferences of upper management would be impractical, as the tastes of leadership and employees seldom align. If the chosen celebrities did not resonate with the employees' preferences, what would be the point of the proposal? Thus, upon Chen Jin articulating his resolution, Xie couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Ha, you rascal. I'm not acquainted with the current celebrities. So how would I know whom to invite? That is why I sought your opinion. However, your solution is indeed quite astute, allowing the employees to make the decision. Let us proceed with that. In a couple of days, I'll arrange for the voting to take place, and if you have any further suggestions, feel free to share them. Of course, Uncle Xie, the decision is entirely yours. Chen Jin replied with a grin, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the two continued discussing the company's development plans for the upcoming year. Chapter 118, Plans for a Million Square Meter Factory. By the time the two had finalized their comprehensive plans for the year, it was already 2 p.m., having taken some time for lunch in between. As Chen Jin had just unlocked a new functionality in the system, he was eager to experience it, so he did not linger longer at the factory. After leaving, he drove to the shipyard laboratory, having entrusted Xiao Lu with overseeing the laboratory surveillance. As Chen Jin arrived at the laboratory entrance, the mechanical door opened automatically, operated by Xiao Lu upon noticing Chen Jin's arrival. Upon entering the laboratory, Chen Jin approached the computer and instructed Xiao Lu to search for suitable plots of land in Yangcheng for constructing an aircraft factory, as well as any potential future expansions. His target area spanned approximately 5 million square meters and should be situated away from the city center, considering the considerable noise generated by aircraft during takeoff, as well as the unnecessary attention an intelligent factory would attract in urban areas. Therefore, he intended to focus on large plots in the suburbs that were awaiting development, recalling that Xie had previously mentioned certain parcels of land being available for sale. With Xiao Lu's high-frequency multi-threaded search, 5 suitable plots were quickly identified. The first plot was located in the northwest of Huacheng, with a transformable area of 9.58 million square meters, predominantly hilly terrain, presenting significant challenges for modification. The second plot was also in Huacheng, situated in the southwest, featuring a transformable area of 12.58 million square meters, also hilly, and containing a significant hill with an elevation of 320 meters, covering an area of 2.78 million square meters, making modifications exceedingly difficult. Although the terrain was challenging, a highway ran adjacent to the plot, providing favorable transportation conditions for future expansions. The third plot was located in the northeast of Huacheng, with a transformable area of 8.49 million square meters, which included 760,000 square meters of arable land. The hilly terrain made modification easier due to the presence of farmland. But using this land would involve compensation for agricultural land and related policy issues. The fourth plot was in the eastern direction of the Zhengqing area, with a transformable area of 10.27 million square meters, also hilly, presenting significant challenges for modification. However, a city expressway exit was located less than 2 kilometers away, providing good transportation conditions. The fifth plot was similarly located in the southeastern part of Zhengqing and had a transformable area of 13.25 million square meters, also hilly, with substantial challenges for modification. After reviewing the information on these 5 plots, Chen Jin requested Xiao Lu to display aerial views of the sites, as the land released by the Yangcheng Land Bureau included highly detailed aerial imagery. With this information, Xiao Lu could simulate detailed topographical data and project it onto the projection platform. Subsequently, Chen Jin moved to the projection platform and examined the topographical information of the 5 plots. Soon, he dismissed the third and fifth plots. The former contained arable land with associated policy complications, making it cumbersome to handle and of a smaller area, while the latter suffered from poor transportation conditions, with only rural roads surrounding it, rendering it unsuitable for large-scale transport. Constructing a dedicated road would require excessive time, and the nearest highway was over 10 kilometers away. Thus, the extensive land required for road construction inevitably raises compensation issues, leading to the conclusion that it may be wiser to abandon the project altogether to avoid complications. After meticulous consideration of the remaining 3 plots, Chen Jin decisively chose the second one. Although the fourth plot boasted excellent transportation conditions due to its access to the highway, its area was still somewhat inferior to that of the second plot. Furthermore, the second plot featured a prominent hill with an elevation of 320 meters, its surface height reaching approximately 150 meters, roughly equivalent to a 30-story building. This hill proved to be exceptionally suitable for excavation, serving as a concealed base. Thus, when high-tech factories materialized, they would remain shielded from surveillance by spy satellites. As for the challenging terrain of the hill, there was no cause for concern since the construction process would encompass land preparation, allowing for the possibility of situating factories within the mountain itself. Therefore, all that was required was the construction of a transport road connecting to the highway to ensure adequate logistics in the future, if expediency were desired. The transport road could also be constructed through materialization, as the system offered an array of road construction technologies at relatively modest costs. For instance, the 2033 version of the highway construction technology, capable of achieving speeds of 350 kilometers per hour and supporting a weight of 300 tons, required merely 100 technology points to materialize 1 kilometer. With just 10,000 technology points, several loops of road could be established throughout the entire plot. A mere drop in the bucket for Chen Jin, who possessed over 10 million technology points. Thus, the second plot emerged as the most suitable choice for Chen Jin's needs. In contrast, the first plot paled in comparison and was therefore excluded from his considerations. Having determined the target plot, Chen Jin promptly contacted Zheng Dongchu, requesting him to reach out to the Land Bureau in Yangcheng for inquiries regarding the land transfer. However, Zheng Dongchu soon received a reply from the Bureau stating that due to the substantial size of the plot, even if it were listed for sale, it would necessitate a report to higher authorities, hence a swift response was not forthcoming. Faced with this predicament, Chen Jin resolved to proceed with planning in the interim. Given that he had several factory projects on the horizon, meticulous forethought was essential. For instance, the aircraft factory, which entailed the construction of manufacturing facilities for passenger planes, as well as hangars, runways, and fuel depots, required a significant area. Chen Jin intended to allocate 4 million square meters for the construction of a passenger aircraft factory. Although this may seem modest, it would suffice to accommodate around 20 to 30 aircraft. Conversely, the drone factory necessitated a smaller footprint, with 1 million square meters more than adequate to house a large-scale drone production area alongside associated equipment manufacturing zones. The eyewear factory required even less space, as 50,000 square meters would be sufficient to meet a daily output of several tens of thousands of units, given the remarkable efficiency of smart factory production. After organizing the area allocations for these 3 factories, Chen Jin had yet to devise plans for the remaining plots, opting to evaluate product sales post-production before making further decisions. Nonetheless, he harbored ideas, particularly regarding semiconductor technologies and corresponding factories, such as CPUs, GPUs, memory chips, solid-state drives, and mobile SoCs. It is noteworthy that the factories materialized by the system included necessary equipment, eliminating the need for in-house production of machines like photolithography and etching equipment. One merely needed to exchange for the technology and compliant factories to initiate mass production. Essentially, this meant that the production materials for semiconductor technology were already embedded within the factory technology, albeit locked. Unlocking this technology would enable the corresponding production capabilities in the factory, allowing artificial intelligence to commandeer the machinery for production, showcasing the remarkable potential of future technology. In addition to semiconductor technology, there were various precision instrument technologies, such as the ultra-high precision optical lenses from neighboring Japan and the CNC machines controlled by Western nations, technologies that had been constrained for years, allowing foreign entities to amass significant wealth in China due to their technological superiority. For instance, a professional camera could easily cost tens of thousands, while even a standard digital camera might command several thousand. The price of a single lens could also soar into the thousands or tens of thousands, resulting in many professional photographers taking pride in owning specific brands or models, leading to a culture of comparison. Beyond exorbitant pricing, These nations also employed patents and export restrictions to stifle domestic technological advancement in China, pursuing a long-term strategy to dominate the market. Consequently, Chen Jin had long contemplated the release of these technologies. However, he understood the importance of a gradual approach. Currently, he had 3 product plans to finalize before exploring further ventures. Chapter 119. The phenomenal launch of the mini drone. After inputting the established plans into Xiao's memo, Chen Jin reopened the system interface, intent on thoroughly understanding the factory information before proceeding with any exchanges. Unlike product technologies, factories could not be upgraded or iterated upon at will. To prevent the factories from becoming obsolete too quickly, Chen Jin set the timeline to post-2050, providing a substantial 25-year gap that should accommodate several iterations. Upon selecting the appropriate conditions, the technology list unveiled a plethora of factory information, including the 2055 version of the Nebula Intelligence Control Manufacturing Plant and the Chief A No. 1 fully automated drone manufacturing facility, among countless others that dazzled Chen Jin's senses. Ultimately, in alignment with his future development plans, Chen Jin exchanged for a fully automated manufacturing factory from 2065 dedicated to producing VR glasses and subsequent small products, as well as a fully automated drone production factory from 2057. Additionally, Chen Jin acquired a fully automated chip manufacturing facility, having discovered that the central processing unit module used in the VR glasses exhibited remarkably superior performance, far exceeding that of the current Snapdragon 8 flagship version, while also being compatible with existing flash and storage chips. Perhaps due to the ubiquity of this technology in the future, its standalone exchange within the system required only 50,000 technology points, inclusive of foundational driver information. Adhering to the principle that possessing technology without utilization constitutes waste, Chen Jin planned to initiate mass production, potentially collaborating with Lei Bus to sell 1 or 200 million units. Even at a price of 500 each, this could yield several billion in revenue. A lucrative opportunity indeed. As for the passenger aircraft production factory, the previously exchanged intelligent manufacturing facility for the aviation industry was entirely sufficient, as the iteration speed for passenger aircraft would naturally not match that of other products, alleviating concerns about obsolescence. Should the need arise, upgrades could be made for a mere 200,000 technology points. Consequently, after organizing the information for these factories, Chen Jin refrained from further inquiries, opting to await Zheng Dongqu's resolution of the land transfer. Subsequently, Chen Jin departed the laboratory, heading to the military vessel production area to assess the current progress. Unsurprisingly, the outcomes met Chen Jin's expectations. If the overall production progress of the ship were quantified as 10 parts, 2 parts had already been completed within less than 2 months, with 3 vessels concurrently under construction. If the current pace continues, it is anticipated that the vessel will be launched by June this year, ensuring participation in the 2026 Defense Exhibition is well within reach. After observing the progress of the frigate's construction, Chen Jin returned home, where he only needed to focus on the land transfer concerning Zheng Dongquo for the time being. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was March 26th. During this period, no significant events transpired domestically, aside from the public discourse ignited by the solid-state battery factory under the auspices of Chuangxiang Shuguang, which had invited over 20 popular celebrities to perform at the company's annual meeting, generating considerable buzz on the internet. Most other information revolved around the New Year celebrations. On the international front, similarly, there were no noteworthy developments. However, one significant matter arose. The Western nations that had clamored alongside the beautiful country to impose sanctions on Chuangxiang Shuguang last year, aside from a few with limited trade relations with China, were now facing the consequences of their misjudgment. Over the past 3 months, China had gradually implemented multiple countermeasures that left them in dire straits. For instance, the luxury automobile industry of Han's country, once thriving in China and commanding a substantial market share, was now confronted with a staggering 50% increase in tariffs. Previously, they merely needed to pass the tariff differential onto consumers, as their long-standing reputation and lack of alternatives rendered them unperturbed by potential consumer backlash. However, the landscape has shifted. China's domestic new energy vehicle sector has blossomed, offering numerous high-quality mid-range and luxury models, coupled with the introduction of solid-state graphene batteries, which have surpassed traditional fuel vehicles in terms of range and safety. The luxury fuel vehicle brand from Han's country have lost their former allure and perceived irreplaceability in China. Nowadays, Chinese consumers prioritize new energy vehicles equipped with solid-state graphene batteries when purchasing cars. Thus, The increase in tariffs in such circumstances undoubtedly seeks to drive these foreign luxury fuel vehicle brands to the brink of extinction. The stock market's reaction corroborated this reality. Following China's announcement of countermeasures, the stock prices of these luxury automobile enterprises from Han's country plummeted, remaining in a downward spiral for an extended period. However, these are not concerns for Chen Jin, who was focused on the rollout of the mini aerial drone. The production facility had been completed for nearly half a month and had undergone over 10 days of pre-production testing without any issues, indicating readiness for full-scale production. Upon receiving this information, Shipyard promptly informed Chen Jin. Yet, he refrained from intervening in the specific production and launch scheduling, entrusting her with complete authority over the matter. Shipyard understood this well, having already devised relevant launch and promotional plans. Initially, as indicated in previous videos, she intended to launch a crowdfunding preview on the Demi Pin app, having coordinated with personnel from Lei Bus to facilitate a timely rollout. To optimize the crowdfunding effect, she planned to allow the market to run advertisements for 2 days prior to the crowdfunding launch at 10 a.m. on March 28th. Following that, the next steps involved releasing several related promotional videos and having market personnel conduct advertising placements to complete the first phase of publicity. Additionally, she adopted strategies from the mobile phone industry's new product launches, signing promotional contracts with various review influencers and upmasters a week in advance, allowing them to showcase the drone according to their styles and publish related videos on video platforms, thereby completing the second phase of promotion. Since the drone had already made a splash less than 6 months ago, most internet users still retain memories of this eye-catching device, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Thus, when they encountered promotional videos for the drone again, they rushed to participate in the crowdfunding project on the Demi Pin app. Even those who had not viewed the previous videos found themselves intrigued by the new promotional content or reviews for video bloggers. The allure of a toy that could capture images anytime without needing external assistance, along with its diverse shooting styles, held immense appeal for the younger generation. Consequently, as news of the crowdfunding launch on the Demi Pin app spread, a multitude of users quickly opened the app to check it out, with many who had previously not installed the app scrambling to download it from the application market. In no time, thanks to the promotional efforts, the view count for the promotional video surpassed 23.5 million within half a day, while other platforms also exceeded 1 million views. Videos from review bloggers achieved impressive view counts, with the lowest at 140,000 and the highest reaching 450,000. Amid such fervent interest, the access and download rates for the Demi Pin app skyrocketed. According to subsequent data, downloads surged by 1.25 million, with visits soaring by 5.64 million in just half a day, yielding exceptionally positive results. However, as the crowdfunding had yet to commence, these eager users resorted to repeatedly watching the promotional videos. Time sped by, and soon it was March 28th. Early that morning, Chen Jin and Shipyard arrived at Jinli Technology, where he reclined on a large sofa in her presidential office, watching videos released by review bloggers. Their insights were impressive, with diverse perspectives on the product. Aside from unavoidable points, such as exterior parameters, their evaluations were thorough, indicative of an in-depth experience with the product. As Chen Jin finished watching 2 review videos, the clock struck 9:59. Seated in the presidential chair, Shipyard accessed the crowdfunding backend, eager to monitor the data in real time. This being her first product launch since the company's establishment, she was keenly interested in the sales performance. As each second ticked by, the countdown for the mini aerial drone crowdfunding project finally reached 0, marking the project as commencement. At that moment, the participant count surged at an astonishing pace, exceeding 200,000 within 5 minutes and continuing to rise rapidly. After 30 minutes, the growth rate began to slow, yet the participant count had already reached 132,154. Considering this was a product priced at $3,599, it meant that within just half an hour, the mini aerial drone had generated an astounding $4 billion in revenue. Even without considering the 7-day crowdfunding period, the current figures already indicated it was a phenomenal product. It was nearly unimaginable how many participants would join by the end of the crowdfunding project. Based on the current trajectory, the final participant count would undoubtedly exceed 1.5 million. Witnessing such staggering numbers, even Shipyard, who had anticipated a positive outcome, couldn't help but leap from her chair, exclaiming in delight as she dashed into Chen Jin's embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Jin, did you know? Our drone's crowdfunding project surpassed 1 million participants in under half an hour. Now it's over 1 million. I'm so excited." remain composed, the current participation stands at merely a little over 1 million, which translates to approximately 4 billion. Keep in mind that you're destined to become a billionaire CEO, so we must widen our vision. Let us discuss again once the participation reaches 200,000 or even 300,000, Chen Jin said, holding the girl in his arms and gently smoothing her disheveled hair caused by her earlier sprint. Chapter 120. The drone app launches. Indeed, I was simply thrilled to witness the rapid ascent to 1 million participants. It is my first time engaging in such a product launch, Xiaolu responded, lifting her head from Chen Jin's embrace. Yes, I acknowledge my oversight. I neglected to consider that this is your inaugural experience with such matters. My idea the air is truly remarkable. The employees must also be quite intrigued by the participation numbers for the drone. Go and share this delightful news with them. Let them revel in the joy. Additionally, we should consider some rewards, perhaps a month-s bonus, to deepen their sense of belonging to the company, Chen Jin encouraged, realizing that it was not the time to dampen her spirits, but rather to uplift them, as he had undertaken similar initiatives in the past. Very well. I shall convey this good news to them. Regarding the rewards, I will consult with Jia Xin and Yu Ming about it. Off I go. Xiaolu replied after a moment of contemplation, agreeing to his suggestion. She then rose from Chen Jin's embrace, tidied her attire, and returned to her computer to check the real-time data. At that moment, the participation count had surged past 1.3 million, reaching 1,305,785. She was astonished that in just a few minutes, the numbers had increased by over 100,000, filling her with elation. Thus, she hurried out of the president's office to announce this exciting news to the employees, informing them of forthcoming unexpected rewards. Though the specifics would be finalized in a couple of days, she assured them that everyone would be pleased. The employees, upon hearing such splendid news, erupted into cheers. They had not anticipated that a drone priced at $3,599 could attract such a staggering 130,000 participants in less than 20 minutes. While the drone indeed offered a plethora of photographic functionalities compared to ordinary drones, it remained merely a toy for photography. The sheer number of enthusiasts was utterly surprising. Furthermore, the prospect of reward from their boss was simply delightful. Observing the jubilant atmosphere in the office, Xiaolu chose not to disturb them and instead returned to the president's office. She seated herself beside Chen Jin, watching the review videos playing on his phone. Brother Jin, don't you find these videos created by the vloggers quite impressive? They are professional photographers, and we spent considerable time selecting them, she remarked, casting a playful expression toward Chen Jin. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Chen Jin wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer once more. Indeed. My idea there is truly exceptional. The vloggers you selected are indeed skilled, articulating their insights effectively while highlighting our product's features and innovative uses, which greatly enhances our promotional efforts. Oh, by the way, how is the progress of the app? Our crowdfunding project has only 7 days remaining. If we were to ship the product and the app is not yet launched, it would be quite unfortunate, he inquired. In response, Xiaolu shifted slightly in his embrace to find a comfortable position. Currently, the app development is nearing completion. The development team finalized it at the beginning of the month, and it has undergone testing for around 20 days to ensure no issues arise. Once the server is established in a couple of days, we can arrange for the app to go live. Moreover, the operations team has already completed the necessary approvals for various app stores, so once the app launches, it will be available for users to download. It appears that, perhaps due to your influence, the phone manufacturers have been quite lenient with the app's review process and have expedited it significantly. As your brother Jin, I hold sway over the mobile industry's lifeblood. It is only natural they would extend a courtesy. Since our app is compliant, the review process will pose no issues. Chen Jin replied with a smile. Given that we can launch the app before the product ships, we should begin promoting it, encouraging users to download ahead of time so they can utilize it immediately. Additionally, we can conduct a stress test during this period, should any issues arise. We will have time to rectify them without inconveniencing our users. Upon hearing Chen Jin's suggestion, Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Jin, your point is well taken. Launching early allows users to familiarize themselves with the app's functionalities while also conducting a stress test, truly a twofold benefit. I shall arrange it immediately. With that, she picked up her phone and contacted the heads of the development and operations departments, instructing them to ensure the app goes live on schedule in 2 days. Subsequently, she reached out to the marketing department head to prepare promotional materials for the app's advertisement, set to launch 2 days hence. After completing these tasks, Xiaolu continued, I've informed them, and they will manage their respective responsibilities. Precisely. As the company's owner, you need not involve yourself in every detail. Allow them to devise their own plans. Your role is to make the right decisions at critical moments. Do not emulate Lei Busi. Not everyone can achieve his level of success, Chen Jin advised, tightening his embrace around the girl. Understood, 11e le ER replied, nodding while nestled against him. Now, to celebrate the drone's success, I will treat you to a meal prepared by a first-class national chef, including imperial cuisine. Chen Jin announced, releasing her from his embrace. Yay, a feast. It's been ages since I've had one. 11e le ER exclaimed, her inner foodie bursting forth as she waved her arms in excitement. Indeed, it has been several months. Let us go. I shall ensure you indulge to your heart's content this time, Chen Jin declared, taking Xia Lu's hand as they exited the president's office. As the employees observed their boss and Chen Jin departing the company, smiles spread across their faces. They were well aware of the nature of Chen Jin and their boss's relationship, and they understood that their exit was likely for a date. They wholeheartedly supported this, as the generous salaries they received fostered a sense of loyalty, encapsulated by the saying, with a paycheck of 18,000, this company feels like home. As long as the salary remained generous, witnessing their boss's happiness brought them immense satisfaction. However, Chen Jin and Xia remained oblivious to the office dynamics as they stepped outside and boarded the elevator heading downstairs. Upon descending the stairs, Chen Jin proceeded to drive to the private restaurant that Xie Jingye had previously introduced him to. Being Saturday, the establishment was indeed open for business. Chen Jin had long intended to treat Xia to a delightful meal there, and thus had made a reservation in advance, ensuring that they would be promptly served upon arrival. Ultimately, the two indulged in an abundant feast, with 6 portions finding their way into Chen Jin's stomach, while Xia managed to consume 3 portions, causing her once flat abdomen to take on a pleasantly rounded appearance. The remaining portion, however, was reluctantly left untouched due to their satiation. Following the meal, they languished for half an hour before regaining their composure. Since Xia needed to return to the office to monitor data, Chen Jin drove her back before setting off to Huaqing District, where he intended to check on the production progress at the aircraft factory. 2 days later, the aerial photography app was officially launched. Thanks to the app's soaring popularity and the dedicated efforts of the marketing team, the download count surpassed 5 million within a single day, with registrations reaching an impressive 4.8 million, marking a significant triumph. Amidst the simultaneous access of such a vast number of users, both the app and its servers exhibited no anomalies, affirming the successful development of the application. Consequently, Xia announced that each member of the research and development department would receive a bonus equivalent to 6 months' salary. Employees from other departments were also awarded bonuses amounting to 2 months' salary, ensuring that everyone shared in the celebration, which left the staff exhilarated, as they erupted in chants of admiration for their formidable boss.